and I, Rishikesh, are excited to host the first half of this event and bring to you some of the most riveting monologues and relevant discussions from industry leaders that are shaping today's zeitgeist in the arcane world of consulting. I can't wait for this event to get started.
The overarching theme for today's conclave is unlocking value in a resource-constrained world. On this canvas, we have a number of interesting panels lined up. We will start with a keynote on the topic of the day, followed by a session that looks to the future on India at 100. Following that session, we have a stimulating and interactive panel discussion on Industry 5.0, transforming for sustainable growth and change in business strategy. We will end the first half with a fireside discussion on future growth and change in business strategy, skills and capabilities required to compete in this dynamic business context. We are privileged to have such a distinguished panel of guests, including our esteemed father and professors present for this event. We invite Father Donald, Professor Patro, Professor Kanagaraj, Professor Sarangi, and all our esteemed guests to light the lamp to commence this event. Professor Pradhan, please join us.
A big thank you to the father, professors, and guests for lighting the way ahead of us today. We request the guest speaker and the professors to take your seat in the stage. As we
No, the guest speakers can take the seat in the front row, and we request the professors and father to take the stage for the inaugural event. Please join us on the stage.
And now we request Father Donald to receive Mr. Navneet Singh, Chairman of Corn Ferry, with the bouquet.
We request Father Donald to greet Mr. Aditya Shanglu, partner at EY Parthinin, with the bouquet. We request Professor Patro to welcome Mr. Nikhil Kulkarni, partner at Zino, with the bouquet. We request Professor Kanagraj to greet Mr. Inder Dua, partner at Infosys Consulting, with the bouquet.
We request Professor Patro to welcome Mr. Nikhil Kulkarni, partner at Yes. Professor We welcome Mr. Father Donald, a distinguished academic with an extensive background in general management, holding a master's degree in journalism and communication, and a PhD from the Madras University. Having been associated with XLRI for over a decade, Father Donald has been imparting knowledge and training to future leaders in a transformative way. His expertise spans domains varying from knowledge and training, from business management and human resource management to corporate sustainability and leadership communication. We invite Father Donald to take the stage and share his thoughts with us.
Good morning, all of you. It's my pleasure to be here to welcome our keynote speakers and the panelists and all the students who are going to moderate and those who are going to receive the knowledge from them. We have traveled a long journey from 1949, and it is our jubilee year. And all of us are busy with those preparations. 11th is very close, and the preparations are going on. And I realize in this process the need for consulting firms in doing even the small things. It's not that you have to do, you have to get into research and all that to change the entire business setup, but day-to-day things that we do are small but important things. We need to have this consulting in every aspect. This is a very interesting topic for the day, and I don't know how many of the students will be getting into consulting firms, but if maths is important for everything that we do, I think consulting also is needed in any business or any career that you get into. Therefore, the strategy, planning, or expecting change is necessary. And if those who are open to change, I think will welcome the suggestions and the ideas from others. Therefore, what I want to say today is the openness to embrace change. If you look at the journey of XLRI, today we have general management program for the executives. That did not come in 1949. It came in 1997. So that means before that, a lot of things have happened. A lot of reflection, what we need to offer to the students and what is required in the industry is gone into the process of evolving something important. And from 1997 till date, this program has proved in the market that one of our flagship programs and is much desired programs in the market. So from labor school, industrial relations and labor relations, then personal management and industrial relations and business management. We have kept on changing our programs, and we have seen what can be sold in the market. And to sell in the market, we need to know what market wants. And finally, we arrived at a few programs. And going forward, if you are thinking of information systems, supply chain, and innovation, and the family business and entrepreneurship, I think that is where we need the consultants. It's not just for the business, but even in academics. Therefore, this topic is much, I appreciate the topic that is chosen, and the speakers representing so many companies offering their real life experience, and they're going to share with you the challenges that market is facing. And I hope and pray that this is going to be a fruitful day for all of you. And I wish all the very best to the keynote speakers and all the panelists present here. Thank you very much and wish you all the very best.
Thank you, Father Donald, for gracing us with your presence and sharing your thoughts. It gives us immense pleasure to introduce Professor Sanjay Patro, who completed his BSc in Engineering and Technology and a PhD in Business Administration. He has been an integral part of XLRI for nearly 2 decades, and with his extensive experience and a proven research background in brand management and innovation, he is a veritable expert in the field of marketing. Professor Patro has been a constant source of guidance to us throughout this course. We welcome you, sir. Please share your thoughts with us.
Thank you. It is a great beginning, and the topic unlocking value in a resource constrained world is something, is a challenge for every knowledge worker. You all know the history of India. Until 1840, we accounted for 24% of the GDP. China, another 25%. So these two nations accounted for about 48-49% of the world GDP. You may say, how? The resource. The resource was land and people. Okay, agriculture was the mode of living, and all GDP came from agriculture. So therefore, we had great stretches of great expanse of land and more number of people. God is kind to have endow India with a good climate. But things changed. By the time we became independent, that 24% became 2%. We missed the total industrial bus. And it was not easy to catch up when the industrial revolution was on. Because you can't catch up with the leaders with a 150-year of backlog. We were simply supplying resources. Our resource was only raw material. But things changed post-industrial revolution, the post-knowledge society. Information and knowledge became critical. More than the resource, it is the operant resources or the people who manage those resources became important. Peter Drucker in 1980s talked about knowledge workers. He could see the change unfolding. The people, you may have a great equipment, great CT scan, PET scan manufactured by GE installed in our medical hospital here, unless the expert has about 15 years of training, so much of experience, it is a dead asset. So in that context, in today's context, when things are changing so fast, so abruptly, with so much of disruption, those assets, the resources today are your insights, your knowledge to apply to the current challenges. What was mentioned, since he is coordinating a lot of work on the Platinum Jubilee, so many things people need to come forward with the right solutions, with right insights. So, and this knowledge has to be constantly produced, challenged, improved, otherwise knowledge vanishes. The days of constant knowledge, is over. And those were the days when, medieval days, they talked about philosophy being the highest knowledge and others are operational knowledge. But in today's context, just for a right living, you require to apply that knowledge to the problem in hand. I'm sure you have invited a very resourceful experts who are consultants, who are guiding organizations to navigate this change. And all of you have gone through a lot of frameworks and theories. You can raise those questions, the validity of those frameworks with the experts that are here. I will urge you to raise more questions. It is not only listening. Again, in this age, it is not receiving will not help you. It is about co-creation. It is about applying what they are saying to your context. You have certain problems, certain things in your mind. Can you raise those questions? And they'll be too happy to take those. In any interaction, we all are equal. Knowledge workers are equal. Those hierarchies have gone. Okay, when somebody provided a capital, a steel plant, and rest of the people have to work there. Those days have gone. In a knowledge society, it is constantly produced and consumed to solve a current problem. So with these few words, I wish all the best to all of you for a great day of learning. And I thank all our experts, the consultants who have come from far off to share their insights and experiences. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, Professor Patro, for inspiring us and setting the tone for today's event. We request Father Donald to now present Mr. Navraj Singh Makar, Senior Client Partner at Conclave, who is also an Excel alum, with the bouquet. In the wake of the Industrial Revolution, our economic system thrived on high growth, propelled by abundant resources and global integration. However, the last three decades have shown signs of strain as resource limitations emerge on various fronts, as seen during the supply chain disruptions, dearth of skilled labor, and energy shortages. To bypass such situations, we must anticipate these shortages and act preemptively to secure the resources. We must also forge innovative strategies that prioritize sustainability and adaptability amidst changing paradigms. As we move into the first session of the day, we are delighted to introduce our guest who will be delivering the day's first keynote address.
We would now like to request our esteemed guests and professors to please take their seat in the front row. Sir, you could stay on the stage. You could stay. Yeah. Mr. Navneet Singh is the Chairman and Regional Managing Director of Conclave India. With over 25 years of experience in human resources, he brings expertise in professional services, succession planning, organizational development, and human capital. Conclave is one of the world's exemplary organizations in organizational design, and has been awarded America's top executive search consulting firm 6 times in the past 7 years. Their report on what does the CEO of 2025 look like is a pithy primer on the traits of future leaders. Mr. Navneet is also the quintessential 24/7 professional, an inspiring leader who believes in trusting his team and leading by example. Moreover, he strongly believes that the emphasis on hiring for potential over readiness, especially in the CXO level, is becoming more crucial as the world becomes ever more disruptive. We welcome you to take the stage, sir.
Yeah. Thanks, everyone. And thank you, Father. Thank you, professors. Thank you, Shobik, for having taken this opportunity to come here. It's really a pleasure to be addressing the future of our country, to be honest. And I was telling the professor that I failed the Excel test, I don't know how many times, and here I'm standing in front of you now, addressing students. It was always my dream, really, to get into Excel, but I was one of the backbencher sports persons who never made it to the front. But here I am speaking to the brightest of the brightest. I think, given the situation that India is in today, I think the opportunities for all of us are way beyond what we can even think of. But given the fact that at least I can't see beyond 5 to 10 years, I think the next decade is truly India's. The sun is finally shining out of India. And given what's happening, in the trade wars between China, the US, India, and China, if you remember about 4 years ago, when a lot of multinationals in China wanted to exit and started looking at China 2.0 outside of China, India was talking a lot about moving production facilities into India, but I think the government was also slow in implementing some of the changes, and therefore a lot of them went to the Vietnams and the Thailands and the Indonesias of the world, not realizing that if Vietnam is producing 20,000 engineers a year, India is producing 20,000 engineers a week. And in the meantime, I think the government also got its act together. The PLI schemes came into place. And in the last 2 years, I mean, one can see what's happening in this country in terms of industrial growth, manufacturing growth. The domestic consumption is at an all-time high. And I personally don't see it faltering in the next 5 to 10 years. And as I go into our conversations and your questions, one can, answer a lot of them and talk about what's really happening in the market. But going back to the topic for today, we will have constraints. We will have to learn how to navigate constraints and what are the skills that we will need to acquire to continuously be relevant. I think relevance is going to be the key word for all of us. And as one is in the market, we work right at the top, we work right with the promoters, we work with some of the multinationals, we work with the CXO levels. What we are very clearly seeing is how is innovation, resilience, and collaboration going to be the key words for tomorrow. Most of our legacy CEOs in the market, I can't be taking names given the clientele that we have, but the world is now relying on people who are younger, people who are far more stronger, who have a vision, who have a backbone, who have the ability to challenge what does not exist. And that's going to be the key going forward. What is it that we really need to do to ensure that there is sustainability? We have to move away from the linear growth economy of, take, make, and literally dispose, which is what the old world was about. Moving into what we now look at is really the circular economy of recycling, reuse, and regeneration. How do we keep reinventing ourselves to become relevant? That is the key. I will take you through some of the examples. I have Navraj here, our senior partner in consulting, who's an alum also. And I'm sure during the course of the day, in one of the panels, he'll be talking about how we are seeing immense changes happening with some of the largest Indian conglomerates in this country. I will mention some while we move along. But we will have to really figure out how do we create resource efficiency for negotiating and navigating these constraints and see growth of newer technologies really taking over. I remember someone at the table was talking about predictive AI, people talking about green energy. I mean, no one even knew of these things. If you remember, Maybe a lot of you were not even born that time when IBM and the Coca-Colas of the world were thrown out of the country. India bred its own technology world. We have someone from Infosys, and it's been a very different world altogether. And today, when we go into the future, where we see AI coming up, we see green energy, where we have multiple engagements with multiple clients, and the people don't exist. Where do you produce them? I was in a G20 summit the other day where Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar was talking about how India very quietly is building up a pool of AI experts where 85,000 students from smaller cities have been adopted by government institutions, which is being led by Rajiv directly, who are being trained on AI, where they will be ready for the market in 3 to 5 years from today. So there is a lot of work happening quietly in the background, which a lot of us are unaware of. But yet at the same time, how do we ready ourselves for the future, right? To my mind, and I think Professor Patra was talking about it, the most constrained resource in the world is us. It is the human resource. We can always buy technology. We can always buy assets. At some level, one may also say we can buy human resources, but at the end of it, how do we change ourselves to be able to be ready for the future, right? So to really unlock the full potential within each one of us, where we will foster innovation, we will foster collaboration, we will have to be resilient to be ready for the future. And we will always be surrounded by limitations. I can give you one live example. It got announced 3 days ago of the MG Motors JSW deal. And I think we were behind it right from day one because both of them are our clients. I hope you're not recording this conversation today. The Indian government is very, very clear, given what's happened with China, that we will not allow Chinese money coming into the country anymore. MG Motors has been wanting to expand and build the second, the third, and the fourth plant over the last 2 years, but the application has kept getting rejected. And when Rajiv Chhabra, who's a very dear friend, started talking about it, he was already talking to a large conglomerate to take majority stake with them. And that's when JSW decided in their own business strategy that they want to get into cars. And we actually started the search for a CEO in India. And that's when I told Mr. Jindal that, why don't you start talking to MG Motors to take a stake there? Because the government is also very clear that they need to Indianize for it to be seen. Okay, it went through 5 months of up and down, breakages, heartbreaks. But one was very clear that, and one kept advising Mr. Jindal that it's not easy to build a car from scratch with no background towards it. Eventually, it did happen 3 days ago. And over the next 2 years, MG Motors will become a 75% owned Indian company. SAIC, which is the world's largest green energy, surprisingly, batteries, and amongst the top 5 EV producers worldwide, is also committed to ensuring that this succeeds. The point that one is trying to create or make here is, it's about innovation, it's about collaboration, it's about resilience. And I think these are the 3 key words that one will have to watch out for. These are the 3 traits, competencies, skills, call them whatever, that one will have to develop in oneself to be able to be relevant in the future. When we talk about innovation, who knew that there would be competition to Uber or Ola? Today you have blue cabs. Whoever thought that but for your local meat or chicken supplier, there would be a Meetigo or a Licious who would come around and become national players. So all myths were broken. How did it happen? How do we see the same Airtel where one thought that Reliance Jio is going to come and just swamp the market and kill everyone, which they nearly did. But today that same Airtel is the crown jewel in Singtel's portfolio. How does the same Indigo survive and order 1,000 planes when you see so much competition in the air? Is it around innovation? Is it around collaboration? Is it around resilience? Is it about managing costs? Is it about looking into the future? I don't know if some of you have traveled on Akasa, but that same fledgling airline today, believe it or not, Vinay Dubey is going to take it to another level in the next few years. How do you collaborate? How does teamwork and open communication create an organizational environment and culture? And I think Professor Patrao spoke about that also. Today, as an organization, we are seeing the same Adanis, the Reliances, the JSWs, the TVSs, the Tatas and the likes of the world killing hierarchies. Today, Navraj is more busy than ever before with Indian conglomerates redesigning organization structures, organization designs, breaking hierarchies. A lot of large, again, I'm not going to name this one, but they actually got rid of the global CHRO because they thought he was just another bureaucrat in the making and just gave back all decision making to the lines of businesses directly with their CEOs. So we are going to see so much change and all for the good. Today we work with the Reliances of the world where it is unbelievable to see the speed that is being generated, the hierarchies that are being broken, teams getting recreated. Reliance Retail has gone and taken out all their group CEOs of all their brands and put them in head office and said, okay, you guys just go and think about the future. Don't waste your time running operations. And they've gone and restructured the whole organization around teams led by youngsters in a two-in-a-box model. And they've done it with lingerie, they've done it with foods and groceries, and now they're looking at implementing that across all businesses in Reliance Retail. What is it about? It's about innovation, it's about collaboration, and it's about resilience at the end of it all. I remember 5 years ago, I think, or maybe 6, Tata Electronics very quietly in Hosur, out of a rented shed of TAFE, which was maybe as big as this building, started experimenting by making lens, which are behind your smartphone, which is the highest degree of precision machining that can happen. Over a period of time, Chandra, the chairman, decided that this is the big one. The India-China hadn't started, the Chinese-US trade war hadn't reached its peak, but he saw the future. And he went and invested in a 1,000-acre plot with the objective of creating literally a mini Jamshedpur there. Today, they're building the whole back cover for Apple, for Samsung. It has 700 high precision lathes, which is the highest number that any country in Asia has. It has 52,000 workers there. And they are now looking at getting into semiconductors and looking at the future there. It's a different world. It's about innovation. It's about resilience and staying the course. And that's why I keep coming back to these 3 points. So therefore, what do each one of us, especially all of you who will go into the market tomorrow, what is it that you will need to inculcate in yourselves? At least we in Conclave encourage that. We don't take anyone's attendance. The security guard just marks everyone's attendance. No more tokens, no more signatures, no more nothing. Everyone's free to take leave when they want to. We are all mature people. We know what is right. We know what we need to do. There will always be that one bad apple, but that one bad apple doesn't create the basket. And I think what we all encourage, and that is what we tell our clients, you have to encourage people with a bold vision. You have to let them be free. You have to unshackle them. If you're driven by something, do it till proven wrong otherwise. That's the mantra at least I follow, to be honest. Do what you have to do till you are told not to do it. Because you never know what was right or wrong till you're not told otherwise. The second is have the courage. Have the courage to stand up, have the courage to talk back, have the courage to say no. The biggest problem we Indians have in front of the Goras, as I call them, yes sir, 2 bags full ho jayega, kar denge ji, no problem. Not realizing that we really need to be able to stand and tell that this is possible, this is not possible, and then live up to it and do it. I have seen more and enough of the CEOs of the world with promoters in meetings with them. Yes, sir, do it. Because the promoter or the owner or the managing director or whoever it is will always push you harder and harder and harder to see where you will break. It is for you to figure out that, yes, I can break. We are all not infallible. And have the guts to tell that, okay, it will be done in this time, and build that trust where you will do it then. You only get hammered when you said yes and then not do it. So have that courage. Have the ability and the capability to take risks. More have failed than succeeded, but those failures were needed for you to be able to know what it will take to succeed. If you don't fail, you don't know how to succeed. And last, give your career a start by doing things yourself. Foundational skills will always come. I remember when I did my HR, I spent 24 years in multiple companies, starting from Aisher and last job being HSBC in New York, all through an HR professional. And we learned life the hard way in the shop floors of Alwar or Faridabad. Today, you talk to any HR graduate or any youngster or anyone looking for a change, everyone wants to work in corporate office. No one wants to go to the trenches. You look at supply chain, everyone wants to sit and create strategies around procurement. No one wants to go to the stores at the factory and start their life from there. It is superbly important for all of you as you go into the new world. The world is changing every moment. And in a resource-constrained world, what is singularly most important is us. Us, our brains, our minds, our ability and capability to be able to translate words to action. Well, thank you for this opportunity. I know we are going to be running short in time, but I'm happy to take questions. I think we have another 5 minutes. And before I actually end, there was a beautiful WhatsApp message video which came to me yesterday. And I thought it was very, very relevant for today's conversation. And I requested Shobhik if he could screen that. And to my mind, it was the best learning ever. So I thought I would share it.
If people have the wrong definition of success, then they also have the wrong definition of failure. According to spiritualists, success is not in the result. Success is not in the achievement. Success is not what you get at the end. That's not what defines success. According to spiritual teachings, success is in your endeavor, your intention, your effort, the character that goes behind the noble thing that you're trying to do. And once you've invested all of those things, whatever the result may be, is actually inconsequential. It's already a success. Because in reality, none of us are in control of the result. There are other factors in the universe beyond our control, which are affecting the results that we gain. So therefore, if you try to measure success by results, not only will you feel a failure, but you'll also be inhibited of even going on the journey for fear of failure. But when you understand that success is in the effort, the goal of life is not to be the best. The goal of life is to try your best. And in trying your best, if it's destiny's plan for you to be the best for the purpose of service and making the world a better place, then so be it. And if destiny's for your plan is not for you to be the best, it doesn't matter, you're still a success. In the Bhagavad Gita, this is known as karma yoga, or the art of working, the art of detached work. And this is one of the most powerful things that people can use in their life, because in this world, people are so stressed. People are so deflated, demoralized, and depressed because they measure success in the wrong way. When we measure success in the wrong way, we fall to the cancers of the mind, competing with others, comparing with others. But you're on your own journey, and you only need to do your best. And that is success.
I thought this was extremely relevant for.
If people have the wrong definition of success, then they will also have the wrong definition of failure.
Thanks. I thought this was very relevant for all of us and for the conversation that will follow. Thank you once again, everyone, for having given me this opportunity to be here. Thank you.
Very good morning, sir. First of all, thank you for your valuable time. My name is Ajay Bajaj and I worked for Maruti Suzuki for 7 years. So you talked about the circular economy. I just want to say one thing, that recently there has been a scrappage policy by the government that they want to set for the petrol and diesel vehicle. And what they are looking after is the 90 to 95% of the products that are being utilized to manufacture the vehicle has to be recyclable or retrievable. And also taking a context from the recent speech by MD of Tata Steel, that the recycling industry will be bigger than the mining industry in 10 to 20, 30 years. So what is your take on this? Do you think this is actually viable, that we can actually move towards the recyclable economy and can get the maximum value for the GDP in the coming 20 to 30 years?
I think so. And this is actually very coincidental. I was day before yesterday waiting for a client for a meeting. And another client of mine, like Nitin Seth, who used to work for Ashok Leland, who's now looking after mobility for Reliance, happened to be there. And I said, what are you doing here? He's based in Bangalore. He said, they just come to launch the test for reusable EV batteries. Just one example. And personally speaking, now whether it's going to take 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, I don't think I am predictive or I have enough knowledge around that. But everyone's looking at how renewables is going to take place in the near future. I mean, you look at Reliance, how they have moved their whole hydrocarbon business eventually to O2C. And you're going to see this touching literally every aspect of our lives. I mean, look at predictive AI, look at how bots are taking over automation today. I mean, these are all renewables in their own way. Now, whether it's going to take 10 years, 20 years, 30 years is beyond my read.
Thank you, sir.
Very good morning to you, sir. I'm Abhishek Dimri. I'm having 23 years of work experience with Indian Army, sir. So what you said, sir, that taking risk, it was a characteristic of ancient India. And now again, we are going towards it, sir. And there's a massive industrialization which is happening, sir. But what we are seeing, our ecology is very fragile, environment very fragile, and we are seeing massive natural destructions happening. Like day before yesterday, we had Sikkim. Tista River, right? Seen it's such a peaceful river, but when it caused destruction, it was massive, sir. So how do we see, sir, we balance our industrialization and keeping our ecology and resources intact, sir?
See, I think a lot of the onus on all of this lies with both state and central governments. I mean, if you look at corporates at large, most of them are very conscious of what they do for society at large. If you look at the armed forces, look at all your cantonments, most of them follow very clear-cut SOPs, but in the run for commercialization, the governments need to really create laws. They need to be sensitive to local ecological disasters. I mean, we are all seeing what's happening in Uttarakhand. We are all seeing what's happening in Shimla. We are seeing a lot of that happening across all the hills. Now, is this right? Is this wrong? I would certainly say it's wrong. I mean, one has to continuously keep evolving as a society and pushing people away from the major cities into mofussil towns and creating opportunities there, rather than creating ecological disasters that we are seeing, which are unprecedented. Now, and I personally think the governments need to do something about it very clearly. I mean, there's very little you and I can do, but for making sure that we don't throw plastics on the street, or, you know, despite government having banned all of that, we still continue to do a small little bit by using the same things over and over again, right?
A very good morning, Navneet sir. Very engaging talk. Thoroughly enjoyed it. So my name is Nagender. I have worked in 8 years in the energy industry before coming here. So my question is related to the human resource capital that India has. Despite having a lot of resource, we get a feeling that corporates are still spending a lot of time and money in training their recruits. Why do you think there is such a disconnect if it exists? And how are our competitors like Vietnam or other countries doing better in attracting these kind of companies to their countries?
Can you repeat your question?
So,
it's not clear.
So basically what I was asking is, we have a huge human human resource available at our hand. However, the corporates still think that they need to spend a lot of time and money in training their new recruits, right? And So in related, like comparing to Vietnam, for instance, how are they doing better compared to us in attracting these companies with regards to this particular aspect, the human resource?
See, I think there's a huge disconnect between education institutes and corporates at one level. We have Navraj here who does the assessments for 1,500 trainees who join Reliance every year for the last 5 years, hoping like hell that we are able to identify the top performers there. And over a period of 10 years, at least 5% of them stay back to become the future managers. Despite the fact that they come from some of the brighter institutes. But to my mind, there is still a huge gap between educational institutes and what corporates want. The better institutes like Excel or the IIMs or Bajaj do have a lot of corporate interactions, and therefore they also keep evolving over a period of time. If you take a drive from Delhi to Agra, which I did a couple of years ago, I started counting the number of engineering institutes on the way. Some were just boards, some were half-baked buildings, some were whatever. I lost count after 100. And I'm not kidding. So the problem lies somewhere else. I mean, no corporate is wanting to pay 10, 20, 30, 40 lakhs per annum for engineering or other graduates and then spend an equivalent amount retraining them. That could be money well spent somewhere else. But I think the larger part of the owners, besides passing the buck on to the institutes and the corporates, is also to the students themselves. How much time do we spend in investing in ourselves? I keep telling my teams sometimes, how many of you even read the Economic Times or the Business Today or the Business World every week? I can guarantee to you 90% of them have never seen the cover. And all the information that you need is all sitting there. A lot of us don't invest enough time in ourselves. We always say someone else should spend that time on us than us ourselves. Okay, and thank you. I think, okay, one last, sorry.
First of all, Navneet sir, impressive address. Thank you very much for enlightening topics that you covered. You said something about Reliance, like they want to rely more on younger people coming fresh from college as well as MBAs. Do you really think younger people are actually ready for that? If not, what needs to be done? Over a period of time, I have worked in manufacturing, media, automobiles, now in IT for quite some time. Even though you want to give it, over a period of time, the commitment from younger generation in actually committing to the work delivery and to the organization, that has gone down quite a bit. So do you really think they are ready? We want to give it, but they are ready for that responsibility.
I think it is a chicken and egg. Till you don't give it, you won't find out. And again, to give you another example, can someone take the average age of the senior leadership at Reliance hydrocarbon business? And I'm talking about the top 20 managers of, or top 50 managers of hydrocarbon business. How much? One more guess. No, the average age of the top 50 managers of the hydrocarbon business. It's 68. And we have been tasked of building a succession pipeline for them, internally and externally. And they're willing to compromise the age average age to bring it down from 68 to take another guess? 55. Because it also depends on the pool that you're hiring from. And that is where our consulting business led by Navraj is looking at a 10-year horizon of how 1,500 graduates coming in every year over a period of 10 years will at least have a minimum yield of 10% a year who could be future managers. But in the interim, you still have to run. And the talent pool will only come from the BPCLs, HPCLs, and the IOCs of the world. And no one there is going to give up their pension before the age of 55. And that's how we came to the average age of 55. But on a lighter note, I mean, if you look at the EYs, the Deloittes, the PwCs, the KPMGs, and I know there are some partners sitting here. Today, you see a lot more internal promotions happening with 12 to 15 years of experience becoming partners. You look at the MBBs. If you don't make partner in 12 to 14 years, you lost the game. You're out. Look for something else. So what is young? You know, my son works for Deloitte. He's been there. He was with EY and then did his MBA, went back to Deloitte. The guy puts in 18 hours a day. So I think it's all very individual, and the more you trust people, I personally think they live up to it. I mean, you can't start life with mistrust, to be honest. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Navneet, for that inspiring keynote address. We would like for you to sit here. Our key takeaway from your address would be that we are going to have constraints and we will have to learn to navigate and reinvent ourselves to stay relevant, employing innovation, collaboration, and resonance being the key means to get there.
To me, the seemingly unlikely competitors such as Alicious to existing and entrenched industries highlight Mr. Navneet's perspective on how humans are the most constrained asset and the importance of courage as we accelerate towards an ever more changing future.
We would now like to call upon Professor Kanakaraj to present Mr. Navneet with the token of our gratitude. Thank you, sir. You could now take a seat in the front row. Yes, thank you.
We would also now request Professor Kanakaraj to welcome Mr. Raja Lahiri with the bouquet. As we move into the second event of the day, we are happy to call upon our next keynote speaker, Mr. Aditya Shanglu, who is the partner at EY Partner. He is an expert in IT services and has over 16 years of experience in the consulting organizations, including KPMG and BCG, where he has helped clients with their business strategy, commercial due diligence, and go-to-market strategies. In 2020, he co-authored an article for the Financial Express, which highlights the shift required from the Indian IT consulting industry to be successful, which is even more relevant today, especially in the aftermath of COVID-19. He was awarded his MBA in marketing and finance by FMS. Knowing his prescience, we're excited to hear his take on India at 100 and what the latest developments are in store for this country and its residents. We welcome you to take over, sir.
Good morning. Thank you for inviting me. It's an honor to be at this esteemed campus. And we heard the beautiful words and inspiring words from Mr. Navneet Singh. What I have to present and share with you is India at 100. We are in 2023, about 24, 25 years away from the 100th anniversary of our independence. And for this momentous occasion, EVA actually, over the last 18 months, was working on a thought leadership, where we wanted to look and peer into the future and see where do we see India, 24, 25 years from now, the India at 100, as we call it. And we came up with a very ambitious vision of where we foresee India. I mean, over the last 75 years, India has made great strides. I mean, starting where we were, Professor Patro spoke about India being 24% of the world's GDP about 150, 200 years back. But around the time of independence, that number had come down to low single digits. And for the first 50 years since independence, maybe 40, 50 years, our economic growth wasn't very inspiring. We had a socialist economic outlook, socialist economic policies, and that had its own constraints. And then we had the reforms in 1991, and the economy took a very different trajectory since then. In the last 30 years, I've seen a very paradigm shift in growth and our economic outlook and all the various indicators that follow. And now we foresee over the next 25 years, we foresee almost like a step change. We are at an inflection point where we've seen some of the economic policies that the current government has implemented over the last 8, 9, 10 years. And we believe that has set the foundation and the stepping stone for us to actually really go ahead as 1.4 billion Indians and really almost reclaim that 24% share of the world GDP. If not reclaim it, and get very close to it and reclaim a rightful spot in the world economy. So let me actually, take you through the presentation and we can then keep another 10, 15 minutes at the end for any Q&A. But I'd like to basically split this presentation across 3 sections. One is just share an outlook for the Indian economy, for 2047, the 100 years. Then talk about what are the 7 or 8 key growth drivers that we see actually, driving or enabling this growth and this shift. And then what are some of the policy changes, some which are already being implemented, some we believe should be implemented and driven, more rigorously, which we believe will actually help us realizing not just this vision, but maybe even going beyond the vision and the target that we've set up. Now, we believe the Indian economy is expected to have a very, very strong and robust growth over the next 25 years. We are right now around $3.5 trillion. I mean, that's our current GDP. We believe this has the potential to go up to $25, $26 trillion by FY48. I mean, if we talk about the United States now, right now, the United States is about 25, 26 trillion. So we believe the Indian economy will reach where the United States right now is in 2047, which is a very ambitious target. And this will require us to grow at a real GDP growth rate of anywhere between 6 and 6.5%, which is achievable. I mean, we've seen the dip, post-COVID and the economy picking up. But if you look at the long run, it is a very, very possible and a feasible target and a very achievable target for the Indian economy. So so we are forecasting a 26 trillion economy. What it will then lead to is a per capita GDP number. And we forecast this to become $15,000 dollars per capita GDP by 2047, which will actually put India into the orbit of developed economies, which is a very ambitious and a very, I would say very aspirational target for us, and something that all of us should drive towards. If you look at, where the Indian economy is right now, right? I mean, FY24, we are about $2,500. We believe this will go up to, about $4,500, $5,000 in another 8-9 years. But if we continue on this trajectory, we have the potential to reach $15,000 by FY48, which is something that will drive a very transformational shift in the socio-economic outlook for us as well. I mean, it will drive a large segment of the population outside of the poverty bucket that we have. I mean, drive even greater percentage of people, and then also drive a greater percentage of people, just above the poverty line to really middle class line, which will really help drive a very, very fundamental shift in the Indian economy. If we talk about, looking back at the past, right? I mean, we are talking about achieving a sustainable GDP growth rate of 6.5%. But if you look back into the past, right? I mean, if you look at the last 30 years, this is a number, if you ignore the dip, which was largely driven by COVID. I mean, there have been pockets where we have, sustainable periods of time where we have been above 6% growth rate. We also reached the highs. I mean, if we talk about, 2006 to 2008, 2009, where we have actually been consistently been above 8% GDP growth rate. Even, if you look at just before demonetization, 2015, 2016, the Indian economy was still, again, comfortably above the 6% growth rate. So that is something that we all need to, I mean, the government especially needs to think about making sure the economic policies are able to sustainably create a consistent growth rate of 6%. If you look at then the Indian economy, right, where we were 20 years back, India was the 13th largest economy in the world. We are right now the 5th largest economy in the world. I mean, we have the United States, China, Japan, and Germany in front of us. I mean, we have overtaken a lot of European countries who for the past, almost 2 centuries were comfortably ahead of India. What will drive this growth? And I'll talk about some of this in more detail. But largely it's 3 things, right? I mean, capital expenditure, and we've seen that consistently rising. The challenge has been a large part of the capex spending has been driven by government spending, and private industry has kind of been reluctant. There are examples, Mr. Singh talked about, Tata Sons investing, especially in electronics manufacturing. There have been other examples, but as a whole, the private sector can do a lot more. We talked about adoption of new technologies. I mean, information technology, I mean, which the likes of, Infosys have been driving for their global clients. But increasingly, we are seeing a wide adoption. I mean, me as part of EYP, we've been working with significant portfolio of our clients, helping them drive tech transformation. We talk about generative AI. Literally every client of ours has reached out to us in the last 6-8 months and asked, what can I do about generative AI? What should I do about generative AI? And it's not just, the knowledge economy companies. It's also, the traditional economy companies, manufacturing companies, automotive companies, who have reached out to us and said, how do I use generative AI to transform my business before my competition does it? And the third thing, and more importantly, and which is where XLRI has been playing a very key role, is skilled manpower. It's not just hiring engineers or hiring MBAs. It's hiring a talent pool that has the right skill sets to be productive from almost day one. And greater interaction between corporates and academia is a key part of it. So corporates keep evolving. It is essential for academia to also keep evolving. I mean, not just in their courseware, but in the methodology, the way you interact with corporates as part of your internships is fundamental. I mean, we really need to reskill our manpower. I mean, not just engineers, not just MBAs, but people who can actually, for example, work on the shop floor in the semiconductor design, in this electronics manufacturing. I mean, something which Foxconn has, for example, done very well in China and Taiwan. We actually need, skilled workforce at scale. We need hundreds of thousands of employees who can help in mobile phone manufacturing, who can, for example, now the government is trying to drive, laptop and server and other computer hardware manufacturing. Those assembly lines would need tens of thousands of skilled workforce, skilled laborers who can actually help in doing that productively. And that is something which is something that the government has tried in the past. Some of it has worked, some of it has not worked. But, we are seeing actually now corporates actually taking up the onus of actually training those, resources and making sure that, they are employable and able to perform these tasks. But is that a, place where, for example, consulting can work with academy and actually help with courses and work with industry bodies? So that is going to be very important. If I now talk about the growth drivers, what we looked at is we believe the macroeconomic projections are underpinned by about 7 or 8 very important growth drivers. And I'll talk about some of these in more detail. But largely it's, the information technology and services. I mean, India from nowhere has reached almost 200 billion in IT BPO exports. And the projection is this will go up to 350, $400 billion in the next 5 to 7 years. And, the industry provides direct employment to almost 5 million employees and indirect employment to almost, I think, 10 to 12 million employees. So it's a very, very, important sector for India. I mean, not just in the foreign exchange that we earn, but just in the transformation of the Indian economy that it has driven. Very importantly is the India stack, the digitization part. I mean, we've already seen some examples. I mean, UPI, for example, right? I mean, it has come out of nowhere in the last 4 or 5 years, and it's just replaced a large part of our cash transaction, something which was largely fundamentally driven by the India stack. There is headroom for more credit in the economy as businesses grow. Credit is very important for that growth and something that we believe there is a lot more headroom. The rise in PEVC investments, right? I mean, we were talking today morning, at breakfast, just the rise in the number of startups in the last few years. I mean, there has been some downturn over the past few months, but just the number of startups that we now see in India, not just small scale startups, but startups, I mean, like Zomato and others, which have actually been listed, multi-billion-dollar startups. So that's very important. The demographic dividend, right, and the large consumer market. I mean, there are multiple thoughts on whether it's a dividend or a demographic disaster. We believe it's a dividend. It drives a very large consumer market. It drives a very large workforce, but it has to be channeled into the right areas for it to become productive and not a disaster. The thrust on manufacturing. I mean, we know about Make in India, which started almost a decade back, but over the last few years, the thrust, especially driven by the the PLI policies, thrust on very specific areas, semiconductors. Now we're talking about hardware manufacturing, is very, very essential and very critical to this. We spoke about the thrust of infrastructure, right? I mean, we are all aware of things like the dedicated freight corridor, the investments in the road infrastructure, right, which are being driven by Mr. Gadkari. That's really transforming. I mean, we talk about metro. I mean, I come from Delhi, and just the transformation the Delhi metro has brought in over the last 2 decades is remarkable. And now you see other cities and other metros in the country trying to replicate that. For example, Bangalore. I mean, it has a very nascent metro infrastructure, but something which has to be critical if Bangalore has to someday try to solve its traffic problems. And lastly, but not the least, is just transitioning to sustainable energy. I mean, the focus on solar energy over the last decade has been remarkable. But now we are seeing actually, for example, technologies like green hydrogen come in, or for example, electric vehicles come in. And this transition from fossil fuels to sustainable energy is something which is going to be very critical and very essential for driving growth. Let me now talk about some of these accelerators and growth drivers in more detail. So we spoke about our demographic dividend. If we talk about, our services, right? The growth in IT services that we spoke about. The Indian IT services exports, if you look at, 2001, this was barely $10-15 billion. It has almost grown 20x in the last 2 decades and $250 billion in exports. I mean, it's a large, very large number. India's total manufacturing exports is in the region of $420-450 billion. So we're already more than half of that. And this has largely just happened in the last 2.5 decades. If we look about the share of services and total exports and imports, right? I mean, share of services exports is already almost close to 40%. I mean, we talk about some of the Indian IT companies, right? The TCS, Infosys, the pros of the world. But what is increasingly important is, the global capability centers or the GCCs. We've seen large part of Fortune 500 companies now setting up their own GCCs in India. Some of these are very large in scale. I mean, if you talk about some of the large US banks, they have GCCs in India which employ 25, 30, 40,000 employees. I mean, these are very large centers. And they are as critical, if not more critical, than having our own domestic IT champions. The other thing is, I mean, as part of EY, we just almost every week, we see requests coming in from other countries and from other companies where they actually want to continue to invest in India. And they see India, if I want to set up a 5,000 seat center, be it IT services, be it BPO, be it for my internal processes, India is literally the only place out there which can provide this skilled talent at scale and at a reasonable cost. And that is something which the IT industry has created over the last 2 decades. Is this market and this growth engine, which will just keep on growing. I mean, we think that, we have reached a plateau, but I mean, I believe this is just an inflection point. I mean, we are at 250 billion. The government has targets of 350, 400 billion, but I believe 500 billion is easily achievable. We spoke about, the India stack and the digitization that is, being driven about it. What are some of the investments? I mean, some of this is, driven by the government. I mean, we talk about digital businesses, digital platforms, digital financial services. And this is really laying down the infrastructure and the bedrock for future growth. Let me talk about some of this, right? I mean, for example, if you look at Aadhaar, right? I mean, Aadhaar is, it's just remarkable having that sort of a digital verification being implemented in a country like India, and to have almost 1.3 billion Aadhaar cards or Aadhaar, certificates already issued is remarkable. We know about, when COVID hit and the government came up with this CoWIN app and the CoWIN platform, how fundamental and how seamlessly it largely worked and ensured that the vaccination, the process and the rollout was largely done very well for a country of India's scale. And that was largely driven by, digitization and the underlying technology. We talk about the PMJDY accounts, right? I mean, we are seeing, so many people at the bottom of the pyramid actually being helped through these accounts, where the government, because it could not identify who's the actual end user, could actually transfer money directly to those accounts and don't have to go through intermediaries. And that's really helped, one, cut down on corruption, and at the same time ensure that people who actually genuinely need that support and that financial assistance are actually able to get that. We've also seen, and something, as EY, we've actually been working with the government on some of these initiatives. For example, common service centers. I mean, people in villages don't really have access to, the internet, for example, right? Or they're not aware of how to use some of these portals and some of these services. So the government has set up almost 500,000 common service centers, and that's worked really well in, providing the last mile connectivity and services to people in villages. And we're all aware of internet and mobile phone tariffs. I mean, India, ever since Jio has come in, and Jio and Airtel and Vodafone, we have some of the lowest internet and mobile phone tariffs in the world. I mean, compared to the speeds we get. I mean, whenever I travel, be it anywhere in the world, right, be it in Southeast Asia or Europe or US, I mean, you just go and miss India's internet and mobile phone tariffs. I mean, it's just remarkable how these tariffs have been able to democratize. Almost everyone in the world, irrespective of their economic strata, has access to a smartphone. It might be a 5,000 rupees, 6,000 rupees smartphone, not really an iPhone, but they have access to a smartphone, they have access to a, if not a 4G or 2G connection, and have access to apps. They're able to go online. They're aware of what's happening in the world. I mean, it's largely for the good. Obviously, it has its drawbacks, fake news on social media and all that, but something which is a revolution which has taken place over the last 2 decades. And this fast pace of digitization is essential for future growth. I mean, the fact that a lot of these investments in the fundamentals of technology have taken place, people have access to mobile phones, people have access to internet, you have last mile connectivity, you have things like DigiLocker, biometric IDs. It's really essential in actually driving the next wave of growth and the next wave of actually unicorns. We are actually seeing the impact of digitization being felt across the country. I mean, if you look at digital payment trends, I mean, we are all aware, right? I mean, it's almost been an inflection rise over the last 2.5 years. I mean, it's grown 7x digital payments in the last 7 years. I mean, I myself, I used to, have cash and use it for every payment. Now, even if I don't carry cash in my wallet, I mean, I don't really miss it. I mean, you can go throughout your entire day or your entire week. I mean, just surviving either on UPI or your cards. And even if you don't have any cash, it works seamlessly well. I mean, that's remarkable. I mean, given where Indian economy and the Indian system was just 5 years back. So the impact of digital payments, UPI has been remarkable over the last 2-3 years. And if you see here, right, I mean, if we look at the chart at the bottom, it basically splits the digital payment trends across wallets, card payments, and UPI. What's interesting is just the rise of wallets. I mean, digital wallets have become so popular and so convenient. And right now, because they're largely free, that's not really charged to the end user, something which has really, really increased. And something which I believe is almost becoming a habit now. And if you have to ask people to now go back to, what they were doing previously when using cash, it's going to be very, very difficult. It's going to be very, very difficult. This is the startup ecosystem. I mean, this is again very, very critical to our economy. I mean, if you just look at the numbers, I mean, over the last 5 years, the investment in startups has gone up almost 4-5 times. I mean, we have the third largest startup ecosystem after the United States and China. When we talk about the United States, I mean, Silicon Valley, it was the same startup PVC ecosystem which actually helped set up Silicon Valley and helped set up the United States for really the growth in tech, which we've seen over the last 4-5 decades. A large number of those building blocks are there. We are not completely where the United States is, but we have actually set up the bedrock, and we're seeing startups, not just in B2C. I mean, it's not just the Zomatos and Swiggies or the Olas of the world. We're actually seeing, I mean, as part of EY, we are seeing startups which are actually targeting B2B. I mean, for example, we've seen a lot of B2B SaaS startups, which are focusing on very specific vertical or very specific horizontal solutions and creating it not just for the Indian market, but actually creating it for the global market. And we are actually seeing great success in some of these startups actually reaching out. I mean, Freshworks is one example, right? They took CRM and kind of went, global with it. Zoho is another example, but we're actually seeing startups literally focus on very micro niche problems and use that to actually target global clients, and seen a lot of success in that. I mean, drones is another area, right? I mean, we've seen the conflict in, Russia and Ukraine. I mean, drones have become increasingly important to the future of warfare, but also in other areas, right? I mean, agriculture, insurance, so many other fields. And we've seen India's drone startups encouraged by the government, but literally come up with systems which can compare with some of the best in the world. And these are largely driven by, Indian engineers with some PEVC investments. And we believe drones manufacturing is another area where India can literally become the leader of the world. We are seeing areas, for example, manufacturing, right? I mean, and we spoke about semiconductor manufacturing. We've seen startups which are now getting into semiconductor design, semiconductor testing, which are actually looking to tie up with fab manufacturers and actually get into semiconductor manufacturing. I mean, the government's PLI incentives are helping in that, but that is another area where we believe there is a lot of potential. And I think finally, fourth area is sustainable energy, where there is a lot of demand for sustainable energy. The challenge is a lot of the underlying underpinning technology for that doesn't really reside in the country, something which large corporates and conglomerates are investing in. But we are also seeing startups come in and actually try to disrupt this space and come up with very, very specific solutions in this space. I spoke about credit. India's low private debt to GDP ratio, it just provides us with a lot of headroom for growth. India's bond market is very small compared to the size of the economy. So there is a lot of headroom. There is a lot of room for us to actually grow here. India's corporate bonds, they could double the liquidity of the secondary market. Development of corporate bond markets would just facilitate lending to small borrowers. Very recently we saw India get indexed or become a part of the JP Morgan Global Bond Index. So that should help. But this is something which is essential if we need to kind of drive the next wave of growth. Just creating credit for borrowers. The government has been relentlessly pushing it. When Prime Minister Modi kind of came in 2014-15, he focused on Make in India. It had its successes, it had its failures. But I think, the government over the last 2, 3, 4 years, ever since they started believing that, they are going to miss out the bus on China +1, where a large part of the companies which we felt would rightfully come to India actually ended up going to a Vietnam or a Thailand or actually even a Mexico, or some of them actually just reshoring back to the United States. The government has actually started getting its act together, through this PLI scheme, where they've come up with very specific PLI schemes for multiple sectors. We have seen very good success. Almost every month we have clients come to us, not just Indian conglomerates who want to get into, PLI. For example, we are working with conglomerates who have actually been in, for example, in automotive or in defense manufacturing, and they now actually want to get into semiconductor manufacturing, and they're asking us, okay, how can we do it? So something that is, a lot of interest from conglomerates, and then a lot of interest from global companies who actually want to use these PLI schemes and actually invest in India. So something which we believe is essential. The central government's capex, right, as a percentage of GDP, has been steadily rising. It's more than doubled in the last 5 years. Especially spending on railways, roads, infrastructure has been rising consistently, and that's been critical for pushing manufacturing industry as well. If we talk about the defense sector, right? The government has come out with localization or indigenization lists, right? Where the government wants to cut down on exports and encourage domestic manufacturing. There are very specific areas where the government has identified. We've also seen Indian companies come up, right? We've seen something like a Bharat Forge, which used to work in the automotive sector and now almost become a leader in, for example, artillery. And they've actually, exported to several foreign countries as well. So these are areas where countries are coming in. The Tata Group is becoming very big. They've tied up with global companies like Lockheed Martin and Boeing and all. And they're actually manufacturing large parts of helicopters or transport or aircraft. They're manufacturing specific parts of those vehicles out of India. So that is also picking up, and that is so to a large part driven by government expenditure. As the third part, let me just cover specific policy areas where we believe it's essential. Some of these are already being driven. Some of these we believe require an extra push. Largely, the one thing which we keep hearing about, is the ease of doing, right? We had the ease of doing business rankings, and then, India tried to go up those rankings, and then everyone felt that the rankings were being gamed. And then finally the rankings, the global, I believe it's the World Bank or the IMF, they decided to just, cease the rankings. But it's important to make sure that, the ease of doing business continues. I'll tell you a very layman example. When you are starting a new business, you actually need to go on the Ministry of Company Affairs and register. You get a number and you have to register yourself. But for almost 2-3 months in, last year, the website wasn't working. And a large number of companies couldn't go and register themselves because the portal wasn't working and the government couldn't care less. So it's small things like that where, we can talk about policies and make the big speeches, but unless you fix those small things, the ease of doing business just seems like talk. So it really requires constant attention. For example, payment of taxes, right? we saw, government impose 28% GST on all these fantasy gaming platforms. The government has now gone back and kind of retrospective effect of taxes, right? Which is something which is taking us to the dark days of, what used to happen in the 1970s and 80s. So something that the government should really rethink about. And then also decriminalization of economic laws, right? I mean, there is still a large portfolio of laws which decriminalize a lot of economic activities, which the government really needs to rethink about. Enforceability of contracts is very critical. A lot of our global clients are really worried that, if their Indian partner does not enforce his or her part of the contract, I mean, they'll just get stuck in the Indian legal system. So we really require timely enforcement of these contracts, and any challenges in the legal system should get resolved in a very timely and a time-bound manner. Fiscal discipline. I mean, we have elections in, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, and a few other states coming in. And almost every day you hear about new freebies, new, schemes being announced without any consideration for how they will get funded. So revenue and fiscal deficits need to stay within, sensible limits. I mean, when one other challenge we're, hearing about is going back to the old pension system from the new pension system, right? I mean, which will really devastate state government budgets. So there has to be, thinking political parties really need to come together and really think about, are some of the policies we are talking about, will they really help us be on a path to sustainable fiscal discipline, or which will just decimate our, government budgets at the expense of, winning the next election? The last part is something that, that has in the news recently, is just boosting the savings growth rate, right? Unless people are able and households are able to save money, which they can then invest, growth will always become a challenge. So that is something which should be encouraged. I mean, government has come out with some policies, programs to encourage that, but something that should be encouraged even further. Prioritizing education and health. High quality education health is really critical. I mean, unfortunately, in India, education and healthcare, no matter which party is in power, almost takes the backseat. I mean, spending on education and healthcare as a percentage of GDP is one of the lowest, even in some of the developing economies. And both central and state governments really need to step back and think about where we are going. I mean, we talk about the demographic dividend, but unless we invest in education, the demographic dividend is never going to get realized. So something that we really need to think about. I mean, power sector reforms, right? I mean, we just know about the transmission and distribution losses. Most of the state electricity boards are in huge losses. I mean, a lot of states come up with, policies and schemes where free power is given, for example, to farmers, right? I mean, or in Delhi, for example, you have free power below a certain usage limit. I mean, all this eventually leads to challenges. So something that, again, we need to think about. Lastly, how can the consulting industry contribute to the growth? I mean, I'm a consultant. I met some of you who are part of the consulting club here and maybe are looking to join the consulting industry. I mean, what are the 3-4 areas where, consulting industry or the consulting profession can help in achieving this India at 100 growth? I mean, policy agenda formulation. I mean, I can talk about a project where I've actually been working with, Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar and helping define India's internet policy. And India's internet policy is not just about, boosting the speed and the accessibility into infrastructure in the urban areas. Well, literally the government's focus is actually how to boost it in the rural areas and in the tier 2, tier 3 towns, and actually make it affordable and accessible to everyone. So I think that's an area, for example, consultants can play a very, very critical role in defining those policies and then laying out the roadmap, right? It's just the policy definition, but actually, creating a roadmap and making sure the policy gets executed is also critical. I would say the third part is, as I spoke about earlier in my address, is talent development. We've worked with, a country in Southeast Asia where we're actually helping them train their technical workforce. I mean, technical, not just for working in the manufacturing sector, but also in the services sector. And we are actually working with corporates and with academia, and we as a consultant are playing that intermediary role where we're actually defining very targeted 3-month, 6-month programs for people to come in and get trained on very specific skill sets and immediately get employed. And there is no reason why we can't drive similar schemes in India. I mean, some schemes, as Mr. Singh spoke about, are already underway, but there is a lot more that can be done. And I believe consulting firms can play a very critical role in that. And finally, I would say just innovation and technology adoption. I mean, we talk about Gen AI. I mean, India should literally use this to be at the forefront of Gen AI adoption. I mean, there are industries in the services sector, in the manufacturing sector, where consulting can play a very critical role in making sure that we are at the forefront of, whether it's Industry 5.0, Gen AI, robotics, just making sure, industry is aware of what's happening, and we adopt these technologies in a manner which provides us with a competitive edge. Thank you, everyone.
We'd now like to open the floor for some questions.
Sir, so thank you for the presentation. My name is Rakshit Mehta. I have 9 years of experience with Honeywell. In my last 2 years, I was actually working on the bankability feasibility studies for energy companies, right, for new projects. So the question is related to CapEx only. You said it's important to have CapEx for the growth of the nation, and it's the heavy lifting is done by the government, right? We see the budget announcement of close to 10 lakh crore this year. It's been on rising trend, interest-free loans given to states for that matter, right? But we see there are initiatives on private capex as well, right? With respect to policies, Gati Shakti, there is PLI scheme, right? Corporate tax cut. What's innovating the private players to put skin in the game right now, right? And if so, they are doing it. What's leading to the slow pace of it getting traction?
Sure. So Rakshit, I would say 2-3 things. One, while private companies are investing in CapEx, they're not doing enough of it, or not many of them are doing enough of it. And largely that is driven by a couple of things. One is their existing capacity, right? Is that being utilized adequately? And unless companies feel that their existing capacity and they see future sustainable growth in the future, they're not going to invest in additional capacity. And that is where policies come in. If we have sustainable policies where companies see the government will continue to invest in these policies, as a result of these policies, demand for their products or services will go up. Their existing capacity will get utilized, and they'll need to invest in additional capacity. That's when they will invest. I think what has happened in the past is, I mean, some of it is, for example, you had a demonetization comment, and obviously then COVID came in, which was unforeseen. And then there has been some vacillation in the government on their policies. There have been a lot of to and fro. So I think it's important that the government come up with very, sustainable and very specific policies and then stick to that. They can't announce a policy. For example, this laptop and hardware manufacturing. The government came in and announced that all laptop imports will be stopped in 2 months. And then they said 6 months. And now apparently it's been delayed by, 12, 18 months. So, act first and think later will not work. You have to think first and then act. So I think the government also needs to think about some of these sustainable policies and then sticking to them. And that will inspire confidence in the private sector to, consistently invest in CapEx and for the next wave of growth.
Moving to the next
Aditya.
question.
My name is Sankalp. I worked with EY for almost 5.5 years in assurance. And thank you so much for your insights. And it's an honor to have you with us. You mentioned digitization as one of the main pillars. And obviously data is at the center of this. Recently, new regulations were passed about the Digital Personal Data Protection Act, and that significantly changes how companies process data, especially the companies that use a lot of personal data in their day-to-day affairs. So my question was, how do you think, what are your views on this? And how do you think that companies are ready for this change, especially the SMEs, concerning it requires significant increase in compliance costs?
See, to be honest, the concept of data privacy and individual privacy is almost non-existent in India, right? I mean, you have had policies and laws, but they've rarely been enforced right? And be it the large corporates or the MSMEs. And people also have not really expected any privacy, right? I mean, you get spam calls every day, even though you might have put your name on the DND list, right? It doesn't work. Or people will call you and they've had all your data from some product or some company you would have interacted with. And there are no walls, right? People will, I can give you an example. I bought a car a couple of years back, and the dealer apparently gave my number to 100 marketing firms. And literally people would call me and say, hey, you bought this car. We want to offer you this service or a loan or something or whatever. And you call out the dealer and, obviously he denies, but the dealer basically gave your contact details to everyone and kind of asked them to. So you really need to have data privacy is essential and critical, but it really has to be enforced. I mean, there has to be penalties. People or companies or corporates who break the law should really face the wrath of the law, if anything. And unless you make some examples and actually implement this on the ground, nothing will change. I mean, you can come up with a new data privacy law, but at the end of the day, it's not enforced or not implemented. And the government is not serious about it, then nothing will change.
Thank you.
We'll be taking one last question.
Hello, sir. Thanks for the insightful presentation. So myself, I'm Krishna Kashyap. I'm a policy and social development professional. I have 6 years work experience. So this is regarding government policy and frequent changes in the government policies, how it will affect consultants as practitioners, because we tend to give advice to the government on different industries. And governments will have frequent changes in their policy paradigms, as well as policy paralysis, like they have different considerations while implementing the policy. So how consulting industry can cope up with this frequent shifts in the policy dynamics of the government?
So I would say it's not easy, right? I mean, you would be working with, let's say, your clients basis a specific policy which has come in, right? And tomorrow, 6 months down the line, that policy gets changed, and whatever recommendations you're working towards will get nullified. So it's a big challenge for consultants. And there is only so much you can do to influence government policy, right? So I think whenever you get an opportunity to work with government and interact with government stakeholders, be it ministers or secretaries or other policy officials, we always try to make this point that you need to be consistent in your policy. Right. And if you're going to change a policy, at least announce a roadmap that, look, this policy will continue for the next 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. And it's after that we'll take a call and maybe think about revising or refining that. But unannounced changes where, announce a policy and 2 months down the line, you do an 180-degree flip, that does not inspire confidence. I mean, it's not just about consultants, right? At the end of the day, it's basically the end customers who are looking to invest, be it Indian companies or global companies. Those are the ones who kind of lose confidence in the Indian economy. So I think it's largely, bringing that mindset shift in the government where consultants try to play that role to the extent possible.
Thank you, sir. We request you to remain on stage for a minute. Thank you for your session, sir. It was very incisive, and particularly your emphasis on the rise of startup culture in India and the intermingling of policy have really painted a bright future ahead of us. Now I'd like to invite Professor Kanakraj to come forward and felicitate the guest.
Before we move to our next panel discussion, we take a short tea break. Refreshments are available outside. So please return to your seats promptly after the break. And what time? 10:40 p.m. 10:40 p.m. 10:45. is Industry 5.0. I'll begin with a bit of history. In the 20th century, Industry 3.0 began in the 1950s through the digital revolution, concerned itself with process automation and reduction of human input in manufacturing processes. Industry 4.0, through adaptive and connected technologies, introduced and made possible the automation of machines or factories to run more efficiently through the use of tools such as IoT, artificial intelligence, etc. Particularly, technologies such as digital twins are gaining popularity as the time passes, which will speed up the onset of dark factories. Industry 5.0 is all about human-machine interaction, where we are looking to customize at a customizable future where machines and humans work side by side to create value. The machine, through its ability to push out efficient output, and the humans through their creative ingenuity.
Please join us in welcoming Mr. Rakesh Patro, who is a partner at Avasant. He's an experienced management consulting professional specializing in organizational transformation, digital strategy, technology transformation, enterprise cloud strategy, and mergers and acquisition integration. He has been working with Avasant for over the past 10 years and has led several engagements for global clients across various industries in the area of sourcing and global advisory. He completed his MBA from IIM Calcutta in finance and marketing. We look forward to learning from your experience and are honored to have you on stage, sir.
We invite Mr. Inder Dua, partner at Infosys Consulting. He's a versatile professional, having worked in a plethora of industries like fertilizers, news media, automobile, and strategic roles before establishing himself in consulting. At Infosys, he led large-scale transformation projects, built and managed intellectual property for organizations, and drove sales opportunities across domains, including digital marketing, business value realization, and process optimization. He completed his MBA in marketing and strategy from HEC Paris. The three core elements of his career, according to him, are his attitude, discipline, and communication ability. We welcome you, sir. You can have a seat in the center.
It's our pleasure to extend a warm welcome to Mr. Nikhil Kulkarni, a partner at Zinnov with extensive strategy and consulting experience in data analytics, cloud computing, and AI. He has unlocked value in these domains as both a consultant and by leading the internal strategy teams at HP and Fujitsu. He is a highly sought-after advisor among the CXO class, with experience leading several strategic mergers, acquisitions, and GTM projects. Mr. Nikhil's white papers elaborate the onset of the intelligent talent cloud and the challenges it faces. His more recent work on the enterprise software industry and how they are struggling to keep pace with changes, including the emergence of XaaS, is a really thought-provoking work. We welcome you, sir.
Now we would like to introduce our moderator for this panel discussion, our very own Professor Sunil Sarangi. Professor Sunil Sarangi is an accomplished educator and trainer specializing in communication and leadership at XLRI Jamshedpur. With over 20 years of experience in both the corporate and academic spheres, he brings a wealth of knowledge through his diverse training sessions. His expertise in leadership encompasses interpersonal effectiveness, motivation, communication, and customer focus, while his dedication to research in leadership language entrepreneurship, and neurocommunication makes his sessions transformative. We look forward to an engaging and enlightening session, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, friends. The best privilege of life is you have your students to always raise your bar so high that you have literally nerve-wracking feeling as I'm having at the moment, because I have to live up to the expectation. Thank you. While talking about Richard Dawkins, when he wrote The Selfish Gene, the world was actually wowed. They said, gene is very selfish, the human gene. And within few years' time, a lot of researchers came on stage and said, you know what, he got it wrong. Evolution is fine. Natural selection is fine. What probably human beings are doing is collaboration. And that is what is the central idea and theme probably our guest experts today would be throwing light on. Let's get going. I would start with Mr. Dua about his understanding of 5.0 and why 5.0 is required. And there are layered questions. I think I would request all of them to answer one by one. Why 5.0? What is the need for 5.0? And last but not least, we as Indians, how ready we are to get into 5.0? So let's start with that question, Mr. Dua. Over to you.
He gave me a warning that you will be the first one, so be ready. So I'm thinking for last 30 seconds, what should I answer? So thank you, Professor. First of all, again, thank you very much, XLRI, for giving me an opportunity to be here. And let me introduce a bit more. I'm with Infosys for 17 years, and I drive the life sciences vertical. Life sciences means pharmaceutical organization, med device organization. And one of the most important impact of 5.0 is on pharma. So that's why I'm highlighting. So first question, what is 5.0? It's the next step of evolution of industry. But the thing is, there is a bookish part and then there is a practical part. The bookish part is that it has got humans or resources in the middle, and the entire industrial machinery or everything revolves around it. Then there is a sustainability, and third one is resilience. Examples of that are resilience is that you saw in COVID, that within 18 months or 2 years, billions of people impacted, but the entire human race came out of it. That's the resilience to the level that you will see more and more. You will also see that kind of diseases coming more often, but the time to come out of them will become even shorter. That's the resilience part of it. Sustainability part of it, I think we have talked about it in last 2 sessions as well. It is a key part of it. For example, organization would take more and more center stage with sustainability. And I'm from Infosys, so I take pride in that. Infosys touched carbon neutrality in 2020, which was 30 years ahead of Paris Agreement or Paris Accord. So sustainability will become the center stage for every organization, because consumers of future, they would look for more intangible value in the product rather than just tangibility. They would go for products and services for the organization that have invested in sustainability as well. So that's the second part. But I think the core part, which is the center stage, is the first part, which is humans and machinery working together. And that's what for me is 5.0. I was privileged to have discussions with some of your students last evening. In my, me and Deepti were having discussions, and we had heated debates with, Rajib as well as I think Rishabh, and we all were coming to this one that there's a concept called mass personalization. Now that itself has a dichotomy. There is a word mass, which is for everybody, and then there's a personalization. That means you are tailoring your product services for individual, which in itself is, I don't think so it's possible, but that's where the 5.0 is going. And that can only happen if both of them can live together. That means the level of personalization that can be done at the speed that is required by only very advanced machinery, which is robots. But whereas the inputs to that can come only from humans. And that's what is driving at the moment 5.0, Professor. I would stop at that. I think I have done enough of monologue, but I would stop at that.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Kulkarni, over to you.
Yeah, again, thank you for inviting me. Great pleasure to be here. I think Inder has covered all the basics, what it means. I mean, just to add some more flavor to it, right? And we heard the history of industry 4.0, 3.0, 5.0 just right now. And if you look at the timelines of those history, industry 3.0 probably was what, 80, 100 years, 50, 100 years. 4.0 we started hearing 15, 20 years back, and now we are hearing industry 5.0. And as Inder said, one of the limitations of industry 4.0 supposedly was that it was supposed to be an age where robots take over completely, right? That was the vision of industry 4.0. But as we went into it 15, 20 years, we realized that the technology is not ready or sometimes overcompensating for some things which needs to be compensated back by humans, and that touch is required, right? That is where the entire definition of Industry 5.0 came in. And if you look at both these terms, 4.0, 5.0, they have a very European flavor to it, because Europe is the one which is more focused on, I mean, is thinking more on these issues right now, right? When it comes to man and machine conflicts, when it comes to sustainability, when it comes to anything else, Europe has been on the forefront, and Europe is at the center of these discussions right now. Now, I mean, just think of it in a slightly different manner. What is next, right? I know we are starting 5.0. People have nowhere achieved even their 4 visions right now. I mean, hardly anybody has achieved that vision. But the reason why I'm asking what is next is because Industry 5.0 came in because humans, I mean, were supposedly needed for certain interventions, and the entire focus is on how humans and machines can work together. But as we go ahead with technology progressing so fast and Gen AI and other things filling up that void, is the future going to be Industry 6.0? Probably not. It is going to go back to the original vision where robots can actually take over now. Probably we are in that slightly gray period where we are required. But that's a food for thought. Maybe going forward, we are going to go back to 4.0 where robots can do anything and we'll be just doing the administrative tasks. So interesting to see what happens.
Very scary. You really scared us. Over to you, Mr. Patro.
Yeah, I've been waiting my turn because they missed my introduction in the morning while you were busy in the class.
Oh, okay. I apologize on their behalf. So
No, it was just said in all good spirit. But I wanted to take this opportunity to introduce the company that I represent. So I work for Avasant as a firm, as a partner. And what we do is we provide management consulting services on the business and technology advisory space. Okay, so that's what we do, and that probably earns me a seat to be on this panel talking to the prof and the esteemed panelists here. But on this topic of Industry 5.0, I want to kind of personalize the conversation a little bit, right? So all of us lived through the pandemic. There was this huge effort to preserve human life, right, during the pandemic. So technology itself was reoriented in such a way that it had to take care of human life and not vice versa. Today, we talk about a lot of things. All of you have touched technology in some form or fashion where you go to technology, try and kind of, learn it, change your behavior and kind of get equipped with it. But here was an instance in the pandemic where, the technology itself had to be reoriented to cater to human requirements, right? So that was the first tenet of Industry 5.0, where human centricity really comes to the fore. Okay, let's continue with that thought a little bit. What also happened was, because of lockdowns, nature had its chance. So there were images of penguins walking on the roads in Canada and whatnot, right? The ozone depletion kind of got repleted, the polar caps got repleted, and things like that. So essentially, when everybody kind of took a step back and thought that we have a chance, the world didn't fall down. Of course, we went through some of the stressful moments, but the world didn't fall down. We came to the realization that we can actually co-sustain with the environment. And that's where the second tenet of Industry 5.0, which is sustainability, that, takes, starts to take shape, right? That's where, people started, take notice. Now, all of us are, products of globalization, right? From 30 to 40 years ago, when, the concept of globalization was kind of floated, we thought that, it's all going to be one. But really, in the last few years, we have seen the, political and economic situation change drastically and in a big way. So that stressed out a lot of the supply chain systems, right? There was semiconductor shortage, but it just didn't affect the semiconductor industry. It affected the auto industry. It affected, the electricity industry. Everywhere you see here, you have semiconductors embedded as, embedded systems, chips, and whatnot. So that actually brought forth the third tenet of Industry 5.0, which is how do we be more resilient? How do we redraw the lines of supply chains, not just the factory level, but also in the global level, to be able to kind of meet the human centricity, the first one that we saw, meet the sustainability requirements, the second one that we discussed, and essentially, be a resilient economy so that we can cater for ourselves. So I think that's where the drive to kind of move from industry 4.0 to 5.0 really happened. And I think we are at an interesting juncture in, I think, our evolution as a species, where we will see a lot of, interaction, like Inder said, between machines and humans kind of really playing a prominent role in our lives.
Okay, I will stay with you, Mr. Pathro, since I'll extend probably your conversation to another question that I immediately had popping up in my mind. When I look at my students, because I need to be very ruthless about the objective of my conversation to the extent it is oriented towards how they would be gaining from, let's say, learning 5.0. Frankly speaking, we haven't really introduced 5.0 in a curriculum that we are using for our students. So when I look at 5.0, it's, I don't know, I recall my days when I was doing masters pursuing, we had paradise lost, then we had paradise regained. So it's like humans lost, human beings regained or reinstated. So that kind of an analogy that comes to my mind. So from education standpoint, from management standpoint, where you agree or not, certain amount of dehumanization takes place. Probably as a student of philosophy, I would say, then is it about from being dehumanized and anxiety ridden to, let's say, humanizing the business? Because you're saying human centricity at the core, right? You have resilience, then you have sustainability. So it resonates with triple bottom line. So from that standpoint, how would they look at 5.0 and what would they actually be doing with the career that not only that resonates with them, but they benefit out of it? I know this is a kind of extempore question, but I would really ask for your forgiveness and spend time on answering this question, because this is, I believe, is meant for my students.
Yeah, no, I think it's a very relevant question in the times that we live in, and then where we are all headed. I mean, why just the students? Even the industry professionals like ourselves here, we have a commitment to ourselves to thrive and create those opportunities for ourselves as we kind of see these evolutions hitting us, right? So now, bringing the human factor, if you really think about it, right, Industry 4.0, what was it all about? It was about really setting down the foundational stones of technology prerequisites, right? So you name it, right? All the buzzwords of analytics, AI, even generative AI is something that I would call in the realm of Industry 4.0. There is a lot of mechanized efficiency which exists within the industrial systems, right? I met someone in the morning today who said that she was working in the industrial automation space. So obviously you've seen this industry, you've seen, exactly. Thanks for identifying yourself. So the point here being that, all of you have worked in this technology space, all of you have tasted success in that, which was all about Industry 4.0. Let's not take anything out of that, right? Because the credit really belongs to Industry 4.0. But really, as we take a step back, right, the pandemic really, as it hit all of us, we were looking at situations of, mental health, where the human factor in all these technology and advancements was kind of not helping, right? When people came back to work, the amount of fatalities in the industries or in the factory shop floors never came down. It shot up to the levels, pre-pandemic levels, right? So it made us all think that maybe all this technology advancement, right? And before I get to my point, I also want to call out that at some point, industry leaders are also calling for a stall of the technology advancement. So when ChatGPT hit all of us, none less than Elon Musk himself said that let's kind of just stop this madness. Right? It's hitting all of us in a way which we are not ready to consume. So there is enough technology out there, right? So Industry 4.0 did its part, right? So let's give it credit. Let's not say that it missed a string. It hit what it was supposed to hit. But come 5.0, I think this human element that you refer to is really, really paramount. That's where we believe that, technology should work for humans rather than the other way around.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Over to you, Mr. Dua, if you have any thought on this. And one more element I would add, I don't know, probably as an academic, we do some boring academic work. So 2 Bibles that I came across in the last few months' time. One is Net Positive by Paul Polman. Unilever's chief executive. With Andrew Winston, he writes about how they actually impact. 5.0 is all about sustainability, human centricity, and resilience. And he talks about the executive compensation, that the CEOs, you have one CEO laying off people, then again getting huge amount of bonus, right? Larry Ellison doing what he did with Trump administration. Then there are litany of Starbucks, right? The short-term gains the businesses are looking at. And most importantly, tax avoidance. So he talks about 11 pillars, net positive, which is probably one of the Bible of 5.0. So what would you actually be saying when you look at your own experience with regards to 5.0 and with regards to our students? Because we've been talked about how they need to apply strategy. For a fact, I mean, I go passionately teach them, you know what, apply these techniques that will make you more persuasive in your communication. That would have you convince people. You present in a manner that people actually move to action. So when I look at my own action, what am I doing? I'm in a way telling them there's no ethicality for existence. So when I look at this biblical document 5.0, my question is this: how should they be orienting their understanding and learning that they are doing business, but business with a lot of, I believe, ethics, because that otherwise it will be unsustainable, right? Tax avoidance, executive compensation, and labor, because labor, as famous economist Susan Helper was saying in connection with 5.0, labor has been treated as a kind of commodity. They can be easily replaced by robots, right? Robots. That's what, and that is what 5.0 is supposedly challenging. So in the process, how would they be reorienting their learning of business management that they are ready for 5.0?
I didn't commit to this kind of complex questions, Professor. I must say that.
You know what, I must tell you, we actually incomprehensible questions, and incomprehensibility is hallmark of our existence. So please bear with us, please, and find a way, because this is real world, complex world, and give us an answer.
Sure. Honest,
We get paid for being incomprehensible, by the way.
On a selfish note, we go to IT industry because 1 and 0, these are the only two things that we talk about. Beyond that, it's relativity is.
Okay, break it down, sir. Break it down.
No,
And just tell us how.
I was on the lighter note. First, I will extend to what Rakesh was talking about 5.0 and the challenge and students, how do they need to orient. First thing, it's unavoidable. Like evolution, it is unavoidable. Accept it. But as Rakesh was saying, accepted that it has to be towards you rather than you working towards technology. That's the one important thing. And the moment you say that, no, I can run away from that, I can live without that, and my world is what is today, no, it's not possible. You are going to be engulfed into it. So please accept the fact. That's one thing that I would say from there. Now, coming to the question that you've asked, Professor, I believe we, or like I as well, in my job, in my company, we face that ethical part very often. That can be at the level of recruitment, that can be at the level of doing business with our clients. And while we are working with different competition, IT service industry has become actually like a tomatoes and onions, to be honest. It is so commoditized that to get the deal, you go to any level. So where should you stop? Now, extending it to even for, in terms of taking business decisions, you are making choices, choices towards the organizations that you choose to work with. Number one, within the organization, you are choosing a group who you are going to work with, a leader to work with. I believe it comes down to the individual level, Professor, that where is your limit? Where is your benchmark that I'm okay to agree with the policies or the ways of working with the organization or the leader? The choice is what you make. Now, the ethics part is always personal. And I believe, we are talking again with Deepti, that it comes down to relativity as well. That's something which is immoral for me, for somebody, for his sustenance, that is a moral part as well. Trust me, that definition has become very fluid. But I would say that for business and ethics part of it, clear your own conscience. That means what you feel is right. And that comes from your experience, from your how you have been grown in your family, in the college, in your friends. Based on that, take your personal decision in the organization and working with the leaders that to what limit you are comfortable with. And based on that, you are going to take a decision. Example with compensation, Professor, particularly for leaders. I have seen leaders who have taken a pay cut as well, so that the salary that they are getting can be given to the low level, like people who are level for that. That's a commitment. And I have seen leaders as well who have no botheration about whatever else is there. I need to be there. If you ask my opinion, I am for the leaders who have taken a cut, because that shows the commitment, that gives motivation to people, and that's somebody there to take care of you. That's my morality, and that's what my principle is. But as I said, people have very different views towards that.
Thank you, sir. Over to you, Mr. Kulkarni. Staying with this question, if you all of you would pardon me, net positive. In fact, he calls it net positive, 5.0 net positive. Look at an organization. If the organization, how do you draw a matrix? Through a matrix. If the organization is giving more than what it is receiving, then it's net positive, it's 5.0. I mean, that's what probably a rough calculation he's making. So from that standpoint, what would you say? How would, when you do a crystal ball gazing into the future of our students when they have jobs coming up, so how would they measure? What is the litmus test for them to understand whether it's a right decision? Not only would they be walking to that job, but is it going to really offer them 5.0? So I know it's again, I got the mandate from all of you to ask 2 questions which are not there, which are off limits, beyond the syllabus. So
that's fine. We are used to it. Much more tougher questions than this. So that's fine. So before just addressing that, right? I mean, one good thing I would say about the people in this room here is everybody has come with a certain amount of work ex. I heard people from 5 years to 20 years, 25 years work ex in the room, right? So what is happening for you in this course? I know you're learning a lot of new things, a lot of new concepts, but I think what is most important thing that is happening for you is you're learning to unlearn, right? All of you have come with certain notions, certain beliefs, but I'm assuming the first 3 months is for you to unlearn and be open to new ideas, be open to obviously contextualize it in what you have known already, but be open to new ideas, be open to new things and unlearn, right? And that is going to be the most important thing, even in the future when you're trying to adapt with all of these changes, right? I mean, things evolve. When we started a career, there were different things, there were different technologies, and we were hoping that that is something which is going to stay with us forever, but it did not. We have also had to learn new things. Nobody had heard of Gen AI till about 1 or 2 years back. Now every conversation has that word in it. Every customer we talk to has that question to us. What can I do? How is it going to affect me? How should I prepare for it? So just in that context, that is the most important takeaway I would advise everyone from this room to take out of this course also is your ability to unlearn and go into the market with a very, very open mind, with a very, very flexible approach towards learning new things and addressing those things. I'm sorry, I forgot your question.
So absolutely. That's what I was looking forward to. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Yes, please.
Prof, you actually brought up this very important point about measuring the success of learning, right? So I just want to quote here something. There's something called the World Manufacturing Foundation, right? So essentially, it's an equivalent of World Economic Foundation. So if you actually looked at their latest report, they called out the skills required for working in the factory of the future, right? So you kind of trace it back. Factory of the future requires workers who are equipped with the skills of the future, right? So let me kind of draw upon the collective intelligence of the gang here. So they called out 10 skills which are really required for working in the factory of the future. Can you take a wild guess of how many of those skills were like hard skills, core skills, technical skills, tangible, measurable output skills? Any guesses? Yeah, so there are hard skills, there are soft skills, right? So take a wild guess of what the percentage of hard skills were called out in the 10 listed skills. exactly. So the answer is actually 40%. They called like 4 skills, digital literacy, AI awareness, and they're not saying AI expertise, right? They're saying AI awareness, right? So let's kind of start decoding those indications that we are getting from industries and, bodies that are tracking this. 60%, a vast majority of the 60% of the skills are around entrepreneur, ability to change, communication skills and things like that. So to your question, Prof, of what should we all, not just the student community, right? What could we all be looking forward to kind of step inside this world of Industry 5.0 is essentially to kind of split that mandate in our minds a little bit of, core, hard coded versus soft skills, right? That's really important for us to understand. The other thing is, let's flip the question a little bit. Why the expectations from the industry towards the students, right? What we are also seeing increasingly is through our campus placement programs, through our, academic connection programs, is that there's a lot of questions that we face with respect to our CSR and sustainability initiatives, right? Students want to be choosing those organizations. They're taking a very conscious step of stepping into organizations for their growth, who are really conscious about what they are, impacting the market, impacting the general environment with. So I think it's also important to recognize here that you as a student community, the youngsters, like Mr. Singh said that, there is a lot of inclination of having loaded the boardroom with the youngsters, right? It's important to kind of stick to your guns a little bit, ask the same questions that you have been asking us so far, but further the conversation a little bit, right? Bring that relevance into this whole conversation of, look, we are stepping into Industry 5.0 era. What are you doing? How can you help me achieve my objectives?
Thank you. Thank you.
Professor, can I add?
Yes, please,
two
sir.
things?
Please, by all means, please.
One is the last part that Rakesh had said that, again, on the younger generation, it's not just that industry would like to have you. What we are seeing as a trend is that you are also selecting the organizations where you want to work in. And more, I think I just mentioned a term that the intangible part of the organization is becoming more important, as much important as the tangible. It's not just about the salary. It's not just about the role. It's about what does that organization stand for? What is the respect that organization is doing? Is it just a, cookie cutter approach, or they are thinking beyond just the work, doing something more for society? I will close with that, the net positive as an example. I work for Info 17 years, so I remember mostly about Infosys, Professor. So say, for example, in Hyderabad, we have got a campus where we generate our own electricity through solar panels. But the important part is that even after generating that electricity, we save quite a bit of electricity that we give it back to the state. So there are thousands of street lights that are running from that solar panel that we work on, we maintain that and then give it back to that. So that's an example of net positive that some of the organizations are doing.
So thank you, sir. In a way, probably I'm glad that we have companies like yours, which are absolutely standing tall as ambassadors of Positive 5.0. Now, in fact, a while ago when you were kind of very lovingly accusing me of being complex, and Mr. Patro has actually taken the wind out of my next question because he answered the question that was there. And not knowing that he was answering, that's beautiful. But I would request you to extend on that answer, because that pertains to my students' learning ability and what they should be looking at as consultants, as consulting companies. First part of the question, and allow me to be complex that I'm trained to be. The first part of the question is, of course, as consulting companies, what are you actually envisioning doing about keeping people and organizations ready for 5.0? And from their side, what should they be exactly doing as a bullet point or as a collection of bullet points that would make them ready for adhering to 5.0? So anyone, anyone, please take a stab at it, sir.
One part I just mentioned in my previous comment. So the two parts to your question, right? One is, what are consulting companies doing in this particular regard, and what should students do to prepare for that the change that is happening? What we are doing, there are always two aspects to how a consulting company works, right? There is a reactive part to it and there is a proactive part to it, right? And very, very few times or very, very few companies, I would say, have the vision to look at things proactively. And those are the ones who make the difference. Those are the ones who can go ahead. Most of the times people come to us are in a very reactive mode. Hey, my last quarter has not been good. Let's say, what can I do now? Or very, very few times we'll get to address. But when we get to address those particular questions, the way we approach those particular problems, let's say taking industry 5.2 as an example over here, right? To look at it at a very, very holistic manner, to look at the bigger picture, because you're not talking about 1 or 2 years or 3 years here, right? You're at least talking about a 5-year trend that you're envisioning. And especially when it comes to how they should go about, I would probably use the word skilling or reskilling their talent in this particular area. I mean, if you want really to get into it, there is a very, very data-driven approach that you can take to this, right? I mean, you can look into, and there are a lot of companies who can provide you a data, a lot of platforms that can give you that particular data of two things. One is how the historical trajectory of certain roles has been, and how has those roles progressed going forward. Just for an example, let's say if I like a product manager's role, right? There is, you can look at data either for a large company like Infosys, they can look at their own data, but other companies can look at overall data which is available, and they will tell you the trajectory of people, how it has been in the past, what kind of roles have evolved to be a product manager. I mean, nobody is born a product manager, right? Nobody is product manager from day one. But what kind of roles have evolved to a product manager, and historically, what has been the branching after that, right? So there is a very in-depth data-related study you can do. And at the same time, look at your workforce. Now look at the gaps, right? You have a benchmark from the market which says that, hey, this is what, obviously for something like Industry 4.2, it is not going to be very different from Industry 4.2 because skills don't change. Skills are still the same. It's not that there's something new which has come. It is still going to be data. It is still going to be AI. It is still going to be cloud, IoT, whatever other things you want to throw at it, right? So looking at the benchmarks, what has been working, and not taking it on the face value, but then looking at a very, very honest, in-depth assessment, being true to yourself, looking at your workforce and taking the hard decisions, right? You will have to take the hard decisions of what percentage of that workforce can be skilled, what can't be. I mean, you cannot assume that everybody can be reskilled as well, right? So taking the hard decisions, 5 to 10%, whatever that is, but at the same time, putting all your efforts into those 70-80% people that you want to be reskilled and people who are open into it. Just to, I mean, summarize, taking a hard look, looking at what others are doing, contextualizing it to your own self, and building a proper career plan for particular for those people. And second part, I mean, I just answered in the last comment itself. For students, the only advice I have currently is keep your potential to unlearn going. That is going to be the key of everything else.
With you, Mr. Dua, I would ask you this part of the question, which probably is again, Elon Musk admitted to his mistakes when he said it was too much automation, right? In connection with 5.0, he, for the first time, probably he was doing that because the invincibility was falling apart. And when he said that, he literally was in a way saying that we don't know what is going to happen. At the very core of our conversation that probably I requested you earlier. So AI, machine learning, IoT, all these elements are born into human minds, right? And humans, if you believe not in artificial intelligence, sorry, not in divine intelligence, but natural intelligence, we've been born into chimps, right? Chimps, is that what you call chimps? So how scary things are going to be, considering the fact, you know what I'm referring to. That's exactly what the scare that you're putting in my mind earlier.
Yeah.
So how prepared should we be?
I'm going to answer that question. Before that, I'll make a comment. The question that you had asked, Nitin, I had already prepared the answer for that. So, but you changed the subject, so I have to unlearn now. But okay. But the question that you've asked is at my heart, because since the time you have invited me for this, and since the time you have posed those questions like preparedness, I have been baffled. I have to prepare as well. Unless I was thinking I will go and just talk, but now I have to answer questions. Anyhow, so before I answer that, I'll tell you an incident, Professor, that happened. And I discussed with my son. My son is 10 years old, Athar. So you're walking, and in Bangalore, there are chicken shops as well, right? There are chickens which are hanging from the thread, and people come in, they select, I need this chicken, this has got more meat, this chicken, it has got a better leg, something like that. And they were selecting, and the person will bring in. As well as there are chickens which are in the cage, and you will say, I need this chicken, which is brown color, it has got this one, so they pick it up. When he was choosing, there was a thought that came to my mind that, is there a future like humans are selecting the chickens, and chickens don't have any control over their destiny? Humans have, because humans are the most evolved species. It's not just chicken, it can be fish, it can be anything. So is it going to be a future where somebody else is going to select the human race as well and do that? Now, I said, what is a corollary to that? And that's where chimps came in, that there was a point humans evolved from chimpanzees. At some point of time, they coexisted. Some of the chimpanzees became evolved humans. Some of the chimpanzees remain what they are. It's just a hypothesis, but they coexisted, and some species evolved, some species remain where they are. But there was an element of involvement from chimpanzees into evolution of humans. Today, it's a similar thing. Humans are building bots, we call it cobots, which are going to work with them, but we are helping evolution of that, which is going to be at least 50 times faster than how chimpanzees and humans evolved. Because we are putting chips into that, they are going to learn language in 1 second, they're going to learn the aerobics in 10 seconds, so it's evolving. So I see that as we are making the most rational, logical, unemotional robots that can work 24 hours, as well as they can take decisions which are not driven by, somebody's whims and fancy. The moment they have cognitive and a bit of feel, they will be in the best position to say that I don't need 8 billion people for this small earth. I need only selective, tribes, selective people, this one. And like chickens, they're going to select. It's a very crude example, but I foresee that they are going to pick up this one, not eligible, take it out. This is the best based on data, genetics, keep this one create out. It's a very, very crude, this one, but that's what it came to my mind. The thing that I wanted to tell students is that today, 3 out of 10 people talk about environment because it has already degraded. If we have to be prepared for the future that we are thinking about, the robots or the cobots that we are thinking today, they have to be taught today itself that they have to be empathetic to humans. Because I believe in the future, they are going to be superior than us. So they need to be told right now that please be empathetic to humans because you have to co-live with that. That's my thought process.
It's rather scary, and Jeffrey Hinton, the father of AI, of course, is kind of resonating with you. I know that's rather scary for me. Fair enough. Staying there, sir, for you, what would your take be? Because Industry 5.0, it looks all that hunky-dory, but when we have doomsday predictions, I'm not doomsday, of course, with negative connotation being taken out. So how prepared should we humans be? Is it all that hunky-dory because the European Union has imposed it? Is it a compulsion? Because a lot of people are saying it's a compulsion, a lot of organizations saying, why should we be sticking to it? But again, it's a very complex world, right? So you have environment, you have human extinction, and you have organizations being productive, and then you have planet, people, and of course, profit. So
I am optimistic actually. To start with, I'm very, very optimistic about the possibilities of this whole concept of Industry 5.0. Right? I'll tell you why. On one extreme is what Inder just narrated, right? So maybe, the best or the worst case scenario that we can look at. But I think where, alluding to the previous question that you asked, how can consultants, by way of the advantage or the vantage point that they have of having, the ability to talk to multiple industries, multiple clients, gauging their, current potential, right? And how do they kind of project themselves into the future? So that's where my optimism really starts from. I think Industry 5.0 should definitely be looked at as a human augmentation, thing, or what do you call it, mechanism, or whatever it is, right? So what do I mean by that? So Industry 4.0, let's start from there. We had all the technology prerequisites, AI, right? So today you are able to kind of immediately model and simulate things that can give you instantaneous decision-making ability, right? So that's one thing. Second thing is that a lot of industrial automation, right, which is already there. And there's a lot of convergence between the operational technology resident in the factories and the larger information technology, right? That convergence is happening. So all the good things have happened. Now, if we think about it from the lens of human augmentation, so what do we really mean by that? So a factory worker, let's say he or she needs to do a immediate decision on the factory shop floor. This convergence, this augmentation of Industry 5.0 really enables him or her to take that decision, because now this person has been backed by a lot of data, a lot of AI modeling, which is probably happening in real time. So there's like a augmented worker on the factory shop floor. That is one. Now this comes from having the analytical ability. Now we've had this question of workforce competency or availability of workforce, right? Today, the activities which require a lot of physical force, right? You probably have the ability to take such augmentation abilities, right? Women, for example, and no, please don't get me wrong here. For physically stressing work, men are known to be, the natural choice, right? That's how the, nature, evolution has happened. But with, augmented arms, let's say earth moving equipment, etc., which we already have in the mix, but take that, extend that to the shop floor, right? You have a 50% workforce really getting augmented, to the current workforce that you are looking at, right? People with special abilities, right? Even they can use this augmentation of Industry 5.0 and make things happen, which are, which were hitherto impossible, right? So I think I see this with a lot of optimism. Let's treat this to be a little bit of an augmentation, that Industry 4.0 plus situation rather than Industry 5.0, where we are, already predicting D-Day, right? So that's where our head is at.
Wonderful, thank you. So now again, I would go back to you, Mr. Kulkarni, starting with you. When we take decisions, now let's get down to the brass tacks of decision-making process. We in management education, we tell them that this is a format, this is a framework, whether it is a Kahneman model or many models, right? Rationalistic decision-making models. So considering the fact 5.0 is all about nobody is replacing anyone, machines and humans, right? They're equally important, equal partners. That's the core. So that being the case, when they're making life-changing decisions or career decisions or life-impacting decisions or any decision, what would they need to be adding to the decision-making process they were not earlier adding, considering the fact this is going to be 5.0 centric or 5.0 compliant? Starting with you, absolutely.
What question that you're asked us? So I'm sorry, I didn't get your question.
Decision-making process will change. How will necessarily change?
This for
decision-making process for individuals, for organizations. Both.
Okay. Yeah, sure. So again, if I just take a step back and look at what were some of the issues with Industry 4.0, right? And we are saying 5.0 because we are thinking that they are going to be, and the decision making we are assuming is going to be different from 4.0 because we are trying to change things over here, right? But is it really going to be very, very fundamentally different? Only in a few aspects, right? Because there are still problems of 4.0 which are not being solved, right? Those problems we still have to solve. So that is still going to be the 90% of the things that are going to. What were the issues with 4.0? Huge investments were required. 5.0 is not going to solve that, right? In fact, a very, very counterintuitive point, 5.0, we talk about sustainability and all those things. But one of the issues with 4.0 was because everybody was now suddenly going into the technological adoption, it led to a problem of e-waste also, right? So how do you counter that when you're saying 5.0 is going to be more technological, but at the time also sustainable, but use more sensors, use more technology, use more cloud space or whatever that is, right? So fundamental questions still remain the same. What is going to change is that human machine interaction part, right? And to be very honest, I don't have an answer because that is evolving so fast, right? If you had asked this question 1 year back, and some people are still in that denial state of mind saying that no, Gen AI is not going to affect my job. It can't do. But the question is not what it can do today. What can it do in 3 months down the line? What can it do 6 months down the line? Right. So to prepare for that, I don't think there is a very, I'll just give one example before I close. So there was this time, I think late 90s or early 2000s, or maybe before that, when the entire concept of ERP came into existence, right? And that time there was the same hype everywhere around. Oh, now not automated, but ERP systems are coming in, jobs are going to be lost. Now we don't need accountants, or you don't need those people who are keeping records. But what that led to is probably creation of lakhs of more jobs, because ERP needed to be customized. ERP needed to be very contextualized. So for that brief period of time, there was a scare. And if that point of time, if you would have told somebody that this is what is going to happen, people might not have believed you. So only advice I have is, again, going back to the previous thing, be self-aware that your jobs, your skills are going to be impacted, and be ready to adapt according to how to do it. Today, I don't have an answer because it is changing so rapidly, but that's it.
So we frankly, thanks a lot, sir. We don't know. In fact, it's like a green swan, right? So it's changing so fast. So both of you, again, I'll pick your brains on this, collective brains on this decision-making process undergoing change organizationally and individually. That was anyway discussed in the syllabus, so I'm staying true to my syllabus.
I have prepared for this, Professor. So yeah, you can evaluate me for that. I was speaking to quite a few students in the morning itself, and there are students who have come from pure industry background, like somebody has worked in pharmaceutical industry. They have never touched technology. There are people who work only in technology. They have never touched the domain side of things. When I look at industry 5.
Also, sir, sorry, pardon me for cutting short. We have a person who is not a civilian. He's an army colonel also. Yes. So it should also address that part of your
So
answer.
I was coming to the Ragib as well, who's our friend. What I see for 5.0 for students to, first thing that I'm telling more and more to every student is that I don't think so there is any compartment like a domain or a technology or a data or process. Everything is coming together. People need to be comfortable with dealing with anything.
Okay.
That means while you are making a career choice for or decision for that, never be, there are people who are like, I cannot touch technology. I'm scared of that. Still, there are people, and there are people that I'm a pure technology person. I don't need to get into the process. I don't need to get into data. But I think these 4 things are going to be always coming together: process, data, architecture, and all these 4 things coming together. For example, in life sciences, in pharmaceutical, for example, when we are thinking of a solution today, we are thinking about having a chip in your human body, which is continuously taking images as well as continuously monitoring data. The future is that you don't even need in real time a doctor at the point. If it's an emergency, you got a chip that is taking a data. That data is actually going into a monitoring system. That monitoring system is actually feeding the information, and the chip itself is taking some action, at least for some time. So it's a combination of data, it's the automation, it's about the process and the human in the center. That is the future for which you all need to be prepared for. Never think about only siloed thinking of a process or a data or anything. That's a decision making, or I would say awareness, that all of you need to make going forward. That's
Thank you, sir. Thank you. It kind of fits into a mental model we call visualize all your dominoes, right? So I mean, it's very difficult, though it's very difficult in hindsight. Yes, yes, sir, to you, over to you.
I got pinged by the prof with this question 20 seconds ago, so and I had to be ready for this. So, but I think it's a very relevant question. The question is, how will 5.0 impact decision making, right? And I think it's a very, very relevant question because the decision beam really will shift towards humans. Let's face it, right? You know, the basic tenet, the front and center of Industry 5.0 is humans. Right. So I think what we will have to evolve to is to be able to be in a position to use technology for us rather than, you know, kind of go to technology and try to figure things out. Right. So the prerequisites, as I said earlier, in Industry 4.0 have been set for us. I think it's about trying to figure out those use cases that we can, you know, spin up so that we make our lives easier, we make the environment more sustainable, we make the supply chains more resilient. So I think it's a cycle where it's all interconnected, very tightly spun fabric, but the decision cycle really shifts towards the humans. Let's take an example, right? So early 1990s, when we started with the IT outsourcing industry, I'm sure even though you have diverse backgrounds here, you have tracked the IT outsourcing industry, right? We replaced people for people, right? The arbitrage there was cost. Arbitrage there was, you know, availability of skills in locations like India and, you know, other destinations. So that was a people-to-people replacement. That kind of ran for about 20, 30 years, right? Then came the age of RPA, you know, robotics, process automation, and things like that. With Industry 5.0, you know, there's a new term which has come up saying cobots. The first time I heard it, I was like, what kind of a bot is this? It's still a bot, but it kind of coexists with you to augment you. To my earlier point, that this is a case of augmentation rather than, you know, something taking over, you know, human skills, creativity, ability to change and stuff like that. So we have to kind of elevate our role in that whole plane of Industry 5.0, where we are the ones controlling technology. Technology is available for us to, you know, spin up use cases to make our lives comfortable.
Wonderful. Thank you. So I was just trying to be warned about the time limit. So that's where I was disturbing. But wonderfully, I was told delightfully that we still have a lot of time. Thank you. Now, staying there in that situation, when we talk about, let's say, the green swans, I hope all of you are high-end consultants, green swans. So how do we prepare organizations? How do we prepare ourselves to really develop the ability to look into the green swans? I mean, the analogy is, of course, is a grandstanding, but somebody talks about Ukraine war, somebody talks about COVID. So the green, they're black swans, and they surprise people. They caught people off guards. But green swans are, which are pleasantly surprising people. And the exponentially, if the growth is exponential, that becomes a green swan, according to the experts 5.0. Now, such green swans, how do we actually, or how do our students get prepared for this green swans when they are thinking of their career? So if you can shed light on that, sir. Of course, it was not part of the agreed document, but I thought since having this conversation, I led to think that this might really help my students. And the more I probably harass you, the more I push you to the corner. The guest, please go ahead.
I assume this answer would have bonus points because this is out.
Absolutely,
Yes.
absolutely. There you go.
Okay. I have only one, at the moment I could think of one way or one thing that we have started doing. I would extend to what I said earlier, that there are 4 elements, which is process, data, technology, and human into that. But the other thing is finding the green swans and the black swans. I would say black swans were the first term that came in, then the green swans came in. Green swans are actually things that you want to do so that you can have expected results, that to exponentially good results. Advice, or as a consultant, this is my primary job to give advice. We are learning more from outside of my primary industry than my primary industry. For example, I'm into pharmaceutical industry where I have to find green swans or areas that can grow, that can take us to find more opportunity for automation, this one. But actually, pharmaceutical industry is a laggard. Because of regulation, it moves very slow. if that is the case, and if it's that is inhibiting you to think in that area where you're working, you got to look outside of your industry. I look at retail, consumer health, consumer retail, consumer goods. That industry is moving at 10 times faster than this one. Certainly not all ideas can be there, but you have to look outside to find green swans. That's one way. Second way is we are responsible to create an innovation culture into our clients. But it is our responsibility as a consulting organization, our responsibility as well to bring that culture within the team as well for innovation. Are you having innovation hubs? Are you having innovation workshops? Are you going deeper into the things that you're doing? You're finding the opportunity for innovation. That's something, the second thing that I would advise organizations need to do that. I think that's what gives you opportunity for listing out the ideas for green swans. Two things.
Lovely. Great, sir. I would stay with this green swans, my favorite. So it's for consultants and for 5.0. Your take on the green swans that they could be crystal ball gazing into.
Yeah, I think again, the opportunities actually, stay at various different levels, right? So if you really look at the pyramid of automation, traditional shop floor, there is like, devices with sensors, then there is like a supervisory layer, then there is like enterprise level, automation and things like that, right? So the opportunities where we can potentially make a positive difference actually, stays across the layer of any industrial value chain. Now, if you take a step back, right, think about this question. You cannot solve a problem if you are there at the same level of the problem itself. You got to step aside from it, kind of look at it from a very different perspective. So we are talking about sustainability here. We cannot have sustainability as the mainstream agenda if we keep sticking to low cost, supply chain systems, low cost, manufacturing processes and things like that. There's got to be discussions around, usage of smart materials, right? Alternate usage, not just materials, right? Companies like Apple, they are saying that they're committing that in just a short span of about 7 years from now, they will be using sustainable energy for all of their production lines. That's a huge commitment, right? So I think that's a green swan, right? The same actually reflects in the way our country is also progressing. So for example, there are about 12 odd, manufacturing setups that are going to come up as, by way of this Apple's commitment to India as an economy. All these 12 factories are going to follow this sustainable model of using renewable energy in their factory line, right? So that's expansion of really where the green swan opportunities are. The government through its way of e-procurement, right? The e-procurement portal, which is open for all of the Navratna companies. If you were to be a vendor to any of these companies, you have to have sustainable practices to be even listed to those things. So I think there's a lot of opportunity that really exists, and the green swans keep coming.
Yes, Mr. Kulkarni, your take on the green swans.
Yeah, I mean, so because it is very difficult to predict these events, I will just keep my answer limited to technology related green swans, right? And there is a very famous quote, a very, very famous person, I can't remember who it is, who said that, and it's true, that we tend to overestimate the impact of technology in the short term and underestimate the impact of technology in the long run, right? And that has been proven to be true in multiple points, right? So as an organization, how do you balance that outlook towards any new technological green swan that might come in is become very important, right? But this is not a new phenomena, right? I mean, there have been shifts that have happened before. I remember, I think it was around 14 or 15 sometimes when IoT was like the next big thing that was coming and everybody's trying to prepare for it. And there was a very, very famous data point, I think it was by Cisco, which said that there will be 50 billion connected things or devices by 2020, right? And internally we were having discussions. I said, looks unlikely because of ABC reasons, but industry always has been optimistic. And if you look at that number now, even 2023, that is not, last I read, it was somewhere between 30 to 35 billion, right? So that has something which is very, very difficult. If you're going to plan your investments for that scale, because you think that's a green swan event, right? You think that is going to give you opportunities. But it is again, going back to the previous things, keep on being very agile about it and keep on very, very real time evaluating things that are happening. And IoT has happened. 10 years back, the next biggest thing in the IT industry was something called as SMAC, right? I mean, the full form of SMAC, I'm sure everybody here knows, was Social, Mobile, Analytics, and Cloud. And that was supposed to disrupt everything that is going around, right? Again, you don't know how much of it, obviously mobile, analytics, cloud, everybody went up. Social probably did not go as much as what people would have anticipated, because Facebook was the next big thing. Everybody was thinking everything is going to be social, everything is going to be connected. Obviously, we are connected now, but in a very different vision than what was there now, right? So only, I mean, just to summarize, again, for the technological green swans, keep realistic, try to be a realistic view of how technologies are evolving and keep on reevaluating at a constant interval. That's the only thing I can say.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for those fascinating answers. Now, I would request, considering we have bounded time, I would request questions from my students from the audience so that they can have a freewheeling conversation without having a medium like me in between. Please, over to you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the wonderful industry insights. I'm Siddharth and I have 7.5 years of experience with Infosys. I have a question for Inder sir. We are talking about a resource constrained world. On the other hand, unemployment remains a concern. How is Industry 5.0 going to bridge or fix these two concerns?
Yes, sir. Over to you.
Out of syllabus, yeah. Again. I need some time to think as well, so let me think. Okay. Industry 5.0 is not the solution for unemployment problem, Siddharth, number one. The problem for employment, which is today, is going to remain same, that how our own infrastructure, I'm talking about education infrastructure, is in line with the kind of opportunity that are there for employment. If you are investing in that infrastructure, that means you are in line with what is needed in the future for Industry 5.0. That means you can solve to some extent employment problem. But Industry 5.0 directly is not responsible or directly is not going to contribute to reduce unemployment. Although, if the current generation or the kind of education that we are building, if it is not in line with what is expected in 5.0, there can be a bigger problem of unemployment. That's the take that I will have.
So I think, Siddharth, great question, but, a slightly different perspective, right? So think of it this way. The theme of this is resource constrained world. The way we are thinking about this whole situation, right, is through the lens of constraints. But if you really elevate yourself to this Industry 5.0, I'm just spinning a possibility here. Given that you have all the fundamental building blocks, all you have to do is be creative, right? Industrialization has been kind of blamed for trying to bring products in the one size fit all kind of a t-shirt size, right? You don't have to do that anymore. Mass customization is something that Inder referred to earlier. So I think in terms of impact on the workforce, what happens is people can get more creative, people can create more opportunities for them. And I think you don't have to be restrained. You don't have to really fit a square into a circle, right? So I think the possibilities are endless. It's about we spinning up those use cases. That's the way I really think about this whole paradigm shift from 4.0 to 5.0, and employment absolutely kind of falls in line that way.
Thank you. Next question.
So thank you for your valuable time. My question is to Patro, sir. So you mentioned about the futuristic industries. So the point is, what we read generally is the major investment comes from the developed countries in terms of the new age technologies. When we talk about the organization, the major organization, the larger organizations are the one who are investing in the new age technologies, because that need high cost of research and development. So do you think this will again enhance the gap between in terms of countries, if we say the developed and the developing countries, if we say in terms of the organization between the large organization and a small organization, and thus reflect in the society at large?
Great question there. I think, first of all, if you take a step back, right, this whole democratization of technology really blurs a few boundaries. That's the point to start. Now, every country, every economy has a role to play in it, right? So when this whole, data revolution started, AI revolution started, we took our position in the market as a country. So the position that we took was that, look, we are a country of diverse, languages, ethnicities, food practices. So if you really want to make your language models or AI models robust, come to us, we will give you the data, right? So that way, I think, there have been technology revolutions in the past where, the inventions are done elsewhere, and then in the next wave, we get to be the consumers. But in this, situation, the place of technology evolution where we are at, I think we are co-creators. Professor Patro in the morning said that, look, you got to think yourself as co-creators of whatever you do. So I think we have a unique position right now. All economists have a unique position of being co-creators of that next wave of Industry 5.0.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Harshvardhan, and I have 6.5 years of experience in the construction industry. I really liked Inder sir's point about our robot overlords, the worst case scenario. But assuming the Armageddon does not happen, every generation of industry from 1.0 till 4.0 has promised us that we'll be more equal. But over the years, we have seen that income inequality has grown. So does Industry 5.0 address this, or are we doomed to this self-fulfilling prophecy where the rich get richer, the poor get poorer? I think that's my question.
Sorry, come again?
That's rather academic. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
A professor always tells me it is out or inside the syllabus. Look, I wanted to extend from what Rakesh had started and to answer your question in terms of not just the countries, but people. This is the age where, or this is the industry, or I would say the organization setup or the opportunity setup where everybody has access. As long as you got access to information, access to good education, you are as powerful as anybody in any part of the country or the world. It is again capitalizing on that opportunity as to how much you can capitalize. From that perspective, if you look at it, India is no less than any of the developed countries, as the question was, and India is less a country against other countries as well if we do not capitalize. So it's again, where is the focus of the person as you are, or the country is as to how to use that, what is available. And that availability, I don't think so it has a huge investment cost. We're not talking about heavy machinery, we're not talking about this one. Today, I would say more of an information age, which can be used to drive machinery, and that excess gives you as much power to grow. So in my view, I think the inequality should go down more rather than increasing.
If you thought about 4.0, right, like Mr. Singh said in his speech, it was all about take, make, and then discard. Somewhere in the middle, you have use for yourself, right? So where you are taking from, right, where you are making and where you're discarding, all of those concepts, right, are fundamentally, designed to create inequality, right? 5.0, by the very definition of it, is human-centric. Right. So when you are designing a new product, you already are accounting for sustainability. That's the incessant reminders that we have to give to ourselves. When you step into the industry, you see a product getting built. I think that's something that you should remind every one of us, wherever you are sitting. So I think the question of inequality probably is going to, I'm sure is going to get down.
Harsh, probably I'll be taking an airtime, little bit of airtime, and robbing it from them. It will definitely, as you said, it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy. I would say yes, but in a different way. It is really going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy because 5.0 has been designed keeping choice architecture in mind, and read Choice Architecture by Richard Thaler, Nudge. So this whole stuff has been designed, has been enabled in a way that it would really enable to bridge the gap between the poor and the rich little more. So inequality is one of the manifesto points in Net Positive and Paul Polman's book, that famous one of the biblical books on 5.0. So he talks about it and how it has to decrease, otherwise this will not sustain. How do you justify sustainability? How do you justify human centricity? How do you justify resilience? So it is designed in a manner that actually would, in a self-fulfilling manner, decrease inequality. And I'm very, very hopeful about it. That's my take at least. So read Net Positive. That's what I would say. Thank you. Next question, please.
Hi, my name is Nishant Sharma. So I have worked for the last 6 years in the robotics and automation industry. So I know a thing or two about AI. I mean, Gen AI has been thrown around recently quite a lot, but I've been working with AI since the last 6 years. So before I ask my question, I just wanted to tell a short story about, it is a very popular saying in automation industry, and it was told to me by one of my first managers. So there was a soap manufacturer who had a fully automated conveyor line. He had a system of automated packing machine. And at the end of the conveyor line, he wanted to create a machine that would make sure that all the packets are filled. None of the soap packets are empty, right? So he gave this to a Japanese company. The Japanese company came up with $1 billion machine that uses sensors and radars and everything to detect whether it has soap in it or not. Then he gave the same thing to an Indian company. The Indian company put a fan at the end of the conveyor line, and it was able to do the job, right? So my question is, the automation industry is misunderstood a lot, right? The capabilities are there, the technology is there, but the problem that we robotics company have faced in the last 6 years have been the adoption, especially in the Indian market. The Indian market is a lot reluctant to, adopt technologies, warehouse automation technologies, or say industrial arm for that matter. What are your opinions on this? Why do you think the Indian market is like?
Who is this question for?
Sir, maybe if you can start. I mean, I'm open to anybody if you.
Fine, sir. You probably, since there's a lot of autonomy as to who can take this question. So
your question, if I understood after that wonderful story, was whether Indian market is slow to adopt some of these things, right? I mean, I don't think there's a black and white answer here. A lot of it is depending on competition and the government policies also, right? In a market where you're forced to compete with the best in the world, let's say automotive, for example, right? I wouldn't say that Indian automotive industry by far is, if I look at plants of Tata Motors here in Pune, or I look at a Volvo plant, a Volkswagen plant, I wouldn't say that they're not adopting technology as much as Volkswagen is, right? Because they've been pushed to that competition, pushed to that degree. So it's not a very straightforward answer. In fact, I think Hakesh was talking about it. If you know that the plants of Tata Motors in Pune, where Safari and Harrier are built, are 100% run by women on the shop floor. That is the level of automation, that is the level of technology adoption that they have achieved, that a job which was traditionally supposed to be a completely male-dominated one is now 100% run by women, and that is technology enabled. At the same time, there are industries where, because you have all the import duties, because you have all the protectionism, they don't need to do that, right? As simple as that, they are happy. What automobile industry again was 20 years back, when for a Bajaj scooter, you had 15 years, 20 years waiting period. Why do they need to spend on technology, right? I mean, so I don't think it's a matter of anything else. It's just a matter of competition and the market that is making these decisions rather than anything else right now.
Okay. Can we have the next question, please?
Yeah. Good afternoon, panelists. My name is Anukriti, and I want to thank you for all the thought-provoking inputs you have given today. So my question is directed towards Mr. Inder. One of the key focus areas of 5.0 these days is sustainability, and imbibing it in the business strategy might be need of the hour for the firms in the industry, right? So how the consulting firms can ensure that sustainability is embedded into the corporate culture and not just treated as a to-do item to check?
There are many ways to do that. There are a few companies that do it by choice because they feel it is important. Just putting one more horn for Infosys, they do it by choice. Because for that, you need to have leaders who have a vision and they believe that this is going to be the important part, not just for society, but as a differentiating factor. The differentiating factor is what I have covered it 2 times, but I'll cover one more time. The organizations need to be told or communicated or told with a vehement advice that future of product services and the consumers are more influenced by the intangible benefits of their products and services rather than the tangible. Cost is always going to be there. The value of the product is always going to be there. But more and more consumers like you or the future, at least it has started happening in outside of India. US, you take it hotels, you take it products, you take pharma products where consumers are more susceptible to buying products and services which have got a label or a proof that all the products, all the packaging, every manufacturing area is driven by sustainability. They are making an effort. Again, it's not about that they are 100% sustainable, but they are making an effort to become sustainable. Why Apple is doing a worldwide campaign where they have invited some of the people and Tim Cook is there in that. He is also advertising so that the Apple organization can also come across a sustainable organization. So the thing is, how do you do that? By making sure that leaders of the organizations know that future generation or future profitability of organizations are not just the cost or the ingredient. It's the intangible part of the sustainability, which is going to be important. That's my point of view.
I mean, just one thing to add to that, right? I mean, a lot of it is eventually you accept it as not is going to be driven by commercial considerations, right? You can make all the speak, you can make all the talk, and that is where technology again comes in. If you remember, there was talk 15, 20 years back, maybe a little bit lesser than that, of CFCs, the ones that are found in fridges and coolers and refrigerators, and how they are depleting the ozone layer, and we are going to suffer because of that. There was a lot of talk, but eventually why it was phased out? Because a better alternative was found, right? If you had left it voluntarily and asked people to replace something which was going to cost more, which was going to be more expensive, would it have happened? Probably not, right? So the role of technology in this is very, very important. And while voluntarily a lot of people are doing it, Infosys is doing a lot of other making efforts, but when it comes to large scale adoption, I think commercially making it viable is the only way which is going to ensure an overall global adoption of some of these initiatives.
I just wanted to give a data point again on the point of being optimistic, right? 1% of the overall electricity consumption of the world is taken up by the ICT industry, information and communication technology. Okay. What does that really translate to? It translates into all these global data centers which are running across the world. It translates to, the networks which are there, what kind of, AC, power consumption, water consumption that really, get invested in running those ICT shops. Now, you bring in the 3 top names there, right? Apple, Google, Microsoft. All of them have committed to some sort of sustainable growth, net zero, running on sustainable energy and so on and so forth. So there is positivity all around. There is, that permission from the market, if you will, to take things up and make it really net zero.
Thank you, sir. Yes, friends.
Hello, panelists. Thank you for addressing such a timely and interesting topic. My name is Sugandha Singh, and I have a 5 years experience of working with infrastructure project management. I want to pick up the discussion that was happening on decision making during the panel discussion. And like Nikhil sir rightly pointed out, that though the fundamental problems would remain same, so as the decision making. But I would like to understand from the industry processes perspective, like how significant and relevant will the human decision making be with respect to the industrial processes as we delve deeper into integration of AI and automation in industries, and for example, process improvement. So like in today's world, process improvement is a very hot topic, and organizations are going through it at a very high pace. But in industry 5.0 per se, it is a high chance that the process improvement will fall in the bucket of artificial intelligence. Then as we agree that there won't be any job replacements, but there would be definitely a shift in the application of human intellect. So considering the industry 5.0, where do you think, which part of the business will the human intellect application will hold most value? Thank you.
I'll just go with my top of mind recollection. I think if you really look at the value chain of human work right now, right, and in any process, I can talk to the technology industry. So today, a lot of companies are investing in co-pilots, right, to really help their developers be more productive. Right? Now, if you really split down the overall development process of any product, what it means is there are various cycles and various points in those cycles that can be automated, right? And that's where it is going, right? So you spoke about where will this coexistence of human and machines come? I think all these investments that lead towards building those props for the developers to be more productive, that's where it is going. And automatically over a period of time, it's sooner rather than later, in my mind, you will see that people are already kicking themselves out of their jobs. It is not the market, it is not the industry, because they already have a co-pilot sitting next to them right in their terminal, right? So I think that's where the evolution of thought process happens. That's where all of us have to, again, I said, we have to incessantly remind ourselves that these are the things that we have to take a elevated level on. We cannot have technology direct us. We have to direct technology.
In addition to what Rakesh said, 6 months ago, I would have said that creativity is something that cannot be done by artificial intelligence. With ChatGPT, quite a bit of it's like some of the images are created right now by giving the prompts that Rakesh talked about. So it has to be seen how it evolves. But when I look at today, like as a consultant, even today, I see that automation or robots can execute the solution. It's coming up of the solution. Let's take an example of design thinking, which is a human-centric thinking, that to come to a solution, few people come in, they look at the problem from a different perspective, quickly come up with a POC, and then that can be scaled up. So the scaling part can be done by robots, but the solution to a problem that needs to come with a creative element of human intelligence that still remains and that will remain with human, touch.
Would you like to add your thought to it, please?
I mean, if you're talking specifically about AI in this particular context, broadly, I mean, what we are seeing is there are 3 types of applications that are currently, I mean, you can club everything into broadly 3 types of applications in any company, right? One is what is called as developer productivity or developer experience, or in a larger context, how is it helping somebody who is actually building the product, writing the code? That is one part. Second is employer experience of everybody in the org. How is their experience? How is their processes going to get impacted? And third is the customer use cases, right? What are the end use cases, products that we can build which are Gen AI based? So third one is slightly different, but the first 2 are purely process based changes that are happening. And we are working closely with a lot of companies in that, right? And we see some of those demos of how things are working. While we have seen some of those things happen in RPA earlier, what is happening now is that transformational change, right? It is like until I don't know how many of you will see some of those things in action. Until you see those, you will not be able to believe the changes that are happening, right? I mean, I'm not a coder. I have never coded in my life. I spent some time in IT, but I have never really coded, right? But when I saw the demos of what is happening in that particular process, and people tell me that this thing used to take me 1 hour earlier, Now I can do it in 10 minutes or 5 minutes, right? So, and that process benefits are extending not just to coding, but other things overall as well, right? So now the challenge is, what do I do with that 30%, 40% time that I am saving? Am I just going to rest? Probably not, right? And then I'll have to take a 30% pay cut also in that case. So the challenge, I mean, is going to be not so much of jobs being replaced for sure, but how are you going to reskill yourselves, right? Just one example to close. Around 100 years back, one of the most prominent jobs in US for women was being a telephone exchange operator, right? I mean, you would have seen probably in movies, even in Indian movies of old, there was somebody who was physically putting those pins. You would call and say, hey, I want to talk to this, or you dial the number, and somebody would connect those pins and they will be connected. That was the #1 job for women in US 100 years back. But that suddenly got impacted because that is a funny story behind that also. Apparently, that technology of automated exchange was invented by either a butcher or a grocer who got fed up because his competitor's wife was in the exchange and she was directing all his phone calls to his husband and not to him, right? And that little triggered for him to think a little bit, and he thought about an automated exchange, and within a period of 5 years, across US, all those jobs were eliminated. While there was no doubt very, very big impact in the short term, but eventually there was some social studies done and found that over a generational, if you do, they had seen much more economical growth because they could do some other better jobs and things like that, right? I'm going on tangent over here a little bit, but yeah, I mean, that is just my answer on processes are being impacted beyond imagination, and we have to prepare for that. That's it.
Thank you. We can have one more question. Yes.
Good afternoon to all panelists, and thank you for all the thoughts shared with the batch. So I am Atul Shrivastava. I have worked in electric vehicle product development space in past few years. My question to the panel is that Industry 5.0 effectiveness is indeed tied to the presence of infrastructure that enable smooth information flow between machine and the humans. And data between machine and humans interaction requires a lot of sensors, interaction of IoT devices and other. These infrastructures right now, we are under transformation of Industry 4.0. So whether these this is really a time for Industry 5.0, or we need still, for unlocking the value of resource, we still need the infrastructure because commercial aspect is still not proven enough.
So your question, if I understand, is about data flow and data operability, right? Interoperability.
Yeah. Suppose in our industry, we do digital twinning. We basically make electric vehicles, and then we want to capture the data to actually analyze and enhance our product development capabilities. But that is an expensive process. We basically make devices, we capture through the sensors, and utilize that data. So it's an expensive process to actually making a customizable vehicle platform, actually drivability different for different customers. It requires a lot of money investment and commercial aspect. That is not yet proven. What is your thought about it? Like to really do Industry 5.0, are we ready in that aspect?
So just if we can start, I mean, that is precisely a problem when I said earlier, right? It is not that we are at 80% of Industry 4.0 or 70%. And that will vary across organizations. That is one of precisely the problems which we are not being able to solve till now, because there are different, I mean, if I talk about sensors or other, there are different manufacturers. There is no agreed upon standards that are being adopted, right? Like in some other technologies, we have adopted standards, but when it comes to this particular area, every interoperability is the biggest challenge. How do I capture, I mean, data from one particular sensor or other and integrate, especially for large organizations, right? So that is a problem which 4.0 has still not been able to solve. I would definitely agree to a large extent. Does that change with 5.0? Probably not, right? So much, because as I said, the underlying infrastructure, we are not changing. We are not saying that now discard whatever you had invested in and look into something totally new, right? That is not going to happen. That is not practical. So those challenges, I mean, yes, with technology getting more sophisticated, maybe Gen AI is a solution to that problem. I don't know right now, right? But I don't think that is an area where we can say just because we are going from 4.0 to 5.0, we are going to find some magic solution to that.
Again, a slight bit of optimistic, but slightly contrarian to what Nikhil said as well. So if you think about it, right, have we done enough during this wave of Industry 4.0 to connect the IT, OT worlds, right? I think, yes, there has been significant progress, right? You talk about edge computing, where we have really taken compute right to the edge of where IT and the OT worlds intermingle and talk to each other, right? So that has happened. Has there been standard communication protocols that have really interconnected the OT world? Yes, that has also happened, because you think of Siemens device, you think of something else, they have their own protocols, they're not talking to each other. It's very difficult to get that data in real time. But I think there has been significant progress made even in the OT world to interconnect. Now, once that problem is solved, from the IT side, edge computing is sitting right at the wall to talk, and there's a whole host of technology backing you up: data analytics, AI, ML, generative AI, all of that, security, right? So I think there is a situation where there is a perfect handshake possibility here. Again, all we've got here is to be optimistic, nothing else, right? So I think we are ready for Industry 5.0 is my
it will be amazing basically to get a customized product for everyone based on our data and customizing each experience for them. And that is possible. Thank you.
Thank you. So what we'll do at the moment is looking at the clock. Much as we would like to keep having this conversation, I would request our wonderful panelists to give themselves a little rest before they go ahead and finally have a conversation offline. But Industry 5.0 is rather a very powerful reminder that as a human race, we've come full circle, having human beings at the center, human centricity. And this is very hopeful because we are facing otherwise extinction, right? Planet is really, really under threat, under siege. So I'm sure businesses, if not today, tomorrow, will definitely adhere to 5.0. And this is rather on a very powerful, optimistic note. I would say, yes, they're all geared towards it. So our students, thank you, sir. Thank you. Thanks a lot for your wonderful inputs. It's been rather fascinating talking to you. And I'm sure all of us have been really delta, if not more delta, enlightened by this conversation with you. Thank you. Thanks for making time and keeping really your busy schedule away. You've come here. So thanks a lot. On behalf of XLRI, I really extend a warm gratitude to all of you. Thank you.
When I think back on the session, what strikes me most was the emphasis on the ability to unlearn, relearn, and to relearn from adjacent fields so that we can bring in not only the knowledge that is available within, but also the knowledge available outside to benefit most.
Also, the emergence of technology as a driver of change through augmentation to promote equality is gratifying to know. A big thank you to the panelists for the illuminating and thought-provoking discussion. We would now like to invite Professor Kanagraj to present our esteemed guests with a token of our gratitude, starting with Mr. Inder Dua.
Yes, absolutely. After that,
Mr. Nikhil Kulkarni.
I'm part of this. Our director is there. There's a JNA governing body, Tata Steel, so we'll have that meeting, but I'll talk to you for that.
Mr. Rakesh Patro.
Sorry.
And our Professor Sarangi. We'd like to thank all our guests once again. We'd request you to take your seat in the first rows. Thank you so much. We would also like to invite Professor Sarangi to please greet Mr. Nitin Sethi, CEO of India and South Asia Aeon Consulting, with a bouquet. We'd like to invite Professor Kanagaraj to now welcome Mr. Kiran Puri, Managing Partner, Simon and Kushar, and Partners with a Bouquet. We'd like Professor Kanagaraj to also invite Ms. Preeti Khatri, Managing Director, Accenture Strategy, with a bouquet. Thank you, sir. We shall now move forward to our next session, a fireside chat with Mr. Nitin Sethi. Mr. Nitin Sethi is a distinguished leader with exceptional expertise in organizational development, consulting, and employee engagement. He has been instrumental in steering the company's strategic direction for nearly 4 years. His association with Aon is long-standing. Prior to his current role, he served at Aon Hewitt for over 13 years in various capacities as a partner in performance, rewards, and talent consulting, and later as a chief commercial officer. Nitin's leadership was pivotal to the firm's success in the New Delhi area. Furthermore, his expertise as a practice leader in compensation consulting for South Asia and senior consultant in Bangalore and New Delhi showcases his diverse and profound experience. Nitin is an alumnus of Symbiosis Institute of Management Studies, from where he earned his MBA. We welcome you to take the stage, sir. Please take this central seats. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Nice.
So, thank you, sir. Thank you for coming. It's indeed a pleasure that you are amongst us. First of all, I would like to ask you, like, how's the feeling like coming back to a B school campus?
No, firstly, thanks for having me here, and apologies, I'm like quite underdressed as compared to many of you, but I thought it was a Saturday, and I think this is in general, I think how organizations and world's moving, and yeah. So no, I think it's wonderful. I've been to the campus here. It's changed quite a bit. In fact, some of the folks walking me in, I was telling them, last I came here was about 5 or 6 years back. It's changed quite a bit. I do spend a fair amount of time on B school campuses. As part of our philosophy, we give 1 day a month. We give 1 day a month. As partners and senior partners. So I do spend a lot of time, and it's I would say very engaging. It's part of my unlearning, relearning. The previous panel discussion was pretty good. So awesome.
So I think everyone, yeah, I'm audible. I think everyone would agree in the audience that the human capital is the most important asset for any organization, and human capital management is at the forefront of today's innovation-driven, talent-driven, and knowledge-based economy. So the whole theme of our fireside chat is future skills and capabilities. So the whole cohort, I think, would be really interested in understanding these future skills and capabilities so that they are future ready. And no better person than you to talk about it. So I'll start with something that just recently happened. Post-pandemic, the definition of work changed as something we do rather than somewhere we go. You can work from anywhere and all those things. However, notable companies recently, like TCS, has discontinued its work from home policy. How do you foresee this trend evolving in the broader context of remote work and its implication on the future of work?
I would say interesting. I would say I agree. I think a lot has changed post the COVID world, and it didn't change. I think a lot of this change was coming. But I think companies in general were very, were, I think, unaccepting, or were not quite out there ready to kind of face and confront these changes. Who would have thought 5, 7, 10 years back, some of the firms that he mentioned would potentially accept people working out of home, and that would be okay. Leave them. I think firms that even today position themselves as some of the most innovative firms, and many others wouldn't have done that. So I think in many ways, COVID forced that transition opportunity, whatever you call it, on them. So in that sense, I think it was a forced one. I think the other thing that also happened as part of this, if you actually look at workplaces, most of our workplace infrastructure, workplace practices were designed for an era which was 50, 100 years old. So in that sense, in spite of, the change which was about to come, everyone would say that, someday it just wasn't happening. So I think COVID forced that change. Now, I don't think it's about either or. I don't think it's about 100% work from home, 100% remote, 100% something else. I think companies need to embrace, in terms of how the larger macro environment is, and be able to support that. I think there are lots of positive out of a post-COVID world. I think, the way I actually look at this, if I were to kind of go around this room and ask, when you get placed, where would you land up? And most people would say it would either be Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore. I think COVID opens up an opportunity, maybe Hyderabad, maybe another place. Yeah. But I think the way companies are now distributing work, it's across many more cities. I think for India as an economy, it's an outstanding opportunity. We work with some of the brightest talent going in was just going to 3 or 4 cities. Now it goes to 20 different cities or 50 different cities. I think the other opportunity is also about, getting a lot of workforce into work that just wasn't coming in otherwise. I would say, if you look at B schools, between 30 to 50% of talent is women. At some period of time, they step out, they don't come back. And for a variety of reasons, I think in a different way, it gives that kind of an opportunity to, in some other form, do that. So I think companies are expanding talent pools. Companies are looking at many more things. So I wouldn't say it's either or. I think it's about embracing the new opportunity, learning from some of those, and just doing that. So I think overall, when someone would write a book on this 10, 20, 30 years from now, I think it's a fantastic turn of events, which would actually pivot India into a different place, because our big challenge as a moment as an economy, I would say, in addition to everything else, I think over the next 20, 30 years, India's biggest Achilles heel would be a lack of availability of talent and skills. I think India will get capital. I think global geopolitics, many other environments have put India into a place where capital will come to India. But I think, availability of right skills, capabilities, quantity of talent is going to be a big issue in that context. If you look at, we're a 1.4 billion country, but, every company, every client of mine is struggling with the right number of people to hire. We're a 1.4 billion country, and, with talent pipelines not available, skills not available, highest rising cost of, managerial white collar talent in the world. And that makes business models not, fail if they were to keep going in that direction. So I would say overall, it's a fantastic opportunity. And, there are two ways. I think there are companies who would resist it and companies who would embrace it. The ones those who embrace it will actually absolutely win this war, if people call it war for talent.
Yeah, right. I'll take you back to 1930s, when John Maynard Keynes, famously predicted that by 2020, we'll have so much technology that will not have to work more than 15 hours a week. That's what he said in 1930. So while he was right on the technology count, he got the work hours wrong, and by quite a margin. Now the same promise is being made with the advent of Gen AI. How do you see the well-being of future employees? Can generative AI give us a better work-life balance or an ideation fatigue?
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe the time for the tech still hasn't come. Maybe we're still a few decades out in that context. I would say in general, if you look at humans as species, India as a country, I think we still have a lot of runway in front of us to evolve, get better, and do many things differently, and get better with things. So I would say in that context, there are so many more problems to solve and so many more areas and things that we need to collectively get better at, different at, and do much more. So I would say in that environment, I don't think, the world's coming to a place where it is 10 hours, 15 hours, 20 hours a week. There is so much more to do out there in terms of opportunities and challenges in that context. But will technology make our jobs easier? Will it make it simpler? I think absolutely yes. I think it will democratize data, and many other things. So in that sense, yeah, absolutely. I think tech will enable us to succeed faster, better. I think the previous panel was talking about, the difference between the haves and the haves not. I think, that difference will, hopefully get reduced. I do have a slightly different point of view on how we approach some of those things at the moment. But I think overall, tech is for us to embrace in that context and for us to collectively get more value out of it.
On the Gen AI component, one thing that is being talked about is that, Gen AI would lead to democratization of innovation. It'll help in, creating solutions bottoms up, because, English, it has become a programming language. So anybody can identify those gaps and come up with solutions. So, Rohit and I were discussing things around this, and I think Rohit has a few questions for you.
Sure. So we discussed about the future of work and how remote work panned out during the COVID scenario. And a very interesting thing that you said, that will be. Am I audible? Just,
You have to lift your mic up, I think, yes.
hello, am I audible now? No?
Do you want to take this?
Okay.
That's, I'll pick it back from you.
No problem.
Yeah, sorry for the disturbance. So I think I picked up a very interesting thought that you shared, that, in future India will get capital, but it will find difficult to get the right talent. Right. And I'm also linking it to what we, discussed in the panel and what we'll be discussing in the upcoming panels, which is about Gen AI. We talked about Industry 5.0, which is about, artificial intelligence. So what we as a cohort is getting a feeling that future of jobs will be more of human and AI collaboration. Right. So in your view, sir, what kind of skills and capabilities we should focus on, and we should, imbibe in ourselves, or probably target to, get those skills and capabilities within us to make us future ready? And probably a follow-up on that is that how institutions like XLRI, can plan their, academics and, their learning methods to be up to pace with the changing requirements of these future skills and capabilities. Yeah.
No, thanks, Rohit. I think there are multiple parts to this one. So if I start with the last one in terms of, what do institutions need to teach? What do you do? I think there are many things. I think in the traditional world, it was always, the framework uses that as you go into workplaces in your early careers, it's always about know-how. What do you do? And you deeply focus on that to get the job done. At some period of time, that moves to bandwidth, you become managers, your ability to get work done by your teams is the critical part. And as you grow into leadership roles, it's about your style and the culture piece of it. So I think in general, if I were to use the same framework, I think what's changing out there is that the elements of style and bandwidth are actually now coming down to frontline jobs. Your ability to apply yourself in a context that's not just about one focused deep skill, whether you're in bond markets, treasury, accountant, consulting, or something else. I think it's not just about that. I think there are many other things that come to play because jobs are increasingly getting closer and closer to customers. Yeah. So the ability to, like Greg, who's our global CEO, says that there are only two kinds of jobs in a firm. You either work for the client or you work for someone who works for the client. There is just no third job in the firm in terms of as a professional services firm that the work that we do. So in that context, as jobs come closer to customers, the ability to understand multiple lanes of what work in a client environment or what makes you successful are important. So I think in general, there is a movement towards jobs getting more generalist. And that doesn't take away from the fact that, jobs need to be specialists, but the ability to at different periods of time specialize in in different areas over a long career stream are going to be important. So like what someone said earlier in the panel, that unlearn, I wouldn't say unlearn. I think the ability to keep relearning and keep parking your previous learnings in a different place that you kind of deploy them at a later period of time will become critical. So what do institutions need to teach? I think, one of the key things that we don't actually focus on when we are students and learning in our early parts is, there's a lot of aspects around, here's a textbook, here's someone who taught, let's take notes and literally kind of, throw them out when we land up in our jobs. I think the ability to manage, be more agile, manage change, be more adaptive, continuous learning, I think are increasingly becoming the more important skills in this. I don't call them the soft skills anymore. I think they are absolutely the hard skills that you need to come to work with. I think increasingly, workplaces are talking of inclusion as a skill. 30, 40, 50 years back, you had workplaces which were 90% men, 10% women. I think for far too long, pendulum was swinging on one side. It needs to shift and swing the hard way to the other side for it to balance over next 20, 30 years. I think the best of organizations are saying they don't want to solve this problem in 10 years. They want to solve it tomorrow. Then how do you go back? What's the message that you want to give out? So I think those, the new hard skills, I think are more critical. The ability to understand that at different periods of time, you will need to specialize in different things. And that's one element of being a generalist, that, the ability to move from being an accountant one day to an HR manager someday, to be a supply chain someday, and to be something else the other day. The other is, there will be a lot of tech influence in different ways. Some we know and lots that we don't know. We run a global risk survey, and we realized that every second year, 40% of elements that come out as risks that boards actually want to solve for are changing. So we don't know what's coming our way. So the need to be just agile in terms of what we learn, how we deploy, I think are going to be very, very critical.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, sir. So yeah, I think I completely agree with you on the part that that students will need to be agile, and we need to learn change management. And I think the rigor that we are seeing in XLRI in this 1-year MBA program, I think that it is teaching us, in big time manner. So that is something that we are going through. I also agree upon the part regarding generalists and specialists. We recently learned in our operations class how to shift from a I personality to a T personality, where you need to have different perspectives of everything. You need to learn from different industries, and probably that learnings can be applied to the work you're doing. So, sir, in that context, I think building the right talent and for a company will be very important. So if I like for organizations, like there are two options, buy talent or build talent. And if buy talent is like, you go for a talent hunt, acquires, people from other organizations or maybe some schools, and build talent is have your own training programs. So, sir, going forward, and in the context that the skills, future skills will be very different from what it is now, how organizations will be approaching their talent management?
And just one add-on, maybe you can contextualize based on the rising career aspirations, this whole concept of build talent versus buy talent, because the career aspirations are rising to the roof. And even if organizations are sort of have this philosophy of building talent, the context is such that it's difficult to do. So I maybe you can contextualize based on this.
Again, I think so most of our work is in that space. If I, but I would say that I'm not a fan of either or in this. I think, I think the days and the age of a company saying that it's only build or we won't build and it's only buy, I think are absolutely over. They were over a long time back, but I think with the change in pace of what's happening in the world, it's completely over. But that doesn't take away from the fact that I think, you need to build for a variety of reasons. You also need, one of the fundamental reasons that I encourage companies and say building needs to be an important component is that, when change happens, companies give very little attention to the fact that a lot of elements around culture makes people successful in those companies. So when you build, you will increasingly have talent that knows their organization and can succeed because they know the ecosystem that they can thrive in. So that's one of the reasons to build. Also, I think building is important because it de-risks you a bit from always wanting to buy in that context. But there is no ways that companies do not or can say that we will buy absolutely zero talent from outside. If you're a big, large consumer company, and I won't take names, which said that zero buying of talent, everyone grows internally, policies and programs. They've seen startups completely disrupt their ecosystem in terms of product, supply chain, and many other elements. So if you don't go out and buy those skills, and buying could mean different things. You buy talent or you buy companies for products and talent that come along with it. You do that stuff. Or you buy talent because companies need to understand geographies better. You buy talent for a variety of other reasons. So I think that's an integral part of it. The other reason I also don't think it's just a one-way street is because just the talent place is changing. From a point in time when everyone was landing up at work, putting their cards in at 9 a.m., walking out at 6 p.m. The future of talent would also mean that a lot of people would be gig. A lot of people would be remote. A lot of people would be work from home. A lot of people would be of different natures and different, would bring different kinds of aspects to work. So in that case, you have to be able to work through that environment and be able to get the best out of everyone else in that context. So I think it's multi-pronged. It's both build, it's also buy. I would say days are not far off when the third element to this would also be borrow. If I have the skills, I could work for company A, company B, and company C. So how does that concept work? So I think it would also be that.
You talked about the AON, for example, working in this space, build talent, buy talent, and I think most consulting companies are facing challenges in this arena. So how do you think the HR consulting as an industry shaping up?
So, very similar, I would say. We obviously hire in reasonable numbers from campuses. That's including from Excel for last, I think, for nearly 25, 26 years. We've been on campus just about every year hiring from Excel, including other campuses. This year, we took a slightly different approach. In some ways, I think we want to democratize hiring. We don't want to be only at 3, 4, 5 campuses because we've realized that one of the important skills in addition to colleges being able to filter talent out, and we know these kind of colleges provide us with a type of talent pool. There are many other things that are making students from multiple campuses increasingly and very successful. Some of the stuff that I spoke about earlier, that change, agile, adaptive, and many other things. So we launched a program to say no campuses, but we will open it up, and we opened it up to about 35, 36 different campuses. And I think our process closed a couple of days back, and we had about close to 5,500 applications across. Now, what we've realized over a period of time, because we do a bunch of assessments, is that these are 3, 4, 5 traits that make people at Aon very, very successful in terms of what they do. So we just have a larger pool to be able to go back and do that process from. So in that context, that's our thing. Now, to your second question in terms of HR consulting, I don't see this as HR consulting. I think as consultants, we are problem solvers. I think increasingly that is getting more and more complex in organizations for a variety of reasons. Customer problems are getting more complex. That reflects in your systems, processes, your talent architecture, programs. Your environment outside is getting more complex. Your stakeholders are asking more from companies. So, increasingly the CHRO or the chief people officer or someone else is getting involved in decisions that need to be taken to be able to support the board in some of those things. So our landscape actually is, I would say, growing manyfold in that context. Again, if I go back to the previous panel, one of the things that they spoke about was, we may see ESG as an important element of how companies need to operate. But, you're not successful at ESG because this is intent. It needs to convert into actions. And what do those actions actually mean? It means, it needs to reflect in terms of what organization's charter is, its vision, mission, values are. It needs to reflect in a CEO scorecard, CXO scorecards. Your incentive plans need to be linked to that. Your goals need to be linked to that. So I think that's one element of it. Similarly, governance in many other places. Increasingly, CEO compensation is getting under the scanner. Proxy advisors over the last 2 years have voted for at least 10 or 12 times that a CEO went in with a comp increase. So how do you work in that kind of environment to help boards and NRCs solve for some of those things? And similarly, many other places. So as business world gets more complex, skills get more, I would say, either in short supply or complexity of skill and learning changes. I think for most consulting firms, from anyone solving problems with first principle lens, I think, there's a big opportunity out there.
ESG, I think Rohit definitely has a question on that.
Yeah, I'll get to ESG later, but just building on that, your approach, probably you said that your focus is equally on build and buy talent, but building talent gives some kind of foolproofing for organizations. And with all this AI and Gen AI all around, I was looking one piece of information where it said that these LLM models, Gen AI models, the learning curve of them versus the learning curve what humans have, it is like the AI learning curve is exponential, where we have a linear rising curve. So for any organization who wants to build talent, how to, and in the context that humans will be working with AIs in the future, how to fill that gap, with the evolving training and development programs that organization might have to change, right, with this growing in the trend that AI and humans have to work together. Yeah. So, I think that question is not, I would say, not just for, I think, consulting firms. I think it's for the world at large. Yeah. I think what technology will do, and as tech evolves, it'll solve more and more of those problems. So I would say, in the most simplistic way, it'll take drudgery out of jobs. Yeah. It'll make, so from where I would look at an organization, let's say companies spent a lot of time writing job descriptions. Now, I would say, why would you want to do that stuff? Why would you want to come to us and do that kind of work? Why would you want to kind of go and do very basic things? So in that sense, that changes, but there are higher order So I think it's about partnership. I was with another, a bunch of leaders at a panel discussion a couple of days back, and I learned this very interesting thing about HDFC, that they're increasingly in their management teams bringing bots to work. So there are bots that have names, and you could call somebody Brutus, you could call somebody Rambo, and they had those, bots sitting with them at work, and to say that that's part of, who our teams are. So yeah. So in that sense, I think it's partnership. I don't think, again, to the question earlier, I don't think our jobs are going to get cut and our jobs humans are going to do any less. I think our jobs are going to get more and more complex. Again, if I look at it from a very India lens, don't remember the exact number, but India's per capita income is about 2,500-3,000 USD. If you look at China, it's about 12,000 USD. US is about 75-80. And if we have to continuously grow on that curve, and for us to be able to make a lot of people rise above their current levels of poverty or economic development, we have to move to that 6,000-7,000 US, and then eventually to to a larger number. And that means that jobs of a different nature, problems of a different nature, productivity, technology, etc. So it's in that sense, the opportunity is far and wide. And in general, I think humans are positively, if I were to use that word, greedy. We want to get better with what we do. And we will solve more complex problems, next 5-10 years, something else, and maybe 20-30 years from now, when people come into, maybe we'll be solving inter-orbit problems. So in that the context, I don't think challenges or opportunities will go away.
I have one question. So you talked about India's per capita income being in the ballpark figure of 2,500 USD, and it is, there's some estimate that if India reaches a $5,000 mark, it will be a significant inflection point where, the thing that you talked about in the starting, that India will not have a capital problem, it will have a human resource problem, skills problem. But I think a lot of that skilling is also requires, it also requires a lot of capital. So once we reach those benchmarks, those inflection points, do you think that, even our skill problems will sort of reduce at least?
I can only say I hope so, but I can tell you that's not going to happen. Because the pace at which change is happening, I think it's here to stay. We genuinely don't know what's coming our way. Maybe we know what's coming our way in 25 and 26, and maybe in 29 and 30, but we don't know what's coming our way beyond that. So complexity of skills, problems we will solve when we reach levels of productivity which are 2 steps from where we are, we will have next levels of productivity. So I don't think the skill problem will get solved, but I think our approach to, I think we will soon reach a point where the paranoia or the fact that boardrooms are paranoid about non-availability of skills, I think that will go away. To the fact that it's over, most companies will believe that there is a process and a belief and a way to do this. And I think that's, in my view, that's the change that's actually happening around the world. And increasingly, in my experience of working in boardrooms with companies, that's the most big companies now believe that there is a way to do this. Just a few weeks back, we were with Mr. K.V. Kamath in a panel discussion, and he spoke about an example from many years back when ICICI was opening up branches, and at the rate of 2 to 3 branches a week, and not enough talent and not enough technology. But I think just being able to put rigor around how that process works, being able to partner with institutions, and he spoke of ICICI Bank's partnership with NIIT and being able to bridge that gap. I think many more companies will do things in that context that will actually solve for themselves and economy in general and larger environment in that context. So I don't think the skill problem will go away. I think skills will continue to get bigger, more complex, but I think companies will be in their comfort zone to know that this is a problem that can be solved, because there will be so many more stories around how these problems have been solved in the past.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for that wonderful insight. So what I make of it, hope I'm audible now. Okay. So what I make of it is that, I believe that technology, or from the experience that we have seen, that technology always creates more jobs than it destroys. It's about having those right skills to take those future jobs. Sir, future of work, this is something that always will complement this talent management and future roles, is how these the companies, the organizations reward management system works. And this also links to building and retaining talent. So sir, your thoughts on with this changing roles, job expectation requirements, will there be any change in the reward model or compensation model that organizations will be making their strategies for?
So I think, Rohit, in that context, a lot is already changing. I think from many years back, when you thought of rewards and thought of rewards as only as the paycheck that comes to you, and when you jump from job A to job B, increasingly, if you take rewards away from that definition and say it's about total rewards, it's much more. It's about the culture of the organization that you work for. When the rubber hits the road for you, it's about the first time you land up with your manager and you have a performance conversation, or how you get treated every day. And increasingly, companies are realizing that if they don't solve for those elements, they're not getting the right amount of productivity, performance, engagement, and retention in that context. So the way I actually define rewards is that there's total rewards. There's a transactional element to it, which is your pay, maybe your incentives, but there is the total rewards element of it includes the culture, the manager, the leader, the ability of the organization to continuously invest in you, to take you from job A to job B, get you to reinvest your learnings, redeploy yourself. So in that sense, that context is changing. I think there are many organizations, both in India, globally, which are now wearing and looking at rewards from that new lens. And I think that's the new mantra in this. Increasingly, the other big element of this, in which if I were to even go back to your first question, that increasingly talent today and in the future more will look at, I want to work for this company because I want to know how does it work with its stakeholders, the community, and the purpose and the problem that it's solving. And increasingly that's becoming a part of it. You don't want to be in a place that actually you come in at 9 a.m., go back at 5 p.m. You have your interests, your hobbies, and many other things, and you want to know the company that I work for, how does it influence, impact, and make the world a better place in that context. So more companies are defining that as an element of total rewards and making that work.
The batch will have a lot of questions for you. We'll take few. Yeah, totally. Give the mic. There's one.
Yes. Okay. Hello, sir. Thank you for gracing us. And it's been quite an inclusive talk, what I've seen. My question is, as you mentioned with growing technologies, there will be job cuts, but there will be more complex jobs. Hello. Yeah, I will try to talk.
Hello. 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 Hello.
As you mentioned that with growing technology, there won't be jobless.
Hello.
But the complexity will increase a lot. Now, currently seeing there's a huge parity between education skill and the job requirement in the market. So how do you see a synchronicity with this growing technology? And if there is not a synchronicity in that, won't that create more unemployment with this kind of technology return?
So if I understand your question, you're saying that, what gets taught is not what organizations want, and there's a gap in between. Yeah. Yeah. No, I agree. I agree. And I think it's not just in institutions which are turning out talent to now go and work. I think increasingly our whole academic infrastructure works in that particular manner, that, that's it's a lot about coming, mugging, getting it done, and then moving on. Yeah, it's I think in many ways an outcome also of the fact that the quality of educational institutions, infrastructure available has been limited in that context. So you also have to fight your way out to land up in places. I think there are a couple of things that are happening already. I think one, increasingly organizations are not hiring only for what you can do over the next 2-3 years. As they hire, they want to test you for over a period of time. What can you do more than what you bring as, the next set skills that you bring in? Can you be a manager, a leader of the future? Can you do some of those things? And that's to the point of testing for many other elements through various means, which could be change, adaptability, resilience, learnability, inclusion as capabilities that you need to have. So that's one part of it. I think as more and more companies do that, I think the push back to educational infrastructure would be what you teach, how you teach needs to be something that will happen. I think the other thing to this is that increasingly more and more organizations, especially as they achieve scale, are setting up infrastructure to be able to bring people in and then run them through either first-time programs or over a continuous period of time and get them ready for organizations. I think from an Indian perspective, the big IT services companies are the first ones. And if you look at the TCS, the Infosys, the Wipros, and many of the others, actually continue to have fantastic infrastructures where they pick up engineers and put them into a place, whether 2 weeks or 2 months or 6 months, and you kind of become more org ready in that context. I think that will continue to happen. More companies will do it. But I think in general, over the next decade or so, I think educational institutions will change what they teach, how they teach, because the skills and capabilities at workplace are, if not very different, they are reasonably different from what gets actually taught in schools.
So just a follow-up question to what Kautilya asked. I picked up one thing that companies now should hire for potential than not necessarily for the current skill set that they have and what potentially they will contribute to the company in the future. So sir, I was interested in knowing how organization can judge the potential in that limited time and they interact with the candidate during the interview sessions, or let's say they have certain number of rounds. So the judgment of the potential, how that come across? Is there like frameworks or something like that the companies use?
So interesting. I won't spell out the secrets here, but so I know I don't think I wouldn't use the word potential. I would say companies increasingly are looking for traits that actually do that, and there is enough and more in that in the world of assessments, or or I would say first in the world of assessments. If you do it formally, there's enough science to this to be able to do that. But also I think someone who's worked her or his ability to spend time with you and through conversation be able to gauge and to their best possible abilities. I think that judgment does exist in that context. But I would say the code to crack is not to say what the company wants. The code to crack in this is to say, how do I build the repository of those skills to be able to do things differently and deploy myself differently.
Thank you, sir.
I'm taking audience question here, but we had a guest from Flipkart just the other day, and he talked about technology alignment as one of the parameters that they judge candidates on. So my question is, where do the non-STEM guys go? The kind of orientation that a technology alignment would require may not be suited for somebody who's coming from a non-STEM background, and most jobs are technology oriented. So where do non-STEM people go?
I don't think, and I get asked that quite a bit, because if you now land up in B schools around the country, 70, 80, 90% of schools are engineers in that context. Yeah. So the others are saying we don't land up in jobs, or what kind of jobs do we? No, I don't. Firstly, I don't agree with that. I think I don't think companies are saying that you need to come in and code, or you need to understand, deep down, 3-click down what's happening. I think the ability to understand, appreciate, partner with tech teams or tech infrastructure, tech ecosystems, how your customers are buying is increasingly becoming more digital tech enabled in that context. So as long as that awareness exists, as long as that ability to come in and apply your own set of principles and learnings, I think there is enough and more out there. I don't think it's that non-STEM is any lesser from an opportunity perspective out there. Absolutely not.
Hello, sir. I am Abhinav, and I come with an industry experience in the automotive domain, working at Tata Motors. So my question is that in this rapidly evolving environment and job market, what are the essential skills that an individual should develop early in their career to remain relevant and adaptable to this market?
What skill should an individual develop?
Yes.
Yeah. I would go back to the same set of things. I think the ability to just continuously learn, I think, is just the most. It's said very often. I would say most people express it as intent. In very rare cases, it translates into action. So I would say that's the most important skill over a period of time. That how many times in your 20, 30, 40 years career you will have to relearn and do something differently. Yeah, I think that's one. Second is, I would say, the ability to take risks with your careers, do something different that you haven't tested. How many times is being thrown into some place, and then, when you come out on the other side, you will always feel that you've achieved much more by going through it. So I would say risk taking and learning, I would say, are two, in my view, they've benefited me, but I would say are fundamentally amongst the most important skill sets and capabilities.
Thank you, sir.
Sure. I think we'll wrap it up here. It's almost time for lunch. And then I think the key takeaway, as you just said, is continuous learning and the ability to take risk. And, and through this, you've shown us where HR consulting as an industry is shaping up, where we are headed in terms of remote work. So the whole gamut of issues in the HR space have been covered, and we're really thankful for your time and insights on all these things. So thank you. Over to you guys.
Thank you, sir.
No, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Nitin, for that enlightening conversation. In fact, when I listened to you, what I heard and liked the most was you talking about inclusion as a skill. So the seemingly maybe least inclusive person today might end up being the most welcoming colleague tomorrow. So that gives a very hopeful picture for the future. And now we would like to call upon Professor Kanakraj to present Mr. Nitin with a token of our gratitude. Okay, this brings us to the end of the sessions before we break. We request the guests and students to have your lunch and rejoin us for the second half, where we have two riveting panel discussions planned. Students are required to report back by 2:10 p.m. so that we are well in time for the second session to start. Now, I request everyone to assemble at the staircase below for the group photograph before we go for our lunch break. Yeah, guys, the stairs on the ground floor. Guys, just off कर दिया उसने. Hello, hello.
मास्टर कम कर देंगे चेक करते हैं सब अच्छे से
Hello, hello.
So when you are scrolling, do not scroll because if the lines go up and down, I'll fumble.
एक second. Okay.
डालने
हाँ एक मिनट अवस्था रहेगा
एक बार चला के देख ले
Mic check.
हो गया बीच में वो क्लोज ना हो ठीक है तीन ऑन ही है क्लोज नहीं Okay, so whenever you do not scroll, when if you're talking, I will not scroll. You do it on your own. Okay.
Best of luck. I'm sure you guys will do a great job.
I do not know.
I'm sure.
Okay, just do not scroll. Lines हिल जाएंगे. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mic बंद कर ले भाई.
Wait.
All the best. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to FULCRUM 2023. As we reconvene at this illustrious conclave, I feel truly honored to extend a hearty welcome to each one of you to the second half of this edifying session. My name is Mehek.
And I'm Ashish.
And we are delighted to be your hosts for this segment that promises yet another outstanding lineup of our distinguished guests. Now, let us help you understand what you can expect from today's discussion on the final topic of FULCRUM Conclave, that is, navigating commercial excellence and growth in the resource-constrained world, strategies for success. The segment will address the dynamic challenges businesses face in achieving commercial excellence amidst resource limitations. From financial constraints to environmental considerations, success hinges on strategic foresight, efficient resource utilization, and agile business models. You can expect a deep dive into the fusion of ethical stewardship with commercial ambition that lays the foundation for enduring growth and excellence in today's complex global landscape. We believe that in a resource-constrained world, the key to commercial excellence is not doing more with less, but doing better with less.
Thank you, Mahek. Now, we would like to start by calling upon the guests to offer a warm welcome and request my colleague Rishabh to present a bouquet to Mr. Ravi Kapoor, partner and leader, retail and consumer sector, India, PwC sector. Thank you, Rishabh. Now, I would like to call upon Mr. Rohit to present a bouquet to Mr. Amit Jain, CHRO, People Strong. Thank you, Rohit. So lovely to see them. Now, without further ado, we would love to introduce you to the best of the industry here. I request all of them to please join the panel when I call you. Starting with Mr. Kiran Pudi. Mr. Kiran Pudi is a seasoned professional with a remarkable track record in the fields of pricing, growth, strategy, and commercial transformation. With a career spanning over diverse industries and global geographies, Mr. Kiran has earned a reputation for his deep expertise and strategic insights. Currently serving as the managing partner at Simon Kucher and Partners, Kiran plays a pivotal role in shaping the company's strategy and driving its profitability. Throughout his career, Kiran has worked on commercial and marketing transformation projects, specializing in pricing, go-to-marketing strategies, and channel optimization. His contributions have extended to various industries, including agri-chemicals, automotive, high-tech, healthcare, private equity, oil and gas. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Coming next is Ms. Preeti Khatri. Preeti Khatri is a dynamic professional with a remarkable career spanning over 2 decades in the field of strategy and consulting. With her extensive experience and unwavering commitment to excellence, she has established herself as a true leader in the industry. Currently serving as the managing director at Accenture, Preeti leads the strategy and consulting division while simultaneously taking on the role of global change communication lead. Her passion for innovation shines through as she also serves as the generative AI lead and CSR lead within the organization. Preeti's dedication to fostering meaningful change and her articulate communication skills have earned her recognition as an honored speaker in the various forums. Beyond her professional accomplishments, Preeti Khatri is an advocate of sustainability and diversity with a track record of winning international awards for her contributions to these crucial causes. XLRI extends you a warm welcome, ma'am.
We have to keep it brief, by the way. With great pleasure, let me introduce Mr. Raja Lahiri. Mr. Raja Lahiri is a seasoned professional with a remarkable career dedicated to transaction advisory, private equity, and corporate finance.
With a wealth of experience spanning over 2 decades, he has made significant contributions to the financial industry. Currently serving as partner at Grant Thornton, Raja is responsible for transaction advisory services with a particular focus on transactions such as merger and acquisitions, private equity, and capital market listings. He operates on a national level and leads the private equity initiative for the firm. Additionally, he oversees the technology, media, and financial service verticals within the corporate finance. His role as a regional service lead, he guides the firm's key practice and market initiatives in the Western region. He is a distinguished leader in the field, known for his acumen and extensive contributions to the financial industry. Thank you, Mr. Raja, for being with us.
Next up, we have Mr. Ravi Kapoor. Currently serving as the partner and leader of PwC's retail and consumer sector in India, Ravi Kapoor is a seasoned professional with over 23 years of industry experience spanning India and the Middle East. His career began with brands like Colgate, Palmolive, ICICI Bank, and PepsiCo, encompassing sales and marketing roles, wherein he played a pivotal role in shaping growth and strategy for these iconic brands. Before taking on this leadership role at PwC, Ravi spent 14 years at EY, where he started off as one of the founding members of the R&C practice and played a crucial role in building the business transformation-led consulting line. A visionary leader known for his strategic acumen, Ravi's commitment to driving transformation and growth makes him a valuable addition to the panel. We are honored to have you with us, sir, today. Finally, we now welcome our very own Professor Saurav Snevrat to moderate the first panel discussion. Professor Saurav is an accomplished professional with a strong record spanning academia, consulting, and corporate leadership. Currently serving as an associate professor at XLRI Jamshedpur, he has dedicated over 5 years to educating and inspiring future leaders. Over to your capable hands, Professor.
Okay, so good afternoon, everybody, and it's our pleasure today to be interacting with all of you on this topic of commercial excellence and growth in a resource-constrained world. It's a 2:30 session, and we were talking about, we should not let the energies fall. So can we have another round of applause for all the great people here? So that can be a good start for our session. Thank you so much. And we have a couple of storytellers here as well. So I think we'll have a very lively discussion as we go along. So the way that I've planned it is we will have a few minutes of opening statements by all the panelists. And we'll go in the alphabetical order in that context. And then we will get into specific questions. There's also a lot of demand of student questions. And so we'll devote around 30 minutes for the last 30 minutes to student question and answers. It's our 75th year, our XLRI 75th year. And we are very happy to have all of you here in our celebration, joining us in our celebration. We'll have year-long celebrations, and the motto of this 75th year is Aspire Beyond, and that's what I want to explore in this session. Is what's the beyond in terms of growth and commercial excellence, especially in a resource-constrained world that we are facing today. So what's the next step that we all should be looking at, especially the next generation of managers who are going to join the workforce? What is it that's going to consume their times and their energies as they enter into the corporate world? So in terms of the resource constraint world, let me start there. There is also people who've been in the industry for a long time have always faced resource constraints. So it's not something new. However, we are hearing a lot of terms related to carbon neutrality, ESG, circular economy, and we are hearing shortage of water becoming a problem. Some of these chemical elements which are so important for us becoming almost extinct, and so many other problems plaguing us. On the other hand, there are the opportunities. So, our board chairman, Mr. T.V. Narendran, recently made a statement that recycling will be a bigger industry than mining, the whole of mining, in the next 20 to 30 years. And so there are lots of new opportunities coming up. So my first question, and please use this as a general statement, is it going to be business as usual, or is this a new world that we are entering? For that, let me go to Mr. Kiran first, and then we can go alphabetically. Yes, Mr. Kiran. Is that? Yeah.
All right. So let me start, and please stay awake, and so that we can also stay awake. It's afternoon session. So first, I think I actually fully agree that this is not new. There's a lot of news, lot of media reports which makes it feel like this is new. What is new is what is the constraint now. For instance, historically as well, we have had cases where something was of short supply. It was an opportunity. Now something else is in short supply. But obviously what is changed is a lot more backlash is coming through, and it's a bit more acute. So if you think of typically in a situation like this, it is surely a challenge and an opportunity. Four things need to come together. First is the government policy. Second is a lot of investment. Third actually would be the technology needed. And fourth is how do we actually monetize, commercialize, and survive and thrive in the future. So it is actually these four elements that need to come together, which will convert this into an opportunity. And genuinely, if you look at the number of companies we as a firm are serving, more and more we are actually working on sustainability themed projects. I can tell you at least like multiple such examples. One would be recently a new company came up with a high premium plastic, and how do we actually charge more to which industries we charge more rather than charge the commodity price they used to charge. And this is purely a sustainability theme. And they took it as a fantastic opportunity to place it under that theme so that they can charge more. So this is one way. But you also have lots of industries which are actually facing a constraint where they potentially will go out of business. For instance, surprisingly, rather shockingly, you still have auto companies today which are not pivoting towards EV. They're still surviving on the IC industry, which we know is going to die. Absolutely. It's now or 5 or 10 years from now, but that's going to happen. But the pivot, they're still living on the old historical industries and trying to make money out of it. So these are actually the examples of opportunity as well as obviously a challenge. So where consultants come into play, across all the four pillars I told you, consultants actually have a role to play. So for instance, there are firms which are helping governments in coming up with the policy. There are consulting firms which are helping them come up with how to invest, what is the investment vehicle, what is the regulation. We are actually framing that for the governments and a lot of private sectors. What technology to invest in, how to develop it, how to ensure that you're actually fully monetizing it. That's actually something we help a lot on. And the fourth pillar, which is what I'm from a firm called Simon Kucher. This is where we live and thrive. Purely monetization, commercial strategy, go-to-market strategy. So this is actually where consulting firms, and you guys, if you're interested in consulting, you have a significant role to play in the future. All right, thanks.
Okay, thank you. I think we are surprisingly sitting in alphabetical order. So I think, so we will just go one after the other. Yes. Yeah, so the announcers made my job easier. Yeah. So Ms. Preeti.
No, I think you stated it very well, but I'm also very conscious of the fact that the last 3 benches, I think some people have gone to sleep on that side. I think this side, some people are maybe not even on their seats. So I'll make it more interactive. And firstly, let me give simple answers to your question. Is something changing? Is this getting recorded? That's my first question.
Yes, it's live.
Oh my
and
God.
It's recorded. Yes.
Okay, so it's being recorded, but don't quote me and don't play this. Yeah, so don't play this anywhere. I represent my own opinion when I say that.
Sure.
The first aspect is, are companies conscious of the fact that they need to change? Absolutely. Are governments conscious? I mean, we watch news, we know what the answer is. Is the reality meeting what exists? Not so much. A lot is propagation, visibility, almost showing that you're meeting the numbers, talking more than you're doing, but that's today. The fact that nature's coming back with a bang, and it is, all of you are also coming back with a bang. So most people today, and I will ask this from all of you, how many of you will join an organization that claims that they are making a strong focus towards sustainability, and that is something that's close to your heart because of either where you live or where you come from? How many of you? There you go. So that's forcing companies to think, I have to walk the talk. That's important. Now, the walk has started, but maybe it's baby steps today. Will it get to a place where companies will create ecosystems that solve the problem? Absolutely. But today it's more conversations. I don't see, and again, nobody's quoting me. Is this getting recorded? It is getting recorded. Yes. Oh my God. In sustainability, the business is not there as much. It's more in, how can you help me shape my policy? Can you do research and tell me where the gaps are? But in real work, it's in bits and parts. But what is also changing? So this is one element, right? We need people to work. So therefore, we are forced to think. The other element is consumers. All of your consumers. How many of you also now look at the clothing that you buy, etc., and say, oh, is this recycled, etc.? How many of you, besides the fact that it's cheap? Okay. So there is a growing concern amongst consumers to have something which is more eco-friendly, more sustainable, and that is also driving it. So will it change? Maybe 2 years from now, somebody sitting here, same conversation, maybe the question wouldn't be the same. Maybe the question would have changed from, is it changing, to what else is going to change? And I think that will be the pivot. Yeah. But before we even move on, anybody has a different perspective, just so that we get the crowd into the mood of a conversation? Anyone has another perspective? Do you feel it's changing? Yes. Okay. The organizations that are sitting here, oh my God, this is getting recorded. Do you feel they're walking the talk? Yes. They've started it. Okay. Does that make you aspire to be in organizations that are talking it? Yes. So you should, in the next conversation you have with somebody from the organization, ask them, what have you done? And I think if you start asking the question, change starts from there. That would be my advice to all of you. Don't ask me that now.
Okay. Yes. Well, first of all, afternoon, everybody. I think thank you very, very much, XLRI, for inviting. I think it's been a pleasure to just interact and see all of you. And thank you, Shovik, for calling. I represent Grant Thornton. Grant Thornton happens to be the world's 5th largest accounting tax advisory firm. And in fact, one of our key principles is going beyond. We do not want to be the biggest firm in the world. Absolutely not. There's no ambition. But we want to be the best in 2 areas, which is the best client experience and the best people experience. So whatever we do, we want to be the best to serve our clients and people. So that's in terms of our vision is. And for India, you would see it's called Grant Thornton Bharat. In fact, a principal purpose for the India firm is shaping a vibrant Bharat. because we truly believe that the next 20 years is for Bharat, and we want to play a role, whatever little, small in that. So I think the first question you asked is on resource constrained world. And I think I'll use a story here, okay?
Sure.
Because it is after lunch and I just feeling like telling a story. See, I use this analogy with my daughters. I have two daughters, 17, and I get it wrong sometimes, 12 and 13. She's actually 12, not yet 13.
Okay, good.
It's
getting recorded, yes.
Yeah, that's all right. And I know it's going to be.
Yes.
You know, thank you for mentioning that, but I will say. No, I said 17, and then the other is either 12 or 13. So we can normally get it wrong. So good reception coming your way.
17, 12, 13.
I'm not going any other way.
Yes.
So now I make this thing with them. I have a white paper, right? And put a black dot on the white paper. Okay. How many of us, honestly speaking, look at the black dot? How many of us truly look at the black dot? It's a huge white paper and we have a small dot on the right side. And I'll tell you what my daughters do. But before that, honestly share, how many of us truly look at the black dot? All of us, pretty much all of us, yeah. Right? That's a natural human tendency. We look at the black dot, right? And we miss the huge white. And why I think is relevant, Professor. See, resource constraint. Let's not forget, we are coming out of a pandemic which absolutely tested each one of us, in whichever country, whichever city, whichever age. It tested our character, resilience, etc. The fact that we are here, we are able to do this, shouldn't we be grateful first? Honestly speaking, that's the first thing. Or we keep on looking at the black dot. So the first is, I genuinely believe that yes, spot those black dots, but spot the white. And I do this with my daughters. When my daughter who's studying for the medical examination says, you know, Daddy, I can't do it. I said, fine, but look at the white space. There's maybe something else waiting for you. So first look at the white paper is in front of all of us. That's first. Second, I just want to give you this. I'm sure you would have heard about this story, but maybe relevant, perhaps. It's about the 1983 World Cup. Okay, it's World Cup in India, 1983 World Cup. Any guesses? India was playing the West Indies, right? West Indies was the strongest team. Can you just take a guess? India batted first, and how many runs they scored in 50? It was 60 overs. 183, exactly. 183 they scored. 183 they scored. Some of you were not born. I am aware of that, but don't worry. All of them were not born. Okay, so all of them were not born. That's fine, no problem. But I will tell you what. Yes, you were born.
One lonely hand out getting.
Only hand. So you're the only person. But that's not the point. India scored 183 runs in 60 overs. Okay, in 60 overs they could only muster 183 runs. They were playing the West Indies. West Indies was the team, the world. So, you know, people will shake just to see them. Just to see them, the people will shake. Indian team went back to the dressing room, similar to what we had. We had the lunch session on. They went back to the lunch session. The captain of the Indian cricket team was Kapil Dev. Kapil Dev didn't utter a word to the team because morale was very, very depressed. They were all really, you know, they had to just go and field and they knew the match is gone. Kapil Dev, they were just taking the field. Before taking the field, there is a ritual that most people do. Any guesses what the ritual sports people do? There's a ritual before that also. They actually pray. They pray to the ground. The first ritual you will observe most sports people do, they will actually pray. They will actually take a bow to the ground and then do whatever they want to do. They prayed that and then And Kapil was not a great speaker. He would have very few words. He just won't speak much. And he just said, team, and I watched Kapil's English. It was very well known for a concoction of Caribbean, Haryanvi, English, all types of accents were all melded into one. And he just said, I know all of you are very, very depressed or whatever. You're not confident, right? You're not feeling confident to get into the field. But let me just take you back to one question. Why are we here today? Why are we here today? Are we here? Did we come, played this game of cricket to win the World Cup? Honestly, answer is no. We played the game of cricket to enjoy the game. That's the reason we came here. In the next 3 hours, that whatever your time you're going to be spent on that field, I just want you to enjoy the game. And that is the reason you all started playing the game. And that's all. He didn't say you don't think about this, you don't think about that. The rest is history. India won the World Cup. And why I feel very passionate about this, because for me, that was India's real statement to the world that we can win. Indians can win. It made a huge change to many people's lives, And I think why this is relevant, Professor, because today where we are sitting, right, make no mistake, and I absolutely believe in this, the next 20 years is India. I was, a couple of weeks back, we had the Grant Thornton Global Transaction Conference in Bombay. There was G20 happening, and we said sheepishly, GT25 was happening. 25 leaders from 25 countries came in. And they were absolutely amazed by the quality of talent, the quality of thinking, the kind of energy India is going through. So the point I would like to just lay on the emphasis that can we look at the white space? Can we enjoy what we are doing? Can we enjoy whatever you're doing? Whether you're in consulting, in ESG, in customer, whatever you're doing, can we get that mindset? So I will just stop at that and just share that mindset is very, very important for all of us to really seize this opportunity. And as you said, unlocking the value. We got to unlock the value. Otherwise, the value is going to be in the cupboard, and that's not what we want.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Ravi, please. Yes.
Raja, that was an amazing story, and there's absolutely no way I can follow up with another one like that. So let me just flip the analogy which Raja gave of a black dot on a white paper, and I will flip it by saying a blue dot in a black space. Now, what's a blue dot in a black space? Spot on. So when we talk about resource constraints, I think fundamentally we need to look at it from the perspective of the earth that you and subsequent generations are going to occupy. So I think there was a huge point of view for many, many years which did not believe in the whole story of climate change and the kind of effect greenhouse gases were having, and why should we change our lifestyle? If you really look at it, why does and there's so much of greenery around, so why does a forest survive? The forest survives because the land doesn't kill for greed, it kills for need. But if you look at the human behavior, it's all about greed. So fundamentally, if you look at yourself as a consumer, and it's the point which Preeti made, that if we are going to live as a society which is going to thrive on greed, then we will have a challenge on resource constraints for sure. And I must tell you that this is a very age-old problem. This is not a problem which is a construct of the 21st century. Way back, I don't know when, there was this gentleman called Malthusian. And I don't know if you have been taught about him or have you heard about him. And his whole direction was towards countries like India, saying that look at the way the population is galloping and how will the earth survive? So it's almost like the Thor strategy, right? That he clicks a finger and X number of people die. So the Earth can only survive if population growth comes down. That was the thinking maybe 100 years back. But what did humans do? Humans are very ingenious, right? So they discovered ways to feed the population, right? Our very own, I was reading the obituary of MS Swaminathan. Unfortunately, he passed away at a ripe age of 98. Professor, maybe a week back or maybe 10 days back. He was the dean of my institute as well, and I had the pleasure of getting my degree from him. So I remember my nanosecond of interaction with him still. And he was the one who got us from being a breadbasket case, as India was called in the 60s, to a country which is actually dictating the pricing of rice today in the world, right? That's happened on the basis of science. That happened on the basis of application. It happened on the basis of deploying resources effectively. So there are enough and more ways in which societies have been able to evolve. So fundamentally, Professor, I don't think that we are on the edge of a cliff. And if we think that we are not going to survive or what's going to happen to us. And maybe the other paradigm I just want to draw, and these are all broad strokes that I want to bring to your notice, is the whole fundamental economic model that we work in, communism versus capitalism, right? So there are not very few people. We are not North Korea, or thankfully the world is not North Korea. I'm not going to go anywhere near North Korea, so even if it is live. The fact is that they're not 5 people or 10 people deciding what's going to happen to 1.4 billion people, right? So fundamentally, the whole capitalist economy is an economy of efficiency, right? It's all about how do I get more from what I'm putting in. It's the basic law of thermodynamics in a way, trying to flip the law of thermodynamics. How do I get output greater than input, right? So I think, and I would like to look at this question. It's a very worthy question, and I would like to look at it question not only from a sustainability point of view, from a basic business operating model point of view as well, right? That today, if you really look at it and look at your careers few months down the line, you will be entrusted with problems and challenges, which is going to be all about discovering newer solutions, right? And when you're talking about resource constraints, the idea would be that what happened in the past is not going to be the answer for tomorrow, right? So how do you actually discover an answer which is going to be better than what it was? And one of the biggest discussion, at least in my WhatsApp group of engineers, and we are very old engineers, almost now we celebrated our silver jubilee of engineering last year. That will give you an idea how old I am. Was what's going to happen to the Indian IT ES space thanks to Gen AI, right? That's a huge question which is being asked. Now, what is Gen AI all about? Fundamentally, is all about driving efficiency, right? You deploy, look at how organizations are asking us that what's the use case for Gen AI for us? Help us figure that out, right? And the whole idea is that the work of 5 is going to be done by 0.5. So what's going to happen to populations like us? And I think that's a very, very big question, that if India has to become whatever trillion economy, 5 trillion at least in the next 5 years, and so on and so forth, we need to find respectable sources of jobs and employment. And then there is this opposing force coming in, which is saying, guys, we don't need people. The whole world is moving in a very different trajectory. And I will bring in another factor here, which is the total fertility, total factor productivity, or something like that. What's the total number of births which a woman does all over the world? And in India, it's fundamentally declining, right? So we are all moving in a world where there is a shortage of resources, but the global population is not going to become 8 billion to 10 to 14. It's going to stabilize around 8.5, right? But for places like us, we are the most populous nation in the world now. 1.4 billion people, respectable jobs, pressure of technology, pressure for growth. I think it's an amazing, complex situation we are in, right? And on top of it, the challenges of profitable growth, because that's the question we, as consultants, are always answering for our clients, that how do you deploy profitable growth, right? So I think the enormity of the problem is such that we cannot look at it from one single lens of climate change. I think fundamentally it's a question of survival, whether we will be able to actually connect the dots in a way which is going to create an operating model or an answer which is going to be sustainable for us as a business first, right? So I don't have any specific answer, but a lot of questions and thoughts. So,
all right, great. Thank you, all of you, for your opening comments. Let me take two threads from what you talked about. I think the first thread that Preeti was talking about made me think that, you know, is this the generation that's driving the change? Maybe not. The you guys, and probably you are the ones who are pushing these guys to actually become more sustainable, become more conscious about the environment. And so that's the reverse way of looking at it. So it's actually people like you who are driving the change, for which this generation has to respond back and say, okay, we will change our policies, we will change our structures, and so on. So that's a new way of looking at it. The second thing was, and now let me get into some questions. On one side, resource constraints is about the environment and earth. It's also in India, it's about talent. So many companies, even in the morning sessions, I was listening to some of them, they were talking about how tough it's getting to get good talent in India. On the other hand, today in the Economic Times, the head of Colgate-Palmolive is saying that if you want innovation, if you want next level talent, come to India. And that's where you're going to get them, and then take it back. We're also hearing a lot about work from home, and now it's over, or it's going to be hybrid, and so on and so on and so forth. And the third angle is this AI thing that Ravi was talking about, that AI is coming in and it's going to replace. So there's a lot of uncertainty, even in the minds of the people sitting here, about what's going to happen with talent going forward. Are we as Indians going to be suppliers of talent globally, or are we going to face an eternal shortage of quality talent? I'm sorry, that's a tough question, but I'm going to put it to Ms. Preeti first, and then we'll open it to others if you want to respond to that.
Yeah, I think it's
yeah.
I've been often told that I'm the loudest in a mile. So I mean, seriously, all can't hear me. Okay,
No, I think
I'll use the mic.
if you don't speak on the mic online, they won't be able to hear you.
Oh no, that was by intention, so I don't get recorded.
Yeah.
Since I'm the most politically incorrect right now, as always,
okay.
And maybe I should aspire to be a Republican. But there are many questions. Like the first question I had, and guys, before I even go there, I came to the room today. I sat in the first row and I just looked at the panel. I don't know how many of you noticed, but there was no woman. There was none. Then I look around here in the room. Where are the women? So few of you. But I think first, before we even take it forward, we should give a big round of applause to all the women. Women, please stand up. Please stand up. Please stand up. Women, yes. A big round of applause for them. And in a country like ours, it takes a lot. Keep standing, because everybody needs to see this imbalance in the room, which hopefully there are some. But in today's panel, there's just me. Out of, I don't know how many, 10 panelists, 15, I don't know how many there are. And imagine if I had also not come, this would be it. What is the story you tell all these women? What is the story? It's fairly sad. I come here and I think, oh my God, I am supposed to be the one woman who is going to, they at least see a hope that, there is something changing up there. But you guys are the changing India. You guys, all of you. These are the women who will be one day sitting here and changing and driving the next level of conversation. We talk about talent. I talk about diversity. You change one woman in one village and you change that entire village, because looking at that one woman, there are 25 who stand up and say, I can also try. and maybe 10 succeed. And that is changing India. So celebrate them, please, all of you. These are the women who need to be truly celebrated. Everybody needs to give them a round of applause. It takes a lot to get here. So I'm inspired by all of you. And I'm sorry, I took that conversation away, but it's so important. And it's a very small thing, but I'll tell you, where's that girl? I can't see her now, who came and interrupted me and said, excuse me, where? Okay, what's her name? Malika. So classically, 10 years ago, sorry guys, this is important because it's a point that needs to be made. 10 years ago, if there was a conversation happening and there were 5 men talking, a woman would never barge in, interrupt, introduce herself and say, hi, I'm such and such. Today, this girl, Malika, we were, I think, as always, I think it was mostly all men. She comes in, she just says, excuse me, I wanted to introduce myself. My name is such and such, and I am such and such. And I was amazed. That in a moment is my favorite moment of the day, because a girl had the audacity to be amongst this crowd of men and interrupt and make her point. So next time in this college, you all are a group of boys and a girl interrupts, please celebrate it, encourage it, because it's a very small change. Change is never in these conversations and these big things. It's always in the really small points. So these girls, they will have a story to tell and hear it and help them get a job. And our company promotes it, but I'm saying it's just one firm, right? It's an accountability of everybody, but it's also an accountability of the town, of this college, of each one of you. So my request, before we even ask the question from all of them and say, you know what, talent and blah, 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 XLRI needs to get more than 25% women in their batches. That's a target they need to take. It's accountability. And this is not getting recorded, hopefully. But it can't be so little. Because if you, in our country, if we are about what, 50% are women? 50%? Okay, whatever percentage, it's close to 50 are women. And they are not 50% here. I don't know what talent strategy we're talking about. So this is not representative of the change. Force the organizations, the whole infrastructure to drive it. Force your own colleges, force your own communities. And I wanted to make that point because I'm very passionate about it. I almost feel like I got lucky, and I see them and I feel they didn't get lucky. They really worked there, if I may say so, ass off to get here. So, but still so much more to do. I forgot the question now.
Okay. By the way, as me heading, I'm also heading the Center for Inclusiveness. And I think in some of our programs, we are beyond 50% in terms of females. So HRM is 57%. And
that's fabulous.
So XLRI is trying its bit to do that, and we'll continue to do that. And there's so many other categories and people that we need to listen to.
Yes. Yes.
My question was about the talent. So, you know, for these guys who are coming out, should they be worried that AI is going to take their job?
No. Okay, that I get.
Yes.
None of you, I think I was telling this to somebody. How many of you feel Gen AI will take your job? How many of you? There you go. That's not even a question. They're all smart.
They're more confident.
They're really smart.
Yeah.
That's the point. So this is not a question, isn't it? Okay.
You can't take away something that they don't have. Yes, yeah.
But that's not true. That's not true, because you're doing the classic thing that he said. You're looking at the dot, not the white paper. The jobs exist. If you want the same job, I want to be in strategy and consulting, I want to wear this business suit, come to an office, look really presentable day one, be hired, get a fat paycheck. That is one style of a job. There are many more that is being driven by the industry. Are you all ready to look outside the box? That's the question. The jobs exist at entry level. They'll always exist. They have. Gen AI, I don't know, somebody in the previous panel discussion was saying Gen AI is not going to lead to job loss. I'm sorry, I totally disagree. It will lead to a job loss, because what 5 people can do, 1 will do. But it will lead to a new level of jobs. Now that's where the thinking has to be. I don't think these guys need to worry. I think what you guys need to only think about is how can you adapt fast? How many of you use Bard, Google, and not Google, Bard and OpenAI to work on your assignments?
Oh,
So raise with confidence, the professors are not looking.
yeah, there's proof now. We are recording.
Okay.
Yes.
So all of you use it, right? That's the skill. Even today, I'm telling you, if you were to reverse this and ask from, and I will not do that, but very few use. So there is that gap. You're good if you're using it. How many of you have tried Copilot, Microsoft? You have? Okay. How many of you have tried Midjourney? Does anyone know what Midjourney is? Yeah? Yeah, it's by the way free. I'm not talking about the licensed version. I'm talking about the open version. So you've tried it, right? How many of you made video by yourself, really classy video, posted it, maybe artificially intelligent, half of it is deep fake. Deep fake videos, how many of you have done? Do you all understand deep fake? Okay, so you'll have tried, experimented with that. You're good. Because you're adapting and you're adapting fast. I don't think the challenge is there. I think the challenge is on the reverse. It's in organizations, especially at the senior levels, people like us who have not adapted, who are now being forced to adapt because the accelerated change is super fast. So it's this struggle in the organization. And that's what I was saying. The 40s, the 50s, and the 60s are the people who need to worry. Organizations need to worry because they have a lot of people who are not ready for this change. So there's that. And then the skill gap is increasing. Today, I don't need somebody to help me create 2 slides in a presentation. You all don't know how to crack that code anyway. Yeah. So what is the skill we need to look for? Is how can you architect the story? That's a skill. So do you have it? That's where I think the questions are changing. So you all don't need to worry, but what you need to worry about. And that's the question I ask a lot of people when I meet them, especially the ones who are in colleges, not this college, but like literally college and school, and say, do you think you'll grow up to live a full life till 80? I heard a yes. They all say that. That's optimism. But I worry because of the way it's going, and I maybe watch too much Netflix and Terminator. But there is a growing concern that the earth may go through a massive transformation, right? Like we keep saying, oh, it's pivoted 1.5 degrees, this, who knows? So I think the onus is not on us. I mean, you have to push organizations to force them, to make them relevant for people like you. And obviously you need to look for a salary, but I'm saying that's what you need to focus on. You do that, you got a game changer, because there is a talent gap and we are almost going begging for people everywhere. But you will be ready to come to us only because, you know, there's a match. It's like boyfriend, girlfriend. Relationship starts only when there's a little bit of both sides, right? So imagine you're the girl and I'm the guy trying to get you. So, you know, it's always a difficult one, isn't it? So that's, I think we shouldn't be asking, should they be worried? I think the question is, should we be worried? And we should be worried. Absolutely.
All right. Okay. Any other quick comments from anyone about especially, you know, we have seen a lot of talent going from here across the world. And you know, it's almost become a meme that, you know, a CEO of a global firm, big global firm, is going to be Indian. So on one side, we are seeing this outflow. On the other side, we are seeing this gap in India of getting good talent. So where is the reality? Do we have good talent or do we not have good talent? So where is any thoughts from any of the three of you on that?
So maybe a quick point. I'll make it a little bit more real here. So in Grant Thornton, we have around 10,000 people today. Okay. And our ambition is to be around 30,000 in the next 3 to 5 years. So we have a huge demand coming in globally, as well as clients in India. But our biggest challenge today is hiring. Our biggest challenge is hiring.
Okay.
We are just not able to hire the right talent in all our practices. And I'm very, very sure in in PwC and Accenture's, it's the same. So the reality is a little different. The reality is we are struggling to find the right talent. I can be more specific in the deals vertical where I come from. 2023 is a little slow year for transactions, right? Because of macroeconomic issues, etc. 2021 and 2022 was the massive transactions we've seen in the last 20 years. We haven't worked like the way, at least I haven't worked maybe the last 10, 15 years. We were pretty much working 18 to 19 hours a day, all of us. So that was a demand and it is slow. But the point is when you actually go and look at the talent quality, we are struggling, right? And what are the challenges? I think the first is purpose, right? Are you looking for a job? Are you truly want to make an impact on the work that you have on hand? Huge disconnect between purpose and your monetary goals of landing a job. Huge disconnect. So there's no purpose, the energy is very low, your learning is very low, and you're not able to make an impact. So that's one. So there is lack of purpose. Second, I think, and I genuinely believe is as newcomers, all of you have done 5 to 7 years, which is great, but we are seeing a huge lack of learning for the newcomers coming to the firm. Because during COVID, they came, it was virtual, their trainings have not been fulfilled, as simple as that. And I can be candid here, we learned through observation. We learned how you talk to a client, how you decipher a problem, then work out a solution. All of this, COVID really has had a huge impact. So the point is that today, definitely there needs to be a significant focus on upskilling for all of us. I don't think it's about the 20s or the 30s or the 40s, for all of us, especially people like your generation, which will see changes happening every maybe couple of years, which we saw in decades, the change that you will see in 2 years. Generative AI, the study has said that 30% of jobs will go. It will go. 100% of jobs will change. 100%. Whatever work we are doing today is going to change. So the person or the organization which is not looking at that change will not exist. And I'm making a maybe a little harsh statement, but that's a fact I believe in. Firms like Accenture, which is spending $5 to $6 billion on generative AI, is not just, if I may say, a growth strategy. It's also a strategy for survival, because your business model is going to be shaking. If you're not investing in generative AI, your clients will not wait for you. It will go to other firms who is offering that. So yes, it is absolutely imperative, and we need to be worried about that, but we need to skill. Second, I just want to say that what are the 2, 3 skills which will become important? I think coding, for example, is passing. It's going to happen through generative AI, but design, right, and thinking is going to be relevant. And I just want to, something that when we were looking at our firm strategy a year and a half back, there was one quote which really resonated with me by Albert Einstein. Imagination is more important than knowledge. A person who cannot imagine, a person who is not able to visualize, imagine, and just is only focused on great knowledge will not be able to adapt and innovate. So I would just say that it is important. Think about carefully the skills. It's going to be hard work. So I'm giving a little different perspective, maybe a little bit what Preeti said. I remain positive, but I do believe that it's going to be a little difficult stages for us, but it's going to be hard work for all of us.
So quick comments, if there are any, or we'll move to the next question as well. Yeah, quick comments.
I
Yes.
think I just want to reiterate one point. This talent shortage or finding talent, I completely agree with you. We have been recruiting in India for the last 9 months, and honestly, it's not been easy at all. Much more challenging than actually we thought. but this is a company's problem and not your problem. My take or advice for you actually is, the more clear you are as to what job you want and why, the better your chances of landing it. Honestly, there's no dearth of opportunity in today in India. You want a banking job, a consulting job, a VC job, PE job, they're all there. Just be sure and clear about why you want it, why you are the right fit, and be very, very articulate about it. You will land the job. So that's why I'm telling you, talent shortage is our problem, not yours.
Okay. I think, yeah. Okay. So let's move on to the next question. I think the mic is in the right hands, Mr. Kiran. We have Simon Kucher here, and then, you know, sustainability and pricing sometimes don't seem to be fitting in the same box. So, but can you throw some light for the general audience on companies who are there any companies who are looking at sustainability through the pricing route, or any such examples? Sure.
See, in many ways, actually, pricing is the answer to the sustainability problem, but for which a lot of factors need to come together. So, for instance, if you look at water shortage today, as an example, our willingness to pay for a clean water, a potable water, is actually much higher than what we're being charged for. So the water we actually take from a water fountain to a bottle to what you pay in a mini fridge in a hotel, look at the price gap. Something is free, something is $2, and something is $7. So the willingness to pay for water is actually way more, but it is not being tapped fully because it's obviously a social issue. Government want to give it for free. So similarly, take the case of EV batteries. This change is coming. We know it is absolutely coming, and now companies are getting into the model where they need to charge the right amount. So there are two cases you always need to think about. One case where the regulation is companies are free to charge what they want. So they are actually doing the monetization strategy for years to come and charging the right amounts and fixing the problem. In the other case where sustainability is obviously an issue, but there are a lot of factors and drivers and players involved in it. Take the case of healthcare, for instance, or GM seeds. GM seeds is a classic example. India is one of the largest markets which doesn't still allow genetically modified seeds, but US and Europe have. And this actually is a sustainability issue. And take the case of, for instance, sugarcane. Indian government has been encouraging sugarcane. The water usage for sugarcane is 20x of what rice is. So is it sustainability? Actually, it is. So the point is, pricing is the answer, but the cases that we need to think about are the models where companies are free to set the price. They're already doing that. So the price point for what an average IC car used to be 20 years back, it has actually gone up, and you will actually see EV cars being even more higher than in the future. Similarly, take the case of electricity. What we are paying for electricity today, what we paid 20 years back, 20 years down the line will be drastically different. And globally, this trend is actually coming in. So, but there'll still be some markets where the companies have their hands tied and they need to operate within the constraints. So their pricing is not an answer, but they still need to figure out if the model is sustainable or not. So that's actually what they call as transition risk. So for instance, if you take a large investment company, which are investing in renewable energy, I was actually having this conversation with somebody, the ROI on renewable energy, frankly, is not there yet. There's a lot of talk about it. There's a lot of reports about it, and that's where it is going. But is it clear how much money they're going to make? No. So our investment company is going to start spending billions of dollars in and betting on this? Not yet. But they are investing so that this actually becomes a technology of the future. So this is one more example of that. So money, even today, if actually priced right and priced properly and given the freedom, is genuinely the answer to the sustainability problem for a lot of categories, barring some. Take the case of mining. Again, same problem. Mining is, for instance, has become exponentially more expensive today than what it used to be. So a lot of people are moving to alternative and substitute products. And in some ways that actually has solved a lot of the issues, a lot of the pollution issues. So.
Okay, great. I think let me go to Mr. Ravi. Yeah, please. I had another question for you as well, so I'll ask after that. Yeah.
I think that sustainability is amazing for pricing, and the simple reason is that or vice versa, I would say, because what is sustainability forcing is to really drive efficiency in the way you work. So, right, when you're talking about a company which is, I'm just building upon the water example and what the government of India today is doing on plastic circularity. What essentially you're trying to do is, now I know for a fact that the bottles that you uses virgin plastic, right? It's not a recycled plastic, which is still fit for putting in products for human consumption. But that doesn't matter. I think this whole philosophy of driving circularity and using the plastics, which is getting accumulated for subsequent usage, is essentially trying to bring down the overall cost that exists from mining a virgin plastic and again using it in the system. Secondly, on the whole energy part of it, if you really look at the unit pricing of renewables is much lower than, or it is at par, I would say, with what you would produce from your usual coal and oil, right? So in a way, if you look at a lot of organizations today and look at the practices of some of the bigger corporates, I'll take the case of ITC, for example. They have been talking about a triple bottom line for many, many years. Essentially, they're talking about environment, stakeholders, and society. So the whole focus is that how do I drive sustainability in the entire value chain, right? So if I deploy solar panels, if I'm using renewable sources, I'm bringing down my overall unit consumption of electricity, which essentially propagates up in the value chain, right? Because if I'm bringing something down, cost of production is coming down, I will hopefully be able to pass it on as pricing benefits for the clients. So I think the point is simple, that sustainability will force people to become more efficient because there is as much only limited things to go around. And how do you do more with less, which means become more efficient, which means hopefully reflecting in your cost structures. If you are able to walk the talk, that is obviously. If your cost structures are not in line, unfortunately, you will not have the right to win in the market and you may not survive as well. So it works both ways.
Okay. Let me add another question to that. In the retail and consumer goods section, there was a recent, somebody was, I forget whom, but there was a hypothesis that Indian customers don't do subscription. So is that, and so there, in the COVID times, there was a lot of talk about hyper local and all that was coming up. Before that, it was omni-channel and everything. And so there's so many headwinds going on in the retail, consumer goods and FMCG and so on. Where's the growth going to come from, in your opinion? I mean, where is the potential, and given the sustainability backgrounds that we are having?
I will start off with a very topical comparison of China's growth in the few last quarters and India's growth. And I think a lot of people are fearing that China is going to go the way of Japan, which is very essentially confronted with a degrowing population and other issues that they have in the society. So fundamentally, in consumer products, growth is all about the population base, what we call as the demand side, right? So as long as you've got demand, which is humans, you should have a good trajectory of growth, right? Obviously, there has to be the capability to pay, willingness to pay, as Kiran puts it. So it's a combination of consuming opportunity plus you having the right price, right product, and the right product market fit to go to that right consumer to sell it, right? So I think growth, as far as consumer is concerned, is actually going to be unlocked. And I have a very simple analogy. When you look at the Indian population, you cannot look at India as a monolith, right? If you look at a India level, Bangladesh has a higher per capita than India has, right? Today, as we speak, right? So you will wonder what's happening to us. I have a very interesting anecdote which I read about Shekhar Gupta. I don't know how many of you know Shekhar Gupta. He has an amazing weekend article which comes in BS, and he visited Pakistan in the Business Standard. BS is Business Standard.
Okay.
So he visited Pakistan in the mid-80s, and he said that the quality of life in Pakistan versus India was possibly 2x or what it was in India in the 80s, mid-80s, right? Look at where we are versus the others, right? So the point I'm trying to make here is that as you unlock, as you look at India through different lenses, right? So India is just not one India. There are what is typically called the three Indias, and when you look at the per capita at an overall level, it is roughly $2.2 thousand dollars. But you look at India 1, India 2, India 3. India 1 and 2 are roughly hitting the 12,000 per capita and 3,000 per capita, which is roughly around, I would say 200 million odd people or 300 odd million people. 1,100 million people in India today are operating, which is called India 3, at $1,500 per capita income, $1,500 per capita income. Now, if you ask me growth, and if you look at very few metrics where India is a world beater, and we love to talk about it in a lot of our discussions, is data consumption. So what has unlocked the India story, the India digital story, is whole axis of unlocking India 3. And I will not be free to take the name. I think all of us know who that is. So the point here is that we need to put the innovative hat on, the thinking hat on, which will unlock India 3. 1,100 million people, as Mr. Prahlad of your community has said many, many years ago, the BOP opportunity, right? So what is the BOP opportunity? Where is the growth going to come from? What are the answers? What are the solutions that's going to unlock that part of the pyramid? Because it's very easy to sit in an echo chamber that this is. Sorry, I'm calling it as much because we are all part of the same society. We are all India 1, by the way, India 1 plus. With the kind of backgrounds that we come with, we are like sitting in the highest levels of income pyramid in India. And that was so interesting for me to come from Ranchi to Jamshedpur. I was just loved watching the countryside as I was passing through. And I must tell you that I've not seen the beautiful countryside and the houses. I wish I would have just gone down and talked to people, but amazing it was, right? So that's the society that we need to really think about. And frankly, there are companies which are doing it. If you really look at Britannia's growth, for example, in my sector, their single point agenda is rural. How do I get more and more access to rural markets? How the rural consumption patterns are getting unlocked by some of the innovative practices which Unilever has been doing over many, many years, right? How do you actually co-sell, co-participate with the local community and make it happen? The models which work in urban India are just not going to work, right? So I'm super positive about the growth opportunity in India, but unfortunately, it's not going to be a linear answer that do more of the same. We need to have innovative answers. We need to understand the needs of that big India 3. And maybe the last point I would make is that when you look at the digital economy in the country today, which is growing almost 4 times of what the total personal consumption expenditure is likely to grow, the maximum amount of traction you're getting is from tier 2, 3, 4 and beyond, right? Because they are getting first time access to the entire assortment, which we take for granted, right? Boss, I go anywhere, I'll get whatever I want, right? Literally, whatever is available in India. So I think this whole input or coming of digital channel is going to be a great value driver in the way products become accessible, and at the same time bringing down the overall cost of consumption, because in a way you're trying to build scale in that process. So net, a lot of opportunities, a lot of positivity.
Mr. Kiran, yeah.
So if I reflect on the last, let's say 12 months, the typical projects, for instance, if you take in the US and Europe, is business as usual. How do we optimize? How do we deal with the raw inflation? And how do you pass on the price? This is actually from anecdotally from all the experience and the projects I've done. In India, 60% is one, which is go to market. How do we enter the Indian market and how do we position ourselves for the growth for the next 5-10 years? So I'm completely with Ravi there. India is the opportunity now. And literally every single consumer market business in the world cannot survive the next 10 years if they're not operating in India and China. This is absolute reality. This is where we will not just give the growth, but also dominate the total revenue. Okay. Then if you look at the market segments for product, right, there is the super premium, premium, and let's say value. Just think of it that way. The reality is the super premium category, take the case of Tumi bags or luxury watches. The price points in India, China, Europe, they're all the same. There's no difference. We're actually paying exactly the same price everywhere. And what is shocking to companies like Tumi is the number of Indians who are willing to buy these bags. And suddenly they're everywhere. And like they didn't know how to actually deal with it. They didn't have enough dealerships. And suddenly they had a problem of plenty. And you take the value segment, which is the bottom, that's where the price distinction obviously is still there. And that is actually where people need to target the rural market. The middle segment where it is a bit muddled up. Depending on the brand positioning, it's an Indian company, foreign company, they need to play the pricing game. But honestly, if you want to work in consumer sector, India is honestly the place to be, either as a consultant or as a consumer company. Absolutely fascinating market. And even in the past, what consumer companies used to do in India, they adopted abroad. This is actually going to happen more and more. India is the experiment for running consumers' pricing strategy and adopting it to the world. So we are actually in a fantastic position to take leverage of this.
Okay. We can't pass up on a private equity expert who's with us, because private equity plays the long game. But they would know first how the industry is going to shape up 5 years, 10 years down the line. So they are the movers and shakers behind the scene many times. So what is the private equity perspective on the growth in India? And if you can somehow link sustainability, where do you think sustainability is coming into the picture right now?
Yeah, means I remember starting my private equity journey way back in 2001. There was no private equity, there was only venture capital. And 2001 was a great year because it was the dot-com bust and there was hardly any deals in India. But from that thing, I would really divide into three parts. The 2000 to 2010 period, right? Where we saw a completely different industry getting shaped up. Venture capital, private equity funds, global funds like Blackstone, Warburg Pincus, KKR, TPG, etc., setting up shop in India and trying to do deals. So they were still discovering the India growth story that everybody talks about. Very, very well-established story about Pulak Prasad or Warburg Pincus investing in Bharti Airtel, made loads of returns and that became a poster boy. So that was established in that period. But then 2010 onwards, as you see this industry, what is private equity fundamentally? All of you are aware of private equity generally, but it's not actually that complex what people make it out to be. Private equity is nothing but taking money and investing, right, in unlisted stocks. That's the base model. But the point is, what's the most important thing you think in private equity business? What's the most important thing when you're investing? Returns, right? Returns is the most key thing. And what do you think is most difficult in an unlisted scenario? Unlisted scenario, it's exits, right? Because how would you exit from an unlisted stock, right? Because listed, you have the market, but here you don't have a market. So 2010 to 2020 period was the issue about exits for private equity industry, because they were not getting exits. That was the trouble. There was not enough M&A happening, inbound M&A happening. There were not too much of listings happening. So they were getting stuck. So one of the big challenges of private equity in that period was returns. Dollar was strengthening, rupee was plummeting, and returns was not happening. So actually that industry went through huge issues. But what has changed now and looking forward? Just to give you some sense of data, the startup ecosystem has consumed in India more than $35 to $40 billion of capital in the last 3 to 4 years. The India M&A private equity market is $100 billion. Okay, this was the number. You can, if any of you are interested, go to the Grant Thornton website. There is a publication called Grant Thornton Deal Tracker. It publishes deal data every month, M&A and private equity. Have a look at it just from a knowledge perspective. So it is a massive market. So there is a phenomenal money that is coming already in the Indian ecosystem. Second is, because of the geopolitical issues, where is the money to invest? Right? The 6% growth, etc. It's only in India. If you take out China, if you take out Europe, which is going through a massive issues of degrowth today, right? Where is the country to invest? So it's only India, actually. KKR, one of the world's largest private equity firm, just established the second largest office in Gurgaon last week, actually this week. The second largest office after the US. So what you're going to see is a phenomenal investment appetite for funds. You will see the big bulge bracket funds. You will see the Indian funds, which are already big. You have the Indian wealthy family offices who are investing, right? But what is changing? There is also some changes, and that's where it links up. I know that's a very passionate topic, sustainability. When I go and speak to the funds, the bulge bracket funds, private equity funds, everybody's talking sustainability. They have capital pools deployed to say this $1 million is only for sustainable projects. Renewables, solar, clean energy, EV, X, Y, and Z. It's clear. Everybody is mandate. So if somebody says, oh, it's a great thought process, answer is no, it's real, number one. So it's real. So if there is any entrepreneurs in the room or startups who want to build in sustainability, let me tell you, right? If it is a real business model, really good model, you will be flushed with interest and funds from everywhere. So fund is not a constraint, number one. Model is the important thing. So they're all talking sustainability. What is the second important change that I see in the capital markets? I don't know whether you noticed in 2020, when we were going through COVID, right? The Indian government, Nirmala Sitharaman, made a big announcement. She said that Indian companies, private companies, which are unlisted, can go to the overseas capital markets and raise and get listed. It was in April 2020 that she announced that. The Indian rule regulation is you first get listed in India and then you can list overseas. Infosys, Wipro, Tata Motors, etc. But there's a huge change. But unfortunately, as in India, regulations don't follow. So the regulations haven't followed up. So we are yet to see overseas listings really take off from India. But what happened? We saw the new age companies like the Zomatos, Nykaa, Policy Bazaars, Paytm, etc. getting listed. But this decade, in my view, will be the decade of listings. So you will have a lot of capital already flown in, more capital coming in, exits going through listings. The only thing to watch out for, and I think where I want to just connect with what Ravi said, a very important point he said, greed. He said a very important point. I don't know how many of you noticed that point, greed. The challenge that we are seeing in the market today is not of resource constraint. It's about behaviors. How many startups are you seeing toppling and falling over all over the place? How many? You're seeing it happening in dozens, right? How many startups are really looking at governance, right? And I'll just say that watch out for governance. Whatever businesses that you build, if you want to build startups, great, but think about governance from day one. And I just want to end with one thing for private equity, which is if anybody wants to join the private equity industry, if you love investing, it's a very, very solid market. Happy to chat with all of you, give you some whatever inputs I have, but it's a phenomenal industry. So welcome always if any of you want to join.
I was gonna add that PE and M&A is going to be huge drivers of growth in India going forward.
And I have a challenge, Professor.
Yes, okay.
If you can build a talent pool of deals at XLRI, I'm sure all of us will come and hire from that talent pool. There is huge opportunity to be built.
Yeah, and that's the challenge that we have. And we will look at what we can do about that. But there's also a lot of demand for question and answers. So if, with your permission, I would like to open it for question and answers. So any question and answers for any of the panelists, if you want to open it to all of us, that's okay. If you want to be specific, saying I want Ms. X or Mr. X answering it, that's also fine. So please take a mic and let's go for question and answers.
Thank you for such an insightful session. My name is Ritika Gupta. I have 5 years of experience with TCS. And I have a question to all of you. So we have seen that bench strength have been why these companies have bidded for projects. But recently we have seen a slump in the recruitment. So have GenAI already pivoted how projects have been how projects have been bidded in the IT sector?
Okay, so I think, yeah, you want to take that? Anybody can take it, yeah.
Recruitment has taken a hit, yes, but it has taken a hit in parts. For example, how many of you are aware that Accenture is going through total enterprise reinvention? Fancy words, but basically what it means is we're trying to change the way we do business is at the core with data driving our growth. How many of you are aware? Anybody aware? Okay, aware. Now, when somebody announces like that and we are a global firm, what changes? What changes? Announcement, we're changing, then what happens?
Strategies.
No, the strategy, all that nice. People, where do you get the people from? The world is flat. Which places are costlier to get resources? USA? Okay. Which places is there a volume and relatively good colleges, schools, infrastructure to support English speaking as well? India. So where do you think the jobs are going? So are jobs going, to your question? Because of GenAI, may not be. But today may not be GenAI. Today may be the reason of the unprecedented level of macroeconomic challenges in the world, but eventually also GenAI. But the jobs are coming to India. So they may be going somewhere else, but they're coming to India massively. In the corporate functions, they're also going to come in the different other areas, technology, absolutely, yes. But the skills that you're looking for, see, this is where I was telling before. It cannot be that I have this skill, I will get this job. That has changed. You have to wake up to the reality. I have the skill, the company is looking for Y, and I have the way to bridge the gap between X to Y. That is the skill you need to have. The ability to show your adaptability, your resilience, your curiosity, that will drive it. So jobs are coming to India, that's for sure. Now, the angle of strategy and consulting, that's a very different game, right? It's going through its own challenges, but are the jobs coming? For sure. At junior levels, they're coming. But today, because discretionary spend across the world in most organizations has kind of gone tight, right? That's what happens. We also do that in our house. When we have a crunch, what do? We say, is Diwali, ek jode kapde kharid lenge, do ki jagah. So that's what is happening. And because of that, you see a temporary challenge. But are we here? Why do you think we are? Besides philanthropy, it is also because it makes business sense for organizations to partner with the colleges to ensure that the talent gets attracted to us. And it becomes like a talent war. 4 people sitting and saying, come to me, come to me, come to me. That will continue. Yeah. So I don't think you need to think, oh, will we get 10 slots this year, 20 slots this year? It doesn't matter. Are you looking for jobs, just not pure place SNC, but more broader? That's where you need to think. Secondly, if you want to get hired by us, what do you have to give? It's a relationship, right? I want you, but you want me? Then if we both want each other, what are you going to give me and what will I give you? That's what it'll always come down to. So at an individual level, you need to think that. Forget the noise in the air, jobs are there, not there, 10 slots, 20 slots. It doesn't matter. You think about your own self. Okay, are you even on LinkedIn connected with all of us? How many of you are? How many of you have added everybody who came today on LinkedIn? Just see the number of hands. What about the rest? Now, how are you going to get jobs? What is your inclination to get to know people in the industry? It's another way of looking at it. So be curious. Yeah.
Any other? Okay. Can we move to the next question then? Yeah.
Good evening.
Yeah. Okay. So there's another comment coming up.
Just a small comment that I think this whole piece around AI and Gen AI, I think it's a favorite whipping boy, literally. If people sitting in the room are thinking Gen AI is the reason for whatever, then frankly, please don't think like that. Because I think you guys are going to be operating at a much higher level, given the background that you are going to hopefully coming from and going to, right? You need to be really thinking about that. And frankly, Gen AI, as I've been told, is a wrap of large language models. But AI has been there for how many years, right? So it's not that AI has happened over the last 12 months and suddenly the jobs are starting vanishing, right? Guys, we don't have to think like this. It's all, please try to peel the onion, right? Don't start reacting to symptoms. That's the biggest thing that one should be in your position of capacity of thinking, of putting 2 and 2 together, should be really looking at, right? That what's really driving what? If fundamentally we don't have the right quality of data, and I'm sure you've heard the word hallucination, then where are we going, right? We will need people like yourselves to really shepherd the ship. And I can just tell you a very simple use case. We are being asked by companies to create a chatbot option of a brand manager. Now, am I getting calls from the brand managers or the would-be brand managers across the schools that brand managers are going to become defunct? I don't know how many of you aspire to be brand managers. But the fact of life is, and that's what is the fundamental life is attention span. I think just PT put the nail on the head that how many of you have actually taken the effort to really reach out? And I'm just connecting the dots here that what is your attention span in a way? I'm not talking about you in particular, but I'm generally talking about what we do for a living right now, right? So if we are fundamentally living in a very short attention span, and the way I'm connecting it with ChatGPT or for that matter, Gen AI is, what Gen AI does in a very solid fashion is that it look at every and any data. And that's what our job is in this particular case, is to look at every inside data, outside data, and think like a brand manager. That is the job that we have to do. Now, why is the company needing it? Because the brand managers have their own way of thinking. They have their own intuitions or their own proclivities or their own XYZ, whatever. Yeah. So it's a very, what GPT is doing is it's trying to bring in a level of impartiality into what's happening around us, right? But you still need the human intellect to decide what to do and what not to do. So guys, please don't think about you being in the same level as a ChatGPT. For heaven's sake, never. Even in your lifetime, I can tell you that will never happen, right? Nobody can really think about a general purpose AI. It's like nth level of what you see today. So guys, be super positive is my simple message to you guys. Please be more, unlayer the headlines, because that's what you're being taught here. Unlayer the headlines. That's my only recommendation.
Okay. All right. Any other questions from anybody? Yeah, please.
Good afternoon to all the panelists. My name is Harshvardhan, and I have 6 years of experience in the real estate and construction business. So my question is to Mr. Puri, and maybe Mr. Kapoor can answer as well. In this era of technology, we talked about Industry 5.0, and now we are talking about in a resource-constrained world, unlocking value. So my question is that this day, every technology is labeled as this will cause a major disruption, and every company has to look out for that disruption. So we are talking about sustainability, and at the same time, we're talking about companies who are looking out that some other company will come in and disrupt their business. So how do these companies avoid being the Nokias and the Blockbusters and the Xeroxes of the world, at the same time being sustainable and at the same time fighting off the disruption that is coming? Because disruption will come. So is the focus should be on sustainability, or should the focus be on avoiding disruption? And because it is the incumbent firms that go out of business first whenever there is disruption.
I think you need to get your somewhat, see, let's double click the data here. If you look at the established large companies, the medium size and the very small, what is the percentage, highest percentage rate of death of companies? It's in the small. 1 in 4, basically the average lifespan of a very small company is 4 years. Okay. Now take the large market cap companies. Apart from the Nokia here and there and BlackBerry, how many actually companies do you know which have not been here? They've been around for the longest time. So double click on it. So the presumption you're actually making is not fully accurate. The small companies might be leading the innovation cycle, at least on paper, but not all of them are surviving. Not all of them are able to monetize, and they're not disrupting the market. It is the large companies which are mostly disrupting the market. And how are they doing it? By launching newer products, newer technologies, pivoting into that. Today, if you take EV as an example, which companies do you think are launching EV cars? It's not the new ones. It is the existing IC engine cars which are actually moving towards pivot. Which are the companies launching new energy technologies? It's the same companies which have been there for 100 years. So this disruption is coming, but disruption is silently and under the radar actually being led by the large companies. The ones which are in the news are the small ones. So the ability to reinvent, the ability to pivot to a new business model, new technology is actually far more with the resilient large market cap companies. Okay, so they all need to look for new things, no doubt, but it's very, very rare for a very large company to just die out of the blue. That happens very rarely.
Sorry, I just have a slightly different point of view. And my basic point is that there is no dichotomy or confusion in my mind to what you said. What is wrong with what you said, right? So if I can quote the mother of all MBA schools, right? Harvard Business School, the famous professor, Innovator's Dilemma. I don't know how many of you know Innovator's Dilemma. Have you heard about it?
Clayton Christensen.
Yes, Clayton Christensen, right? What was Innovator's Dilemma? Exactly to the point that you said. I'm having a lovely running business. I'm getting good margins. I'm growing as well. Why do I need to innovate? That's the dilemma, right? And somebody comes in, does a small part of the market, so on and so forth. There are enough and more case studies around it, right? But that's how the world works, right? But I'll agree with Kiran that if you really look at the big tech, and there's a lot of action happening in the US around big tech, that why should the big tech remain big tech? But unfortunately, the way the operating models are coming and everything is centered around data, everybody hoovering up data and then using data to do 15,000 things, that's the essential business model coming in everywhere. In my sector also, which is the farthest removed from data, trust me, so many conversations are now revolving around what is called as first party data. I should know what you are doing with my brand. Earlier, who cares? I'm selling it to an intermediary and maybe a second level intermediary and it is coming to you. I don't care as long as the numbers are happening. So fundamentally, it's not a linear answer again, because that's how it is. But both the things will happen and it will happen. There will be companies which will be caught flat-footed. There will be companies which will be innovating, acquiring companies, because fundamentally they are resting on a huge quantum of data. And maybe that's where the differentiation is going to come all the time. They will have better and better models. Look at what has happened. OpenAI came from nowhere. Who would have thought? And the fundamental point is all the tech of OpenAI is the Google tech. Yeah. Google is sitting on so much of data, but Google never thought about doing it for its own fundamental reasons. Don't be evil, right? Don't be evil. And it went too far away from not being evil. But somebody thought, let me be a whatever. I'll give it out in the world and figure out what's evil about it. Now Google is falling to what PT said, Bart and whatnot. So it happens.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Professor, we have one last question due to paucity of time.
One last
take
question,
one last
please.
question.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Right.
So my name is Rakshit Mehta. I work for Honeywell, oil and gas domain. So I resonate with what sir told, that a lot of these sustainability solutions are good on paper, but they do not make a lot of times economic feasibility, right? In Europe, you have some incentives from the government, but Indian government doesn't provide that much. So in the same lines, when we say unlocking value in resource constrained world, India is trying to become a superpower, right? Semiconductors is one of the areas where we are looking forward to develop ourselves, right? Now, either setting up a refinery, what is the constraint, right? or we tie up with Latin American countries for the resources, then the deglobalization or semi-globalization is a problem, right? So in such an uncertain world, how do you advise your clients who is going towards this kind of a journey to set up something new in India?
Okay. Mr.
Just give an
Raja,
answer
you can go on.
in a different context, different way, maybe that may help. Which I started that dot and the white. As when we consult companies, one of the first trait of a good consultant is deep listening. Number one. So you've got to really, really listen well. And I think peeling the onions, you've got to go to the depth of what exactly the company is facing an issue. The second is, right, opportunities, creating opportunities, right? At this point of time, we are advising a company in the metals and mining space who are looking at a pretty large mine outside India, not in Latin America, but somewhere else, right? If you really think about a resource-constrained world, oh yeah, I can never get this asset, but they found it out. So instead of the power of thinking to find out the opportunity. So the point is, and I just wanted to leave with thought to all of you. Are you thinking about your strengths or are you thinking about your weaknesses? You've heard about Tiger Woods, the golfer, known for some other things as well, but I'm not going for that. Only for the golf. Tiger Woods was a very famous golfer. At the age of 13, he was trained by his dad, by the way. And he was trained by his dad, and he figured out that Tiger Woods is not normal. He's an exceptional golfer. He was taken to a coach. Went to the coach, and Tiger told the coach the very first day that I have a huge weakness. And my weakness is that when the ball goes off course, if you see the golf course, there's a rough area. When the ball goes off course, I find it very difficult to take the ball from the rough edge to the golf course. That's a huge weakness. And he shared that with the coach. The coach practiced 1 day, 2 days, 3 months, 4 months, till his championship match came in. And he really got nervous, went back to the coach and said, you know what, coach, we've not practiced my weakness. And I'm really nervous because tomorrow is my championship. The coach looked at him, at Tiger, and he said, Tiger, your front shot, which is your main shot at golf, is so good. I'm absolutely confident that the ball will not go off course. What's the point, friends, for this story? A lot of times we think of what we don't have. But in all of us sitting in this room, there is some special thing which we have, which none of us have it. If one can figure out that strength within ourselves, whether Gen AI comes in, it will come in, cybersecurity will ransack all our malware, it will happen. Another virus will come in, of course it may happen. But the point is, if one truly finds one's strengths, in this room, you will find the next sustainable leader, you will find the next brand leader, you will find the next Tiger Woods sitting in this room as well. So that's with that, I will be very excited.
Okay, I think with that, I think we'll bring this session to a close. I don't know, I mean, the time flew by. I just looked at the time and we are beyond the scheduled time. So one thing that I realized was that, you know, sometimes we push our students too much on data. Sometimes there's power in storytelling as well. So a good story can capture minds like, you know, no data can. So that is one thing that I think we've heard some really good stories. We also heard about what's changed and what has not changed. So the basic fundamentals of business have not changed, as you see, right? But some things are changing. So as Mr. Lahiri said, if you want to start a sustainable business, there's not going to be any dearth of money and funds if you have the business model right. And so many companies are looking at data, sustainability, and the consumer experience. And the more heartening thing is, India is it. for the next 10 to 20 years. And we are all India. So I think we are the one, I mean, in fact, you are the ones who are driving this change. And I think the right perspective to gain from this session would be that you are the driver of change. So rather than being affected by the change, if you can be part of the driving of change, I think that would take you places that you've never thought of before. So I thank everyone in the panel. It was lovely. I think we had just different, I think what I loved about this panel was there was so much different knowledge bases that we could tap into. And I hope that helped in some sense to everybody. I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone in the panel and thank the students who have been really working hard on getting this program a success. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, and our esteemed panelists for braving the post-lunch session with such charisma and humor, and as well as for your wise words of wisdom. It was an absolute honor to host you. And for that wholesome participation, we would now like to felicitate you with a small token of gratitude. I request Professor Kanaraj to please do the honors. First up, we have Mr. Karan Puri. Mr. Kiran Puri. Now, Ms. Preeti Khatri, ma'am, please. Mr. Raja Lahiri, sir, please. Mr. Ravi Kapoor. And finally, our professor, Professor Snehal, please.
Okay, I feel like an outsider. Yeah, so,
Yeah, the guests can kindly take your seats. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
A round of applause, guys. A bigger round of applause, guys. Mehak, you know what? I have a question for you. In the last session, I had a lot of fun. What about you?
I couldn't agree more, Ashish.
You know what? I am so glad to be part here, and you made us laugh, you made us think, and you know, there were a lot of insights, and you can't pay money to have these insights. So I can't thank you enough. Now, next up, yeah. But guess what? The fun doesn't end here, because we have three musketeers here to lead us for our next panel discussion, which is going to be generative AI, the future of business and HR. I would love to call Mr. Arvind Ladda so that we can welcome you to this wonderful event. Mr. Kanagaraj sir, can you kindly do the honors of welcoming Mr. Arvind Ladda?
Introduce the topic.
Let me start by introducing this theme that we have. With this theme, we will delve into the future, talking about generative AI as a transformative force, reshaping how businesses operate and how HR functions. Together, we'll explore the boundless possibilities and strategic implications of generative AI as our panelists unravel insights that will shape the trajectory of business HR in the times ahead. Now, let me introduce you to these visionaries who have shaped industries, navigated change, promoted inclusivity, and led with immense resolve. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Allow me to introduce Mr. Arvind Ladha. Mr. Ladha, the president of Mercer India, is a visionary leader in consulting. His transformative leadership has elevated Mercer India, focusing on innovation and client satisfaction. Arvind fosters a collaborative culture, making Mercer a benchmark for excellence. Prior to this, he served as a deputy CEO at JLT Independent, contributing to global employee benefit practices. Fostering an entrepreneurial spirit, Arvind founded and served as the CEO of Vantage Insurance Brokers and Risk Advisors Private Limited, India's first largest independent employee benefits broking company. Having completed leadership program at Harvard Business School and IIM Ahmedabad, Arvind continues to lead by example. Beyond his impressive career, he is also a fervent advocate for continuous learning, evident in his engaging LinkedIn posts covering growth, talent, culture, leadership, and diversity. Welcome, sir.
Next up, meet Mr. Navraj Makka. Navraj Makka, the senior client partner at Conferry, is a seasoned professional in human resources and client partnerships. With a rich background in business development, client relationship management, and project delivery, Navraj's leadership at Deloitte India and earlier roles at Conferry Hay Group underscore his commitment to driving impactful strategies and fostering client relationships. Navraj's journey from a senior engineer at HSBC to his current role at Conferry showcases his adaptability and excellence across diverse domains. Armed with a postgraduate diploma from XLRI itself, he embodies continuous learning and academic excellence. As the senior client partner at Conferry, Mr. Navraj plays a pivotal role in driving client success and contributing to organizational growth. Welcome, Mr. Navraj. We look forward to your insights on this dynamic landscape. Guys, just reminding, this is homegrown talent, so we would use one more round of applause, please.
Now, next up, we have Mr. Amit Jain, Chief People Officer at People Strong and TAG, a luminary in HR and organizational development. Guided by the mantra, people care is good business, Amit shapes his organization's global culture with a focus on employee well-being and satisfaction. An XLRI alumnus, he brings vast experience from Edison Technologies and Tata Communications, advocating for people-centric approach in the HR tech, SaaS, IT, and telecom. Amit's inclusive leadership style is evident in fostering open communication, prioritizing well-being, and championing diversity, including support for LGBTQI+. His accolades, such as the Gold Plaque Award at People Strong and recognition as one of the top HR professionals under 40, highlights his progressive contributions. Beyond work, Amit's commitments to equality extends into his diverse personal interests, including writing, reading, puzzles, and Sudoku. Welcome, Amit. We hope your time here reminds you of fond memories. Guys, we have another precious alum of ours. You know the drill.
Thank you, Mehak. Next up, we now welcome Professor Gurunathan L. to moderate this panel discussion. Professor Gurunathan, a fellow of IIMA, has been part of XLRI faculty since 2004. Specializing in compensation and strategic HRM, he not only teaches in regular programs, but also imparts his knowledge to executives from various corporate houses and public sector organizations. There is no one more fitter to carry the word Gurunathan, which translates to teacher in the lovely language of Malayalam. The stage is all yours, Professor.
Am I audible to all of you? Oh, great. Before we start, we had one more panelist, and was a lady, and she dropped out. So I'm just saying this because the earlier panelists was asking not enough women. So we did try.
I think before we start, I also wanted to let everyone know that every time I see Professor here, that the heartbeat goes a little faster. Because I still remember his test and I don't want to go there anymore. So, yeah. But good to see you again, sir.
Yeah, lovely. Thanks to these students, we survived. So it's actually, and one of the things we keep saying in XLRI is the students come back, they teach us a lot. So this is actually true. We are not even trying to say it out of humility, etc. So what do we do today? This is, I think you've been here for a long day, okay? So please tell yourself 1 more hour and it'll be done, etc. What we do here is, this is a topic, this is very new. I don't understand nothing of this, okay? I do understand nothing of this. And I'm going to ask you some very basic questions. I want you to, we'll build a lot. And I think as we go further, we will keep asking better questions. I'll start with, I need your help actually. Start with asking what exactly do we mean when we say this generative AI? You know, it's everybody understands that whenever we give them tests nowadays, especially take home, they put it there and whatever answer comes, submitted back to us. What exactly is happening? What is this definition of? And if you can help me with differentiating this with terms like algorithmic HR, or even many times people are confusing these discussions with analytics or big data, etc. There are huge differences. But when we go deeper, we get very confused as to where exactly are the differences. So help us with starting in terms of understanding this and therefore setting the context. The mic, yes.
Yeah, so I just want to, Professor, thank you for having invited me. Great being here. And like you said, this is the last session of the day. I'm sure you had an engrossing day, but hopefully this will round it off well for all of you. To my mind, there are, like I heard in the closing aspects of this previous session, AI itself has been there for a long time, right? If you think of Netflix and how it prompts you based on what you just watched, that's AI. And there are umpteen examples of that. I think what the more recent versions have done is 2 or 3 things. One is the way it throws up content, I think, is now in many different forms than previous versions did. AI's own ability to learn, right? Earlier models, based on what I understand, were more harnessing the power of the data that was already there, but not creating new perspectives, which is why now you even have hallucinations, something that you didn't worry about earlier, right? And then also this two-way sort of communication. Earlier, you put in an input, you got an output based on the input you gave. Now it actually can give you back some output, but also prompt you in certain ways. So to my mind, these are the three things that sort of seem to be distinctly different from what it used to be.
Yeah. So see, I'm not an expert on AI and Gen AI for that matter, but what I've seen, and I started as an engineer, the fundamental difference we are all talking about Gen AI today is if you go back, say 20 years, if you had data, you used to use something called as SQL. I'm not sure how many of you know of it. You have to write a script and it gives you some data on it, right? Basic form of data and using that to come out to some answers, right? fast forward 10 years, then 2014, 2015, we had this term called Python becoming very exciting, right? If you're a Python coder, you are the top of the house in tech. Basically, what it's doing is you can use data to do some predictive forecasting using that data, right? So that's what it's coming to. Now, the key about Gen AI was it gave the power to the consumer to write code by basically asking questions in English, right? And as soon as that happens, you have just simplified the way consumers work with AI, right? And that's why Gen AI is the talking point today, right? I could still use SQL, I could still use Python, but now my father, who doesn't know how to use the iPhone very well, can go on there and ask a question, get an answer, and he's basically writing a script in a way using natural English language, right? So that's the fundamental difference of it's data that is creating data. Gen AI is data, it's generating data by getting trained on a set of data, but the key lies in the simplicity of its use. Yeah, that's my experience.
So to add on what Navraj mentioned, so basically the excess is the main point. Now, how many of you have seen Tom and Jerry cartoon? All of you? I don't know whether if you remember, almost 15 years ago, they have released one of the video wherein they show showing Jerry is replaced by artificial machine Jerry, right? So at that stage, there was a remote, everything was there. It was there. But we have seen it like as a cartoon, right? Now it's a reality. It is all about the excess. So I'll give you a basic example. So I have a 6-year-old daughter and a 65-year-old mother. So now there is a better. And my mother was a principal. So every day, my daughter questions her, how could you be a principal? You don't know this, you don't know this. It's all about the excess. So earlier, technology was restricted to only techies or certain specific people, certain skill set. So now it's not about skill, the technical skill I meant. It is about your logical reasoning. So this access is available to everyone. And moreover, now each one of us carrying one or two handset or devices, iPad or a laptop so I think those all changes actually make things simpler. And that's why now it's a hype. So it was always there.
So the way that I am trying to understand, right? Are we therefore trying to say that this is more about the way he uses the way if I summarize it, it is about how easily I can interact with tech or easily I can interact with data. And therefore not essentially, but there's a slight difference in the way you are saying a slight difference. I just want to get into the difference. Does this lead to different perspectives, as he says? Or is it still limited to the fact that the whole perspective comes from my input? In other words, it's about me querying something and there is something coming out. Or is it possible that me querying can actually give something much larger than that? Going against various laws, etc. Is that because if you look at the discussions that we're having around this, I don't think people look at it from an input-output perspective. People essentially think, input can actually be limited, but AI can think on behalf of you and essentially add much more and give you back. Is that a real prospect there? I'll just start with him, sorry, and then, sorry.
No, I think what they really captured very beautifully is access has really changed, right? So its capability has changed, but capability without that access would have again meant that a handful of very technically skilled people would have been able to use it, and the average person wouldn't have really been as terrorized, for lack of a better word, right? I think now that we have this, it's also helped us realize that it can think on its own and it can actually improve and give output that's better than what a human can. So I was recently listening to a professor at NUS who's written 3 books and hundreds of thousands of articles through his career of maybe 40 years or so. He says, I have never found an editor as good as what ChatGPT 4 can do for me. Right? So it has taken that whole ability to the next level. It is now able to contribute to our thinking rather than be framed by our thinking. At least that's how I sort of think of it.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
No. I think going in the same lines as Arun, but I think in terms of the input output, in a sense, I still go back to the fact that it's the ease of access, right? So I think it's a month back we were looking at jobs, and there's a very interesting job that Google has now come up with called a prompt engineer, right? Which is you can see it on Glassdoor. Basically, it's how good you write a prompt for which you get a response, right? So going back to, I write a good SQL script, I get a good response. If I write a very good natural response or question, I get a good response. So for me, it's still the ease of access, but you're right. It just, the output you get is definitely far ahead of what we could have got from other data models per se. Right?
Can you then help me? Is there a difference between this and we talk about algorithmic HR? Do you see a difference between this and say generative AI?
So probably I'll answer a bit differently. So what is how it's impacting the algorithm? So now see, for whatever we do, there are three aspects of a change. One is generational change. So we can say Gen Z, baby boomers, and the latest buzz is lazy girl shoes. I'm sure you have heard of. That's the one part. Second is fashion, and third is tech. So now we have three. In fact, within the generation, there are so many segregations. So the algorithm have changed accordingly. Now, in fact, the employer, in fact, earlier I was not worried about, I say, okay, I have made an offer, you join 9 to 6, very clear. Now, even the student, even at campus stage, the first question is, do you have remote working? Okay, there's a question of change. The response. Now, remote working is past. I would say 2020, everybody was talking about remote working. Now, they're talking about, okay, how much flexibility within the work I have. The word I would use earlier, we used to call job. Now we talk about work. So the algorithm, coming to the question is, the algorithm of HR has changed because the definition of a job has changed. Like Nawaz mentioned about, there's a prompt in a job. Now there are different, so many combinations. And that's why what the prompt you're giving is very, very important. Because even that, read it, okay, what's your mindset? Where you fall, in which category? And that's how an algorithm works accordingly. Okay. I don't know whether it's answered question or not.
It need not, actually, sorry.
And just to add, and again, I'm not sure if it completely answers your question, but one sort of instance that comes to my mind is we've always been aware of these large databases that were being built and created for humans to play against machines, the game of chess, right? And these were largely for the longest period of time based on, one, the number of combinations you put onto the machine and the data processing computing power of the machine. And then in 2017, Google unveiled something called AlphaZero. And AlphaZero, they suddenly realized, was able to think of moves that had not been put into the database. And 28 out of 28 games it won, or I think it won 27 games and one draw against the humans, right? So I think essentially what the new models are doing, right, is enhancing its ability to think of its own and simulate situations and think of responses that may not have been experienced before, right? And I don't know if that answers your question, but
I will. I want to say something.
Yeah, so just one thing to algorithmic HR specifically, sir. In a sense, earlier, what would happen is algorithmic HR would take data and you run an algorithm and you can get data like, what is my retention percentage of a person for the next 6 months? What Gen AI is basically differentiating is it's creating the algorithm. So,
exactly.
right. So it's not following an algorithm. It takes data and it generates an algorithm, right? And that's where the key shift is happening. And as you start generating algorithms on your own, the play changes per se.
That way again goes back to the access question, actually, yes. Right? Yeah. The reason I'm asking this is when I was talking to organizations. As of now, organizations are still looking at it from how much control I have over this. And they see algorithmic HR as more as having more control because they still have their own approach to it. So I keep calling it the process approach. I mean, you believe that there is a process and this process is probably going to give you a customized outcome to your own organization. While the way generative AI is being seen is more from an outcome approach. I'm not really questioning the process, or I'm trusting the process, but I'm hoping the outcome comes of the picture. So because of which this becomes interesting. So there was this discussion, I mean, just want to place it before you, that the legitimacy of algorithmic HR is going to be far more higher than, say, a generative AI focus, because algorithmic HR will be presented to organizations as them having more control over it, meaning them customizing things. Do you really see such a distinction, or do you think this is just a passing phase before a generative AI takes over?
So my sense is, so Gen AI, if you use it, right? If I am an organization and I want to use Gen AI, it will make Chat GPT won't help me. What helps me is if I use my data models, my IP, and I create a Gen AI layer on top of it, right? Because then it creates reports which are specific to me. Now, the easy way out is what algorithmic HR is doing is it's using it. I'm creating algorithm using my IP. Gen AI creates a layer on top of it, right? So I think it will come in whether we like it or not. It's a point of investment. It's too nascent right now. But most organizations are investing in adding that layer of Gen AI on top of the current algorithms they have, right? And it's more outcome focused then, in a sense, right? So I don't think I think it'll definitely replace it. I don't think it's one versus the other, but it's the intent of getting the IP there.
But yeah, there are two points which you're right. Yeah. One, I still think, therefore, the fact that you would want it your way, I mean, your model extra will still come into the picture, yes, though this will be only a layer on top of it. The other part of the nascency is something I should get to a discussion, but you're about, I think, respond to him. Yeah.
I was just going to add to your point. Right. I think there's also this question of, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought where you're coming from is in algorithmic HR, I have defined the parameters. I can be reasonably certain of the credibility of the outcome. And maybe that's not true for Gen AI. And therefore, we will have what we like to call the human in the loop, right? So it is, to our mind, actually Gen AI will offer enhanced capability, and at some point of time will outdo algorithmic HR, but not by its own. Because you will have a human in the loop who is now looking at what it's giving out and ensuring that those basic parameters around credibility of what is coming out as output is something I can take for granted. You can't take it for granted, therefore you have the human in the loop, but post the human in the loop, you trust that outcome. I think that sort of combination is going to be what outdoes it.
And there's two ways to look at it. One is, are we transitioning towards it? Or is it a legitimacy game? You know, I want to feel confident and therefore I need the time to essentially get into it. And this brings me to two broad questions. One is the impact question I need to learn from you. But the first question I want to ask is it possible that the nascency of this very discussion is making us make very sweeping statements? And in general, the less we know about it, right? People have been wrong with internet, but that's because we were talking about the 80s. Is that happening with generative AI? Are we making sweeping statements either way, with less understanding of what it is? Or do you think we have reached a level where we have enough understanding of this?
I don't think we've understood even the tip of the iceberg. I mean, if you look at it, it was less than a year ago, and it's part of every conversation, right? I think even as we sit here and make some statements, maybe in 2 months, maybe in 2 years, maybe in 2 decades, some of the statements we make today will look foolish, right? But I think that's a natural course of disruption and invention and exuberance of what we think it can do, then disappointment with what it actually delivers, and then probably a stability of reality in terms of, okay, this is what it can actually do and this is how I use it. So that's my personal.
Yeah. So I feel I agree with him. So what happen is, as human nature is, we are resistant to change, and that's what the word upskilling and reskilling, that the words continue. So what happens whenever there is one new buzzword comes in town, everybody start thinking, okay, I know it all. We Google it. We thought, okay. So example, in the morning I was listening, everyone is talking about it will take away the jobs. There are many industries AI is not even touching. Manufacturing at a ground level. See, how many companies can actually spend enough money to use the technology in the ground level? That's the first question, right? So first of all, we don't need to worry about it and start thinking, impact or a negative things about it right now. First, okay, let's understand. This is starting out. I'll give you an example. We have a HR tech product. Definitely we serve end customers. They use our product. Now, the moment the Gen I word started everything, so the customer asks, okay, do you have Gen I enabled product? Now, whether they, again, with all humility, whether they understood or not, but that's the first expectation. Because now the three things which are coming very, very quite often you hear. One is efficiency, right? I'm calling efficiency and productivity separate because at times we quite mix both words, but I'm keeping separate. Third is, okay, can those people work on core jobs? So I remember earlier when I started my career, we used to have NA non-value added as part of Six Sigma. Okay, remove NAV from your process and focus on the core job so that there is a better productivity. I think with Gen AI coming in, I think those few things are definitely got answered. But to specific segment, industry, specific roles, people have not understood. I think this group or even a larger IT group, you're just 1% of group which understand it. 99% still even don't understand it. So I think it's just a beginning. So I think we should not worry about it. Let's wait for the time. And good part is we should be ready for change. That's it. I think that's the biggest learning.
Agreed. See, I think I fully agree. I mean, in fact, that's where I want to go slightly more deeper. The chances, there are extremes. Whenever people make extreme statements, right, for all your jobs will go or things will be the same. Both are extremes. We usually hear them when things are very nascent. So extreme statements happen during those times. So I think the more we understand, we start making better statements, etc. But having said that, one of the big challenges, at least within HR space, is that most of the decisions in human resource management, at least with respect to specifically, I'm not very good with the other areas, is that the data-driven decision making in itself is still very nascent. The amount of decisions that are being made, you could please correct me when I'm wrong. The amount of decisions that are being made in human resource management, I still feel have not reached the stage where we think we're using data, how much of it is coming from. And my worry was when I saw generative AI, etc., is that it seems to be too fast for the cultural understanding of this. Not that I don't understand it cognitively, but at a cultural level as an organization, am I going to understand this or am I going to get overwhelmed? I'll give you a stronger reason, because one of the reasons I want to get into is the concept of incentives in this whole issue. When I'm making a change, there are a lot of incentives I'm losing. If data-driven decision making comes into the picture from a HR point of view, there's a good chance that I'm giving away my power to technology. And this itself creates a lot of resistance. And all of a sudden, I'm giving it further to AI, etc. So I just want to ask you, is this coming too fast, especially for HR as a space?
So see, again, as a tech, it's okay. So the challenge with data is more about, from organization perspective, is that we don't capture data accurately. That's the fundamental, right? Most of the ERP systems, the HR model is not the best in the world. Now, the challenge here is confidence in the data that we have, right? So when does a business model, when does a product work? If you have confidence in the output and you have a business model, you can monetize, right? Now with Gen AI, what's happening is organizations in the HR space are struggling with both. They don't have confidence in the output it's generating and how do I monetize that output. So to give an example, I saw a live demonstration of a chat bot that had a feedback conversation with a real person. And what it did was it looked at the assessment report and it looked at how people generally give feedback, and it gave a real feedback to an individual as if there's a coach sitting on the other side. I didn't find it to be accurate, but I know it's going there, right? Now the fact that it's too fast, right? But I think organizations are seeing value in it in terms of monetization. And hence, as soon as you start investing in it, the confidence will come and it will go there, right? So I think it's a play of monetization in a sense. Most consulting firms will see value in it. They'll put money behind it and it'll get confident. The reliability will go up. So I think it's just nascent right now in that sense.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I think you basically called out three parts: data, culture, and is the pace too fast? Personally, I think Gen AI actually or any of these newer technologies, increasingly so, are actually enhancing our ability to understand data, right?
Okay.
Because unstructured data is also getting read and all of that. Yet, to the point you made, are we getting so data driven that we are suspending human judgment? I think is a very valid one. And therefore, if somebody starts to think that Gen AI can do the job of humans, I think that is as far away from truth as it could be. With respect to culture, I think that's a very important one that you made, right? Because that will underpin how organizations sort of adopt it, right? Is it moving too fast for HR? And does HR have a choice but to move at the pace that it needs to move, right? We like to think of the last 2-3 years, especially post-pandemic, and I think that became very famous when it was first said by the IBM CHRO, that through this crisis, HR got a seat at the table, right? Which means that the CHRO is now among the key decision makers in the organization. Do I scale up? Do I get overwhelmed?
Yeah.
Right? Because till now I was a support function. Business decided, I supported the execution. Now they're asking me to be a part of the decision, right? So challenging times, but what we do out of it will really will define in my mind.
I understand the future focus in your answer, but presently, is that happening? Do you see, for example, when you talk to HR, I mean, even the descriptive analytics itself is taking a lot of time. Basically, as you were saying, the amount of data itself, capture itself is weak. Are we jumping too much into something where we haven't, or as you were saying, maybe we don't even need to go through that. We can leapfrog into a totally different way. Do you think that going to happen?
No, I think the point you make is absolutely valid, right? We can do much better in terms of using data and all of that. And it might be tempting to leapfrog, but then there'll be risks as well. So I think that point that you make is absolutely valid. There is data, are we using it in the right way? Are we using enough of it and all of that?
Okay.
Fully aligned.
Also, from a perspective of that leapfrog, I come back to the point because I've been working with a lot of organizations who are trying to figure out what to do with this, right? And the challenge with using data earlier was, it was adding a value to my business. It was not controlling anything else. With Gen AI, what most companies are seeing is, if I invest in it, I save cost, I add value both, right? So there was not, to be fair, a lot of investment going in predictive analytics and all of that, and getting the data clean. It was just a value add. Now I'm seeing as a business, I can reduce my cost, add value, do everything else if I invest in this product. So it will be top of my mind in terms of my investments, right? And you will see from an HR perspective, this going accelerated.
For the sake of the classroom, do you see this benefit from an efficiency perspective, or are you also seeing efficacy perspective also?
Both. Okay. Same example which I took, right? Giving somebody a feedback, as simple as that, right? It's a task which, if you train 100 people will get different feedback on the same report to the same person, right? But if I have a Gen AI model, I have efficiency and predictability in the way it gets delivered. I don't need a person to do it. I can do 10 of them without a person getting tired for doing it, right? So I'm saving cost. I'm adding to my bottom line. I'm adding to my top line. The customer and the client is happy. The person who's getting feedback is seeing value in it. Till the time I build a model confident enough to deliver that, right? And as soon as I do that, I see value in it, right? So I think it's both, and that's why it's a very powerful combination per se.
Okay. I'm going deeper into HR at this stage. I don't know. By the way, I'm going to be discussing a lot of HR. So after some time, I'll stop and ask them to ask other functions, etc. Because I'm assuming you're comfortable with HR and just No, what I'm saying, let's say Conferi, for example, right? Your job evaluation is one of the most robust model, the one that essentially brought out, etc. But the point is, it can be at some point so standardized that can essentially become less of an organization and can be subsumed by a tech. Yes. Is that a danger with respect to which functions, subsystems of HR you think are going to essentially get into that? First of all, is that a danger?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And to be fair, there are two great methodologies sitting on the
Yeah,
stage.
yeah, both.
right?
I'll come to Mercer too, sir.
But I just take a point. I think somebody in the last group said a point that it's actually the large companies that are investing in disrupting, and that's what's happening here as well. So, for example, in Conclave, we have made a model where, see, job evaluation is a very mundane task. You take a role and you say factors, etc. Very boring, and you get a score and you say this is what it is. But the fact is, the reason it was built was to understand what does the job really need to do. So we have created a model where you can pick up accountabilities as a building blocks, right? You can say, okay, this job needs a little bit of this, little bit of this, put that at the together, and at the back end, job evaluation automatically happens. And you get the full score. And as soon as you start playing with the Lego blocks, say, you know what, no, this job needs to do a little bit more of financial modeling, little bit less of the basic accounting work, the evaluation will change. So you really don't need to learn that concept anymore, right? And it's actually being used right now. That's a product we had launched 2 years back, and a lot of conglomerates are leveraging it. So again, we saw value in it. That's why we invested.
Beautiful.
Completely going to be disrupted. And the reason we did that is before somebody else do it, we rather disrupt ourselves.
Yeah,
right? So,
yeah.
So your point, it will. And as soon as it makes monetary sense, people will invest in it.
Okay. But are you able to monetize it yourself, or are you facing the danger of?
So the challenge there is, I think somebody spoke about resistance, right?
Yeah.
So there's, I mean, if you go to a German firm and say, you know what, I'm gonna, and very process oriented, and I'm working with one of them, they will not change. There's, you know, this is how we do things, discipline in the way it needs to be worked. The first step towards it is a little bit of a challenge, right? But once you start adopting it, just the ease of how you do things, right? The ease of how the outcome comes in is so simple that I think 10 years down the line, the methodology will be defunct.
Okay.
Right, in a way. It'll be at the back end, nobody will know about it.
You won't even know that you are doing
Yes,
this.
you won't even know you're doing this. Right? Yeah.
Your user IP.
I think, of course, IP and all of those frameworks. I think your larger question was, is there a risk that more functions and more work that HR does will get subsumed by this technology? Absolutely, I think so, right?
Okay.
At the very basic level, right? Let's take talent acquisition and the need for HR to send out an email to candidates who don't qualify. Right? Today is a certain amount of effort. Use the right tool and it'll get automated. Right? And I'm just taking the most basic, right? More advanced tools will look at the candidate's CV, feedback that has come in, break it down into skills, and look at other roles that might be open in that organization and say, you know what, you didn't qualify for this one, but we have roles which we think could appeal to you given your skills. Would you like to apply for them? Right? At the, I won't say extreme end because I can't visualize what the best people can do with it, but at another end. So certainly some things will get subsumed, right? Broadly, we like to think of work in the context of GenAI in 3 buckets. What will it subsume? What will it complement? And what will it create? Right? And I think it's important to sort of think of all these 3 because all these 3 will happen. Some jobs will disappear and some jobs, new jobs will get created, and then some will get complemented. And most of them actually will get complemented rather than anything else.
I'm going to push the consulting space and then come back to you. The picture is, see, this whole definition that the mundane aspects will be taken care, etc., is one aspect of the picture. But that's a bigger issue, bigger fear I have. If you look at consulting, right? Again, going back to HR consulting, for example, to the extent we think there is creative, also is very doubtful for me. There's a lot of decisions, a lot of recommendations where we keep going back to data rather than the creative aspect. We keep saying, you know what, these 4 organizations are doing this, therefore it should be right. Or it's being benchmarked with the best, etc. Is there a fear that even at the extreme level, there's a chances that AI can essentially hit us where we think it should not? The earlier panel was discussing how, as far as we are creative, they should not be worried, etc. But is this creative really? How creative is it? And is it possible that in consulting, especially, it's not that you want to be not so creative, but the client is like, why should I listen to you? And you eventually have to fall back on data. And if you fall back on data, the fear is how much of it is your recommendation, how much of it is essentially an outcome of data itself. And if so, if it's outcome of data, is a chance that something else can take over this.
I think data is very important, but I would like to believe that most organizations realize that data is not enough. Like the way I like to frame this is there's data and there's context, right? And data without context is will give the wrong outcomes. So I think I would like to think that that has been our reality forever. We use data and then we put it in context, and hopefully that drives better client outcomes than data alone. That my personal view.
Okay. Just to push you where I want to ask you is, how do we show the delta? How do we show that we are adding that value? And not that we don't.
No.
But how does the
Fully
client
with you.
accept us?
Yeah, fully with you. Just day before yesterday, we were speaking to a client that wants to do org transformation. And he said, has it ever failed? Oh yeah, absolutely. Right. It fails for multiple reasons. Right. It could be, with all humility, I could say that it could be for lack of our understanding of what the client is trying to solve for. It could be the lack of the client's understanding of what they are trying to solve for. You frame a question thinking you're trying to solve this, but your problem is actually that.
Yeah.
And then we are not like sort of applying our own mind, we are following you and we solve for that problem, but actually that problem hardly ever existed. It was this problem that we have to solve. Okay. So I think for as long as I can visualize, I think that risk will always remain. On the earlier panel, somebody said as consultants, we learn to listen. I try to think that as consultants, that's probably the most important one. Right. Yeah, but that risk is real.
Sure. So
on the context part, I mean, completely agree with Arvind. And the easiest part in consulting is the design element of it, right? So you design a structure, you design whatever roles, KRA, KPIs, etc. It's when they hit the ground, when the person has to accept, that's where the challenge has. So data can take you to the design. After that, it becomes an issue. I remember 2011 when I started consulting, I was working with the promoter in a company. Two promoters sitting on the table having a fight because in the structure, one had an EA and the other didn't. Right?
Yeah.
How do you solve for that problem? And no structure, no data will solve for that problem. And that's where I think context comes in. Yeah.
Again, so is it possible? I mean, in this space of consulting, is it possible that one of the predictions made was AI will essentially clarify and therefore help the real consultants stand out? But still now many of us consultants were hiding under data and confusing data as analysis. So this is going to be a huge shakeout where those who are really, do you agree with this or do you?
Definitely. I think one thing, what happened is now I will mention that people are aware about the basics. So now their expectation is, okay, this I can get from this tool. How can you help me? So they're expecting more of advisory. Yeah. Right. Now, one thing GenAI is still not solving is CBA part of it, cost benefit analysis, right? It's easy to get data. It's easy to understand the output, but how to implement is more important part. So I think both of them spoke about the cost and the impact are very, very important, which is still not happening. I think people will still go to consultants, I think the real consultants, and say, hey, how can you help me here? Right. And that's why, so I remember when I started my career, for even a basic skill competence, we used to depend upon Mercer or other players, right? But now, because of GenAI, I can pull out the list, the KPIs. Yes. Okay, now that first part is done. Now, how can I leverage it, make it better, where I actually need a help? So this shift is definitely going to be there, right? However, I still feel, that is only a certain segment of people. I think he's the best person to advise, because even in HR, there are only 1% of people who do like an OD or a comm job. Rest are still busy in TA, primarily, I think, or HR operations. Right. And people leverage consulting organization primarily for our OD and comm position, which is larger impact on the organization rather than transactional things.
Your question, should consultants worry that GenAI can disrupt their business? Absolutely, they should. Yeah. Right. The average, the skills of the past will certainly not be enough. Yeah. So absolutely, I think the point you're making is absolutely okay.
No, yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm not talking more from a worry perspective. I'm talking from where we will essentially have to worry at what we exactly and the value essentially coming in. And I'm more concerned about, it can also be good for us, because now we can essentially purely talk about that subjective part where we are essentially recommending something.
Yeah. So the worry As I spoke of worry, the context was the other one, right? The skills of the past will not help us solve for the problems of the future, right? The worry for consultants and for everyone has to be, am I learning fast enough? Am I open, right? And am I, like, I came in only the last 10 minutes of the previous panel. The sense I got was that there was this overarching feeling of us versus Gen AI,
Yeah.
right? And I picked up only the last part of it. So I'm not sure if that was sort of the worry. I don't think it's us versus Gen AI. And where we get stuck at us versus Gen AI, I think that one is a sort of problem.
There's one more area which I'm not really sure. I just wanted to ask you, is that they're saying right now, the hype, because things are easily available on internet, free, and after some time, the cost is going to decide all this. Or at some point, we can create customized and therefore consultants can monetize it in better. Do you see that essentially happening in the future?
So, as I said,
your job evaluation, for example.
Yeah, so consultants will monetize, they will create Gen AI models on their data and their IP. So the standard models that are in the world is not something that we can monetize, right? I have an IP job evaluation assessment. I have my data. I can create a model that monetizes it and takes it as a product to market. And somebody was talking about greed in the previous session. Greed takes in and I scale it up and I make money out of it, right? So it's going to happen, right? But it has to be an investment from the consulting firms to do it on their model till the time they achieve some reliability in it, right? And that's going to be the future in a sense.
I'll explain it in a very different way. I think people are getting bored, so let me explain you the analogy which you understand. So there is how many of you read comics books? Okay, right? So do you remember Spider-Man or Iron Man in comics books? Yeah. How many have you seen Avengers? Right? So the people who have created Iron Man in a comics book have not died. They have found a better way of getting the people, the same audience in a much larger way. So if you see Iron Man in Avengers, it is using Arc Element Mark V technology right now. So if I compare it with this context of consultants, so they will have their edge, they will find, because now what happens is most of the people, it's like where they'll start, consultants or all the consultation, they're already there. So, okay, they will still have always an edge and they'll find. So I think that's how, my way of looking at life is always think from a common life, like cartoons and everything, the examples, because they give you biggest lesson that it's very, very easy, right? So when you look from, how the technology even is disrupting, whatever it is, people who are pioneer, if they have changed, they will always have an edge. If they won't, they will get obsolete.
I think since we are losing them, partly to the way I'm asking questions, we will bring them into the picture, we'll make them talk and ask them. Otherwise, I'll go deeper into HR. But I have one selfish question to ask, HR again. One of the major discussions in corporate, whenever we discuss corporate training, etc., is performance management. And almost everywhere, there are only organizations talking about bell curves, we have moved away, etc., etc. But we go deeper into it, the biggest issue is very simple. The data is with the immediate manager who's supervising someone else. That data is not, really coming in. We are forcing the person to get into rating, etc. Do you see any of this changing the way we assess performance management? Please, before you answer, I'm not discussing easier ones like sales management, etc., where we may have metrics. But the bulk of the performance, the 80-85%, where the performance is still pretty subjective and we are still struggling to measure, is there. And whenever I talk to the corporate world is saying, Prof, another 4 or 5 years, AI will take over all these things. We don't need bell curves. We will essentially, let's let them live in that happiness. They're being optimistic. Is there a future where AI can help in these cases?
Okay, so my sense on bell curve is it's a cost management tool. It's not a performance management tool.
Beautiful,
so,
yeah.
so it's very different context there. But the fact is, see, even if you have Gen AI to be used in performance management, it will still need data to work on, right? And hence what you need is data on a person from different sources, right? The challenge which organizations are having, they're not collecting data. In a consulting firm, we do 10 projects. I need data on 10 projects. In a standalone sales, it's still easier. So the challenge that organizations need to answer for is how do I make ease of data on a person where I can get feedback instantaneously. It gets captured somewhere. If you can capture it, and the more frequently you can capture it, then Gen AI comes in. Right?
I'll give you a model one of the organization was discussing. Every week, they are forcing the employees to collect the data. They're saying you don't have to analyze anything. You just have to write a paragraph or a page and submit. We will take care of the rating. You think this is a reality today?
So organizations, even a paragraph is a cumbersome process. What I have seen organizations do, and we're trying in some, is you create a simple 5-point question with 2 answers, yes or no. You just keep on capturing that, right? Would you want this person in your next project? Yes or no. Every week you answer that.
Yeah.
And then Gen AI or other tools come in. The challenge is the data accuracy is not there, and we don't capture it, and we capture it in 6 months or 1 year.
Okay.
Right. So if you start doing that, then Gen AI comes in, then it can create scripts out of it. It can create a doc track out of it. So I think, and that's where all the bell curve will still be there at the back end, because you need to manage cost.
But you will work with much better data in these cases. Okay. Do you think therefore the perception of fairness will increase because of thanks to this?
No, because see, again, data has come in from different people, but it's if I am not happy with the data that's been shared, then I'm not happy with the data that has been shared, right? So as soon as the human element comes in, nobody likes to hear things. That's my opinion. I'm not sure about others. But if I am not I didn't get a great rating, I can doubt about several other factors that are there. It's just that I know that I'm getting feedback on an ongoing basis, and I've democratized feedback, because as a Gen AI model, I can get up at 12 in the night on a Saturday after 3 weeks and say, as an employee basis, last 3 weeks data, can you give me feedback? I don't need to go to my manager. I don't need to set a time, right? So I know what's happening in my life. So that control will be there. Fairness is a different question altogether.
Thank you. Yeah, please.
Let me give you a live example. We have a HR Tech product used by 400 customers across Southeast Asia and Middle East. So our performance system I'm referring to, and we have used OKR. So what happens in OKR is basically you create quarterly goals and automatically link the entire organization, and it is transparent. The system has a capability that even an employee at a front line can see a performance of a CEO. Now, as a principal concept, basically, you have to fill a weekly or a fortnightly check-in, which automatically does it. And these are interlinked. So you can define it. Let's say, for example, somebody is in, I'm not an example of sales. Let's say, take an example of HR. Somebody is managing the performance management and a learning development. Now, if as per performance, X percentage are average performers need improvement on XYZ skill, definitely if learning and development person is not working on that, it's automatically goes there. It means the person is not working. Now, the concept of these new systems like OKR, again, OKR is not a new concept, but it started getting implementing now, right? It was way back with Google almost 20 years ago. But people are talking about it. These are realities. I think people are getting away from bell curve. This is a very old concept. Nobody believes in it. In fact, one of the customers we have in Middle East is one of the biggest airlines in Middle East. When we were implementing for them, they said, hey, we don't want anything traditional. So how can you help us? So what we did is basically, we defined using technology, we created a library in that system, automatically, like using a Gen AI. So let's say if somebody is in HR at an X level, automatically goals get created and get assigned. Now, one thing at least is moving, they're consistent KRs. Otherwise, depending upon their managers' whims and fancies, KRs were getting created. And there was still not transparency, like you mentioned. Now, at least there is I would say, slight improvement in transparency because system is creating it. Second is, it is getting aligned with overall CEO goal, depending upon company to company strategy, of course. So things are changing in performance management. Now it's totally organization strategy, right? How transparent they want to opt, how practically they want to track it. Because the biggest challenge is, even if you have systems, adoption is the challenge.
Yeah, adoption is always going to be, Okay, I have a lot of questions on OKR versus Velka. I'll come, that will be an academic discussion we will have. Second, I want to ask later about what we as B school should do. You know, the way we teach, the way we pedagogy, how much of it we can take over, what changes we should essentially bring in, because we are the only people who talk about change in every session, but hardly practice it. So we want to essentially come back. Okay, but before that, we will wake these guys up. You know, at some point they should know that this session is going to end. So the class, you have any questions on generative AI or any other aspects as a class? Yes, sir. They've been in class the whole day. They have been in sessions, so they are bound to be really
I
tired.
was gonna say that it was mighty courageous to start at 8:30 because I didn't expect it to be full. But I was very impressed. I came in at 8:30 in the morning and all of you had come in, I think, having a bath and comb hair. So I was very impressed.
See, in the other batches, we have a large number, so we can keep rotating.
Okay.
Here, I think we are not rotating you, right? You are sitting the whole day.
No, it's the same faces I saw in the morning. So that's why I'm saying I'm mightily impressed.
So you will see fresh every time, but here we can't do that with these people. So they are at this is also one of the reasons we should keep increasing the batch size so that we can have more. Sorry, your question, sir.
Hello, sir. So thank you for this intriguing talk. The first half of the panel discussion, what I could understand from that is like the concept of AI, especially this generative AI, most of the companies don't understand what that is and will they add value to them or not, may or may not. And from my personal opinion of working in IT for 7 years, what I found is AI has become a fad term where everyone is using without understanding what it actually does. So with regards to that, I want to, as a consultant, if a company or a client comes that they want to digitize their company and they want to add generative AI or any concept of AI into there, how do you decide should they go for or should they not? Should they invest in it or should they not? Anybody else can answer that? Thank you.
I think a lot of companies think that having some sort of technology will sort of revolutionize the way they operate. And yet, my general experience is that companies have put in place the best or the most prevalent tools, and you go back to them after 2 years and they say we are still sort of implementing, we are still trying to discover what it can offer. The general sense I have is nobody ever feels completely satisfied of the outcome. For consultants and for organizations, therefore, the question is, what are you trying to solve for? Before you start prescribing anything, right? Are you trying to solve for employee experience, which is how the employee experiences the organization? Then that's a different path, right? Are you trying to solve for data collation because you think there's not enough data that we are capturing? That's a different path. So answering that first question has a significant impact on, in our opinion, the outcome of any digitization or anything like that.
I would say the same thing. I think I was going through your courses and there's a course on design thinking, which every campus has. The first question in that is, what is the problem worth solving for, right? So if you go with that as a concept, if a client comes to us, we will say, okay, not the tech, but what's the problem? And if you identify the problem, the tech is the backend towards that, right? So I think that's the way you need to look at it. A lot of tech companies struggle because they think tech first, right? I need to use Gen AI. But if I think problem first, you'll have a solution in your hand then.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, panel. So first of all, thank you for your valuable time. My name is Ajay Bajaj. And my question is for Amit sir. Actually, we discussed about the data availability and how it is managed. My point is, how can we actually democratize the new age technologies and the access of data? Because otherwise it is actually consolidating the power only in the few conglomerates or few organizations in that case. Can we actually do that?
See, I see technology as just a bolt-on. You understand bolt-on, right? It is not replacing anything. So data itself, right now, whatever the technology you're introducing, there are still many functions within one function are operating in silos. So it will never happen, if you ask me honestly speaking, that you will have one data at one place and you're able to democratize it completely. Because I think the entire discussion, everybody is mentioning, reiterating again and again, like, okay, data is still coming from the same place, right? So there is a challenge there, and it's not an easy task. What we feel, in fact, that, okay, we will be able to pull it here and there, and we are able to consolidate it and make some meaning out of it. In fact, most of the organization, even if they engage a lot of large consulting organization for their projects, they don't have data to share what they will analyze. So that is one big challenge. I think you can add on this.
I fully resonate with it.
Much agree to your point, sir. Based on what we have seen, that organizations or manufacturing organizations are providing connected cars and all these sensors, but they are yet not able to analyze that data to use it for the betterment of themselves and even for the customer, for that matter. Sure. Thank you, sir.
You have any basic questions on AI also, you can ask them. I doubt if I understand that topic.
They know it all, so that's why they're getting bored.
So my question is for Amit, and I try to ask this to every HR professional I meet these days. So after coming to Excel, I learned that HR is beyond compensation and recruitment and all that. So I learned about the Ulrich model. So where do you see yourself? Are you a strategic partner? Are you a change agent? Are you an employee champion? Are you an admin expert?
So firstly, I was very bad student, so I don't remember models at all, right? So I have no idea of that model. But in a sense, how do I look at myself as an HR consultant or an HR professional per se? Is that if you can identify the underlying cause and solve for that, your clients will love you, your people will love you, and that's how you need to solve for it, right? So the problem could be as simple as saying that, my sales team has an issue because they have to come to office to fill their travel expenses, right? As mundane as that to as serious as saying, we are facing higher retrenchment in our CXO level and we don't know why people are leaving. Each of them have certain underlying causes, and your role is to be able to identify that cause. And your role in an MBA institute like this is to be able to build the thinking, to be able to ask the right questions and do a little bit of logical and critical thinking behind why things are happening. Models will come and go, they will change, but if you can ask that double click question, that's all you need to do. And if you become better at that, that's all you need in a sense, right? As a skill. So hopefully I'm not sure the answer or not, but I just see myself as somebody who can ask questions and solve for them. That's it.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, I had a question to you. You made a very powerful statement that Korn Ferry doesn't involve its consultant in Hey job evaluation anymore. It's taken care of by a model.
Yeah.
So going forward, do you expect all these things to be outsourced to a model? Do you expect a mass loss of skill in your consultants that they won't be knowing how to do job evaluation?
So were you part of the training that we did?
Yes,
okay.
absolutely.
That's why you're asking this question. No, so basically what is job evaluation? It's a way of understanding jobs, simply put. What our consultants need to focus on is having a discussion with the client on what that job is required to do. If I can solve for that, the evaluation will happen at the back end. So now my consultant needs the ability to engage with the client and have a very effective discussion on what do you want this role to really do in your organization. The mechanics of how do you evaluate it and score it and pay it, etc., is taken care of by technology. So I don't think technology has taken away the job. It just made the job a little bit more harder, because earlier I could hide behind that methodology. Now I have to stand in front of a client and know that role better than them and have a discussion, right? So the job has become harder, but it's not gone away. It's actually become a little more accentuated in what it needs to do. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
And it was coming actually, right? Because we were trying to make it as objective as possible,
Absolutely.
which we confused it with as standardized as possible. And at some point it had to essentially come. And even initially I was very overwhelmed. I was like, oh my God, this is going to take away a lot. But later I realized we can actually focus on something much better.
Yeah.
I think consultant comes in when you say, do you even need this job or not? One of the organizations was telling me that we now understand this model. We know which word if we put, where the job will go up. So I said, wow, they say we know how to game this. I
Yeah,
said,
and
come on.
that's also to do with the education system, because here, the more you write, the more marks you get. So you take supplementary sheets and so on. So people thought that if I have a JD which is 10 pages long, my role will score higher, and you will have these challenges. But now all of that will go away, hopefully.
But will this, but the model that you're talking about catch these aspects? For example, one company told me each time I added the word customer, I could, a customer facing, we could essentially see a score going up. And I said, maybe in the microcosm, yes, maybe not, but is that still happening?
So I'll answer maybe when you can come after that. But in a sense, what happens is you can add words and ideally it should not change.
Okay.
But what would, in a sense, what I will do, what is org design job evaluation? It's a way between the manager and the employee to align on what is the expectation of the role. That is what we want the methodology to do now. I and you sit together saying, is customer managing an expectation of my role or not? How that impacts my grade, salary, etc., that the technology takes care of. But if I and you align on that, that's all that's expected. Right? So we focus on that now.
And I think 2 points, right? One is this overarching theme of, will the machine replace the consultant, right? And to which Navraj quite clearly, the methodology is only ensuring that it takes away the routine stuff and makes it more objective, right? And a 10-page, so the consultant's job is to ensure that a 10-page JD is seen for what it is rather than for the size, right? So more verbose should not be more valuable, right? And therefore they will have to sort of keep an eye for that, right?
We used to, at least when I was teaching these guys, we are essentially saying one of the key parts where you come in is because you can see a job not from what we have written as a client, as a description, but from what other organizations or where your experience is. And that is pretty intuitive after some time, and therefore adds a very strong value. Would you believe that as a key part?
Absolutely. I think the difference between a consultant and a client is a consultant has much more exposure, data across industries, across companies. And that's why the consultant has a perspective that is more broad-based. I'm not even saying better. It's just wider, right? So that's really the difference between the two.
Sorry, I just stole your point and was interesting. Okay. Any other question? Otherwise, I'll start talking. So that's then. Yeah, please.
Do you think GenAI will make? Do you think GenAI over a period of time will become increasingly political? When I say political, I don't mean politics, but organizational politics. Or in other words, do you think, what's the future of organizational politics?
So I don't know how to answer that question very well, but I'm going to make an attempt, right? To the extent that GenAI will have bias, GenAI will hallucinate, GenAI will do all of that things. And to the extent that humans will always remain creative, I'm not sure it can. One more tool makes it one more way of manipulating, probably, right? How you use the tool will sort of, so if that tool is used for more data, maybe it takes away politics. If the tool is used for making some 2-page JD look like a 10-page JD, probably it's going to get more political. I'm not really sure it will take it away. I would think so.
And also to your point, sir, data is, GenAI will only show you data in a way. How you interpret the data is up to you. So it has self-learning, but how I present. So I have seen numerous sales call where I'm doing worse than the last quarter, but the way I'll present it, the data to the management makes it believe that I've done a fabulous job of the last quarter, right? So in the end, what I present, how I present, but in the end, politics is about how do I present these things, right? So it's a little bit of that is what I think will come in. It'll be tough to take it away.
And it's a human and machine collaboration. So till the time human is there, thing won't change.
I think we need to define what do you mean by politics here. And if we believe politics is a conflict out of resource control, then I think you're right in the sense, if you look at analytics, right, HR analytics, and we're discussing, and each time I'm asking HR, why is HR so behind when it comes to other marketing able to, they said, see, once I hand over the data, it's over for me. There's nothing for me essentially in this organization. So to the extent I want them to keep coming back to me, that's when I have the power. So, and I realized somewhere the organization has failed in understanding, the concept of power here. And what if data takes over that particular part? So one of the points that we were discussing, not here, another place, was why algorithmic HR will be popular or powerful is because I can still have some control over it. So organizations will never let outcome focused model having complete control. They will always have to say that there is a process control over the whole picture. So I say that's very interesting to essentially watch. This second issue is, this is coming from the AI school or the people who are into saying that even if Gen AI can do the complete work, there will be people saying, no, there are flaws in this, and therefore you need us. So there will be a separate industry that keeps saying this has to be interpreted. And that will create a new position in organization, and that will start gaining power. And the question would be who handles this particular power. So that's the second part that's coming from the AI side of the picture. That's yeah. Can I ask? Sorry, you're raising your hand. Yeah.
See, I was discussing with one of the vendor who was making
Let's give you the mic.
So since I'm in charge of placement, there was a vendor proposing a service to us, and the vendor was saying, we can provide you AI-based CV creation for the students, right? And where all their CVs will be AI optimized, and we'll ensure that they get the maximum shortlist. And so he was suggesting this, and I was asking, how do you do this? He said that we can do a lot of iteration and trial and error and show you how it gets shortlisted, and we will keep on optimizing to achieve this. This is one. Number two, there was an incident where one of the HR was discussing with me. One CV was shortlisted, which is no way connected to the job. And his profile was different, but AI has shortlisted him for the role. And they were completely surprised because he's a BCom graduate. Job is a prodman role and nothing to do with. And then they explored and found that in the CV, a particular candidate has added a lot of words which connects to prodman, and all those words he made it in the white color on the background of the paper where nobody can see, and the AI shortlisted him. How do you handle this?
We should hire him. No, the guy is good. He's actually managing, very good manage.
I think this is a game that thankfully humankind will always play, right? I don't expect that there'll be technology that can ever rein us in, right? And that's what really keeps us safe, right? If technology could rein us in, then I would start worrying. So there will be people with that ingenuity who will do this, right? But that's
one point on the talent acquisition part. One has to be a little careful there because we may not like saying it, but if you look at studies, if your CV carries the name John instead of Jafar, the chances of you getting selected are higher, fundamentally, right? If you look at it, basically what's happening is even if your vendor comes in listed, and they want to say, if you write a CV in this way, this will get shortlisted, right? Database is data. Whatever bias is in my current shortlisting process is going to get accentuated in. Yeah, so they will run that AI, but there will still be some things that will keep on coming in terms of why certain CVs are getting shortlisted more than the others. So all I'm saying is it's good to have these, but we need to be careful on. Yeah, you have to be careful. Yeah, absolutely. So you'll be very careful on, because if you don't have those systems in place, you may just accentuate current biases into your CV shortlisting process.
One point there, right? There might be some merit. To my mind, the merit will be if that tool is actually scanning to see what are the skills that are most in demand, right? And looking at the CVs to say, this CV seems to have those skills, and therefore sort of does that matching. Now, if that CV just gets written so that the skills appear to be there, then hopefully
some of this coding tries to match the JD and the first CV. So now what they do, they try to use these tools to optimize the CV to exactly match it to the JD. And therefore the strike rate is quite high. So therefore, when you get 5,000 applications, there you need to shortlist just 50 of them or 40 of them. Many of these forms are dependent on area. And I think those system gets easily cracked by this. Actually, firms are not hiring this because there are further process, but many of them think that the first cut you have to make into the
And these things I think will improve because as the machine starts learning, I mean, as we start improving at this point in time, we hopefully improve. But right now, I think these are the two things that we discuss a lot. One, how descriptive terms, words essentially getting in. Two, the bias aspects getting into the picture. These are being discussed. But I think the potential is still pretty huge. But I want to ask something else for B school and the way we teach, right? For example, we torture them with all this, they are wearing blazers the whole day. And, is there a way we can use AI very differently in the way you've been through my class, etc., etc. Can we do it differently? Is there a way we can engage differently? Is there anything that you've seen in consulting also engage them with training and other? Is there any way we can do differently?
Firstly, I think your class, you can't do much. The paper won't be able to, even I think Gen AI won't be able to solve that one. Right? But see, my sense is there is, again, from an MBA college perspective or a school perspective, there are certain models we learn and frameworks we learn, right? I think that is something we can go a little lighter on. And the reason I used to enjoy some of the courses in campuses, they used to make you think beyond the model, right? And I think that's where a lot of studies will need to move to. Because in the end, when you join a company, nobody will ask you, no client will ask you, what is the model, Kirkpatrick, etc., etc. Nobody will know that, right? But it's the ability to critically think that will come in. So maybe you can even allow students to use Gen AI to create reports till the time your test and models are, or the study is created in a way to make them think beyond that report, etc. Right? I think that's where we need to move to.
There are faculty here who are asking students to share the prompts.
Yes.
They're saying, please use AI, just share the prompts, and from there I will know what you were essentially looking for. So this is becoming a way to get into. Certain things are becoming wrong for us. We give them a take-home quizzes. There they just put it on, and then give us some answers. How do we come to know? Because those answers are more grammatically correct. So we really sorry, they always make errors, but the sentence construction is very nice, and then we catch. But those are places where we realize the way we evaluate has to change. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. They have. Yeah. So once I told them, they said, we'll take care of this, prof. Next time you will not get this. So, but as faculty, is there something that we are missing? As students here, or is there something they should learn in the next, the 1 month or 1 year they are here?
See, again, I won't read too much into Gen AI from a learning perspective. So Gen AI is again catching up because it's easy to use. We all have it in our pockets, and that's why we are talking about Gen AI, right? Tomorrow we can be talking about something else altogether, right? And again, the question goes back to, if I'm writing an answer, as a professor, I would ideally want to question you as to why you wrote the answer, not the answer itself. So it's the double click that's important, right? So I think that's where we need to move to as students as well. The ability to think why we are writing that. We don't get time to do it in campus. That's a different thing, but yeah.
So I would say experiential learning is important. Like when we did our schooling, marks used to we record a report card, even a first class. Now time has changed. So there's, till class of 8th in most of these schools, there are no exams even, right? So I think the experiential learning is one thing I would say, both sides, whether from as a professor or as a student, if we start focusing on it will help. Because technically, whatever the tools right now, earlier ML, Gen AI, whatever it will come, they will solve those things. Because what I have learned is even how to write a right prompt the creative writing, logical reasoning, design. I require that. And that will come with design, experiential learning.
No, I would only say that you must push the students to experiment with it more than anything else, because it enables or appears to enable, because it's only less than a year old, appears to enable things that may not have been as easy to do. They will discover, they will realize its limitations, they will realize it for what it's there, and then I think.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. So you were here from 8:30 here.
I just came in the morning.
Okay. So okay. So all of you have been from here from 8:30. Big thanks for being sitting here, listening to all of them. Thanks to mobile phones, you can get out of these things mentally for some time. But still, big thanks for staying all here, and thanks all the three of you. We have a lot to discuss outside the panel discussion, and
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
And thank you to the panelists for making us smile and answering our questions with extreme patience. I would now request Professor Kanagaraj to felicitate the panelists and present them with mementos as a reminder of our gratitude for their valuable contribution and time. Starting up, Mr. Arvind Lada. Next up, Mr. Navraj Singh. Mr. Amit J. Last but not the least, Professor Gurunath.
Thank you so much, everyone, for your patience. Now, the last leg. Moving on, I would like to invite my colleagues, Mr. Ashish Dhyani and Mr. Balakrishnan, to announce the results of the FULCRUM 2023, the case competition.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude the FULCRUM conclave, let's celebrate the remarkable success of the FULCRUM 2023 case competition. With numerous colleges and teams participating, each showcasing unique talents and insights, we have seen an overwhelming response. A heartfelt thank you to our esteemed judges and evaluators who dedicated their expertise and time to make this competition a success. Firstly, Finance Professor and Placement Convener Kanagaraj sir, Mr. Rishabh Bhatia, ex-Associate Director at KPMG, Mr. Ayush Kumar, Senior Consultant at KPMG, and former Kautilya Consulting Club Presidents Amol and Riti. The team who has won the first place in the competition gets the opportunity to present here at the FULCRUM Consulting Conclave. I will now give a brief overview of the case study presented to the competing teams. The case discusses about tackling peripherals, a family-owned PC peripherals manufacturer in Hyderabad's high-tech city. It faces critical challenges that demand strategic decisions to secure its future. They grapple with the pressure to potentially relocate their facility due to city expansion, a global chipset shortage causing operational disruptions, fierce competition from Chinese manufacturers, environmental concerns, and outdated technology. An international conglomerate, Tech Connect Innovations, has offered rupees 10 crore investments with 49% stake and relocation terms to the company. Should the CEO accept or reject the offer? We'll find out later. Now, I would like to call on stage our very own Team Excel, who have secured the first place in the competition to present their winning solution. Give a huge round of applause for Nikita, Anmol, and Nishit. Thank you.
Hello. A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are Team Excel and we'll present our case study analysis, which is tackling peripherals on navigating growth and challenges. Where? Not working. Okay. Yeah, so basically we did analysis on our target company, that is tackling peripherals, and we came out with a bunch of strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats of it, to which I would highlight certain points, such as it's a well-established and reputed company with an already very strong customer base and a skilled workforce. And with the proposal extended by the Tech Connect Innovations, which is of around 10 crores and 10 crores offer, it would actually be quite fruitful for its potential, its growth, efficiency improvement, as well as market diversification. On the other hand, it would also be needing to look into some pressing problems, such as the operational disruptions, environmental concerns, the outdated technology which it has been working on, and some training requirement for the employees. We have also done a risk assessment on the relocation side, which is one of the proposal points of the proposal, and basis that we have divided the risk into 3 categories, which you can see, like infrastructure, accessibility and cost basis, which we actually decided, or we actually think that the best way to go with it would be within the high-tech city, Hyderabad.
Okay, so coming to the next slide, we looked upon the management change, which is very important because there is this inclusion of a international company coming into the Indian company. So the first and foremost thing is to carry out a skill gap analysis, wherein the company would look at what are the new hires that is required. So based on the assumptions, we recommend around 20% of new hires of the based on the new roles that would be required in this company. Apart from this, there is a need to retain the employees, and there needs to be measures and new KPIs to assess the employees. Added to this, there has to be measures to retain and to don't have that risk mitigation, because the inclusion of the new company that might lead to the getaways from the existing company. And again, moving ahead, we have. Okay. So moving ahead, then we have done the profit margin analysis, on which we have concentrated on the ROI, because that is an important factor here, because we have 10% of the interest to be taken into account. So based on a few assumptions and carrying out the cost-based analysis and the assumptions which are presented in the case, we got an ROI of 95%, which is a very positive number. And this shows that the company can accept the proposal. Along with this, the company can get into diversified products because of the new technologies adoption that they can take place, and also leveraging the existing network that Tech Connect Innovations already has to increase its market base.
Also, we need to look into certain changes which can be implemented without losing the control in the company, for which we actually came up with three main key points here, like phase transition, wherein we can have some international management culture inculcated in the company, wherein we can perform certain things like Fun Friday or town halls, which can be useful for cross-cultural team to come together on a common platform, and also have a transparent communication environment in the workplace. We also can look into the strengths, highlighting the strengths of the local expertise. But the main point that I would like to highlight here is the green technology implementation, for which we actually analyzed and came up with a timeline which can be followed, which is performing an environmental audit, selecting a technology, doing a cost estimation, and also appointing an environmental compliance team which can come up with the entire budget and then successfully implement the green technologies.
So as for the recommendations, we do recommend embracing Tech Connect's innovations investment proposal, but with a few strategic adjustments. So we have come up with the solutions, and some of would be technological adoptions, product diversification, and leveraging Tech Connect's diverse customer base to gain competitive advantage. We also recommend adopting Make in India products and using technology and aggressive marketing techniques to counter the Chinese competitors. And for risk, for chip supply solutions, we have recommended doing long-term agreements with some suppliers
And by doing demand forecasting, we recommend for stocking of chips for at least 2-3 months. At last, we also have looked into risk mitigation factors where we can adapt strategies for ongoing success. And at last, I want to thank you, team Case Competition, for giving us this opportunity, FULCRUM 2023 and XLRI for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thanks again. Thank you. Another huge round of applause for Team Excel. They have secured first place in our competition. Securing second place, let's congratulate Team Bar Capital from Shahid Sukhdev College, DU. And in third place, we have Team Academia Underbelly from MDI Gurgaon, whose exception analysis and structured strategies have pushed them forward. Congratulations to all the winning teams. Your hard work and dedication have paid off. Thank you to all the participants whose contributions have made this an extreme success. Thank you for being a part of FULCRUM 2023, the consulting case competition. We wish you the very best and may your journey towards success continue to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Bala. Thank you, Team Excel, for making us proud. I know we are all tired, so I'll quickly get on with it. Now we invite Mr. Deepak Maharana to give us the vote of thanks and conclude this amazing conclave. Thank you, Deepak. Go ahead.
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude this enlightening conclave, I am deeply grateful for the privilege of being part of this transformative event. Our gratitude extends to our visionary speakers, respected professors, and thought leaders who have illuminated our path forward. On behalf of Kautilya Consulting Club, I extend my heartfelt thanks to our speakers for emphasizing the importance of staying relevant, hiring for potential, and nurturing resilience as we journey towards professional excellence. The vision of India's sustainable economic growth on its 100th year of independence is an inspiration that ignites our determination. The insights from our panelists regarding Industry 5.0 and the imperative of sustainability, human augmentation, and evolving decision-making has left a deep mark on our minds. A special mention must also be made to our esteemed women panelists who emphasize the vital role of women in talent strategies, underlining the importance of diversity and inclusion. We have also gained a fresh perspective on how young talent is driving change within companies to focus on industry trends and the notion of identifying opportunities amid challenges by focusing on white dots. Last but not the least, we learned that in the dynamic world of work, the algorithm of jobs have evolved, with emerging trends like generative AI enhancing efficiency and creating new opportunities. We must not fear job displacement by bots, as distinctly human attributes continue to shape our professional landscape. As we leave here today, let's carry forward the wisdom shared, nurturing innovation and inclusivity in our organization. In this ever-evolving landscape, let us embrace change with open arms, knowing that human creativity and resilience will always be our most invaluable assets. On behalf of the Kautilya Consulting Club, a wholehearted thanks to each and every one of you who did their own bit to make this event successful. A big round of concluding applause for that. Thank you. As we depart from here, I request all of you to gather at the LC2 entrance for a group photograph to capture this unique moment of gathering. Thank you.